Yugo stands beneath a brilliant sky, a subtle smile playing on his lips, hinting at a momentary peace before the storm. Amidst the bustling city crowd, Yugo cuts a solitary figure, his presence marked by a quiet intensity. From an aerial perspective, the city's intricate dance of pedestrians unfolds across a busy intersection as a faint, surprised "ha" echoes from above. Yugo turns his head, his name being called from off-screen, pulling him from his thoughts. A man places a hand on Yugo's shoulder, asking why he looks so nervous, while a woman urges them to hurry, reminding them of their restaurant reservation. Yugo offers a hesitant "yeah" as the woman cheerfully states they're having a feast, asking if he's hungry. As the man remarks on how long it's been since the family ate out and the woman wonders about the food, ominous red cracks begin to spiderweb across the sky, unnoticed by them. Yugo desperately grabs the man's arm, shouting, "No, you can't go that way, let's go back," as the red cracks intensify around them. Yugo stretches out a frantic hand, crying out, "Dad, Mom," while the man, oblivious to the danger, asks what he's scared of. Yugo's face contorts in terror, screaming, "Wait, no, that's not it," as the red cracks engulf the scene. His desperate warning echoes, "If you go that way, Dad and Mom, you will be gone," as the reality around them continues to shatter into red fragments. Yugo watches in horror as the figures of his parents glitch and distort, consumed by the encroaching red fissures. A terrifying, shadowy entity crackles with vibrant purple energy, manifesting amidst the fractured reality, its presence signaling true disaster. A sinister voice emanates from a swirling red vortex, challenging, "Do you think you can escape alone?" Yugo's arm tenses, his hand clenched into a desperate fist, his mouth open in a silent scream of agony or desperate effort. Yugo jolts awake from the nightmare, sitting up abruptly as sunlight streams into his room, pulling back the covers. The lingering terror of the dream clings to Yugo, leaving him slumped on the edge of his bed, head in hand, deep in thought. His hand slowly reaches for his smartphone on the bedside table, a familiar gesture after a restless night. The phone screen illuminates, displaying an urgent emergency bulletin. Disaster alert. Disaster occurred in Shermaine Prefecture. Demonization, Class C. Yugo's gaze sharpens, a silent realization dawning as he processes the grim news on his phone, a single exclamation mark hovering above his head. The wall of his room is a mosaic of intricate charts, cryptic notes, and scientific data, hinting at deep research into extraordinary phenomena. Detailed schematics of unknown entities and complex equations cover another section of the wall, revealing Yugo's relentless pursuit of understanding. Yugo sits with his back to the viewer, gazing at his wall of research, the weight of his knowledge and the recent news settling upon him. His bare feet touch the cold floor as Yugo resolves, it's time to switch gears, a resolute determination in his voice. Yugo dons his jacket, a sense of duty overriding his personal turmoil as he notes, "Today's the inspection day, I have to go to the company." The mundane rush of the city commute envelopes him, the packed train carriage a stark contrast to his inner world, filled with looming threats. Amidst the crowd, Yugo listens intently as the train's broadcast announces, "Next, weather and disaster news," a grim reminder of the world's precarious state. The train's broadcast shifts, focusing on a follow-up regarding the demonization incident in Shermaine. Yugo, amidst the crowded car, intently processes the news, his mind dwelling on the Class C incident that ravaged Shermaine. The screen updates, announcing that the devastating phenomenon has officially concluded today. The broadcast credits the soldiers' tireless efforts for clearing the threat, bringing a temporary end to the crisis. Yet the name Shermaine echoes with a chilling finality as the scene shifts to a desolate, moonlit landscape. Debris floats in the air, painting a grim picture of destruction that lingers long after the immediate danger has passed. A stern woman with piercing green eyes, later identified as Shizuka, delivers a chilling truth. Demonization can strike at any moment, anywhere, a constant, unpredictable threat looming over humanity. This unknown calamity seals off reality itself, overpainting it with a nightmarish, blood-red hue. A sinister red orb hangs in the sky, overseeing the complete devastation below. Transforms the world into a realm of despair, overrun by monstrous foes. Here, wanderers are forced into a desperate struggle against a curse of death, with survival hanging by the thinnest thread. Towering, multi-eyed monstrosities loom large, their grotesque forms promising only cruel death to those who dare to stand in their path. The odds are overwhelmingly stacked against any who face them. A searing pain erupts as Yugo cries out, clutching his arm, the trauma of the battlefield etched onto his face. The brutal reality of combat leaves him vulnerable and in agony. Shizuka seizes Yugo by the collar, her gaze intense as she reminds him of their solemn duty. Protecting people from that threat is our duty as soldiers. You know that, right? Her anger flares as she accuses Yugo, revealing the devastating cost of his actions. 200 more died because your assault was delayed. Her words cut deep, fueled by the loss of lives. Yugo defiantly questions her authority, demanding to know why he, who rushed from 600 kilometers away, should be the first to charge, and what happened to the local soldiers, pointing to her insignia. His voice heavy with sorrow, Yugo recounts his grim discovery. He knew it was too late upon seeing the nursery, but the sight of something unbearable within its ruins still haunts him. The unbearable sight is revealed, a blood-splattered wall adorned with innocent drawings of soldiers, made by the very children who likely perished in the demonization. Shizuka delivers a harsh kick, sending Yugo sliding across the ground as she coldly commands him, "Give your insignia back and resign." Her words are an unequivocal dismissal. Standing tall, Shizuka declares Yugo has no right to fix this, asserting her authority. A system notification identifies her as Leo-class soldier Shizuka, solidifying her position. A hand grips a smartphone, displaying a news headline. Miss Rindu warns of declining soldier quality. A frustrated hiss escapes the unseen individual, clearly annoyed by the report. The annoyed individual is revealed as Hakura Cookie, an Eagle-class soldier who scoffs at the news, questioning Rindu's lectures and her perceived authority. Who does she think she is? Kono Hisashi, the factory site supervisor, attempts to placate Hakura Cookie, reminding him of Rindu's influential position with a nervous smile, trying to de-escalate the tension. Hakura Cookie's hand ignites with a brilliant golden energy, a powerful aura manifesting from his palm. The raw power pulses, illuminating the area with a fierce glow. Kono Hisashi's eyes widen in sheer surprise and alarm, a single, bewildered H escaping his lips as he witnesses Hakura Cookie's sudden display of power. Hakura Cookie stands, a blade of golden energy extending from his arm, as he challenges Kono Hisashi, asking what position? Kono Hisashi, terrified, lets out a panicked "A." With a chilling red glow in his eye, Hakura Cookie dismisses Rindu's importance, stating she's just a woman who survived the first Shinjuku incident, clearly unimpressed by her status. Kono Hisashi, visibly shaking, stammers out a desperate plea, asking Hakura Cookie to please put away your unique weapon, as the golden energy still flickers menacingly near his face. Hakura Cookie simply lets out a disdainful HMH as the golden energy dissipates, leaving Kono Hisashi cowering on the floor, clearly intimidated by the display. Kono Hisashi quickly shifts focus, pointing to the smoothly running merchandise production line, trying to demonstrate efficiency and calm the volatile Hakura Cookie. He proudly showcases boxes filled with popular Hakura-branded merchandise, including plushies and apparel, boasting that it's popular and well-received thanks to the model. Hakura Cookie, with a smirk, agrees to increase production lines if sales are good. Kono Hisashi nervously adds that needs more manpower, expressing his concern about the increased demand. As Hakura Cookie strides past, Kono Hisashi bows deeply, his voice filled with urgency as he apologizes, sorry, clearly trying to appease his superior. Suddenly, Yugo bursts onto the scene, a field worker, his face etched with surprise as he exclaims, "I'm late." His unexpected arrival creates an immediate stir. Kono Hisashi immediately turns his anger on Yugo, yelling, "Yugo, it's Mr. Hakura's day. This is ridiculous. You're late." Yugo quickly tries to apologize, but Kono Hisashi cuts him off, ordering him to stop apologizing and get to work. A white-haired colleague, observing Yugo, questions if the new hire is even a full-time employee, remarking that he's incredibly difficult to work with. Colleague continues to list Yugo's perceived shortcomings, describing him as slow, constantly zoning out at his job, unsociable during breaks, and perpetually sleep-deprived. Hanmura cheerfully informs Yugo she'll be working right beside him, greeting him with a bright good morning, to which Yugo tiredly acknowledges. An unseen voice warns Yugo that continued tardiness will result in a pay cut, prompting Yugo to internally lament his inability to pay rent and promise to be more careful. Hanmura expresses her concern directly to Yugo, telling him he looks absolutely terrible today. Hanmura gently asks Yugo if he's sleeping properly, to which he vaguely replies, well, sort of, avoiding direct eye contact. A sharp slash echoes as a box cutter slices through a gloved hand, drawing a crimson line of blood. Hanmura cries out, "Ow!" in pain, clutching her injured hand, as Yugo looks on with a startled expression. Hanmura winces, realizing she cut her finger right through the glove, a small drop of blood visible on the white fabric. Yugo, with a concerned expression, reaches out to Hanmura's shoulder, apologizing and offering to stop the bleeding. Yugo extends a band-aid to Hanmura, specifying it's the kind that prevents blood from seeping through. Hanmura looks surprised by Yugo's preparedness, then stutters a grateful "thanks." Hanmura asks Yugo if he always carries such items, to which he replies, looking down, out of habit. As Yugo works, a colleague observes that his defining trait might be how he reacts to others' injuries, concluding with a slight scoff that he's a do-gooder. As Yugo walks away from work under the setting sun, a colleague's voice calls out, remarking that Yugo is the type who makes good money, then calling his name. Yugo turns to see Kono Hisashi, a man with a wide, insistent grin, having clearly caught up to him. Kono Hisashi, surrounded by other colleagues, extends an invitation to Yugo, urging him to join the department for drinks. Kono Hisashi grabs Yugo's shoulder, jokingly accusing him of trying to run away, while Yugo attempts to excuse himself by mentioning his distant home, only for Kono Hisashi to dismiss his concerns about the last train. Yugo sits at the lively bar, his thoughts consumed by the need to find an escape route midway through the evening to avoid missing his last train home. Hanmura laughs beside Yugo, remarking on the strong smell of smoke permeating the establishment. Kono Hisashi leans in, a playful smirk on his face, teasing Yugo about whether their chit-chat is enjoyable for him. Kono Hisashi, exhaling smoke, continues to prod Yugo, asking if this is his first time out drinking and if he rarely leaves the house outside of work. Kono Hisashi's smirk widens as he labels Yugo as more than just introverted, suggesting he's closer to a half-hikikomori. Hanmura interjects, telling Kono Hisashi not to be so sudden, while another colleague nervously agrees that the description might be fitting. Kono Hisashi continues, questioning if Yugo's reclusiveness stems from social anxiety. Kono Hisashi's voice cuts through the air, asking if Yugo's fear is rooted in demonization, a question that visibly strikes Yugo with profound shock and horror. Kono Hisashi grins, realizing he's hit a nerve, while another colleague expresses surprise. Kono Hisashi then dismisses Yugo's fear, stating that as long as he avoids designated zones, everything will be fine. Kono Hisashi's dismissive voice calls Yugo a scaredy cat. As Yugo's face falls into shadow, his fear evident, while Hanmura watches with a worried expression. Hanmura confronts Kono Hisashi, reminding him that everyone is different and admitting her own fear of demonization, then questions his insensitivity, suggesting Yugo might know someone who is affected. Hanmura takes Yugo's hand with a determined grip, telling him to ignore the tactless remarks and suggesting they go play darts instead. A man with spiky hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips asks if Yugo has ever played darts, perhaps in VR. Hanmura enthusiastically agrees, declaring she's quite skilled at 0-1, while Yugo stands beside her, observing. Yugo's eyes narrow, his gaze sharply fixed on something unseen, a sudden tension gripping him. Suddenly, a red dart-like projectile streaks through the air with deadly speed, forcing Yugo to instinctively pull Hanmura out of its path. Hanmura, startled, lets out a gasp as she sees the dart lying on the ground, having narrowly missed them. Yugo stands protectively in front of her. The spiky-haired man smirks, letting out a mocking "heh" at the near miss. The two men erupt in boisterous laughter, with one jeering about Yugo getting shot and sarcastically pointing out the dart's rounded tip. Yugo remains vigilant, shielding Hanmura from their taunts. Taunting thought mocks Yugo for trying too hard to impress Hanmura. Yugo, looking downcast, mutters an apology. Hanmura, confused, questions his remorse, prompting Yugo to explain that even a rounded dart could be dangerous if it struck her eye. Yugo's expression darkens with self-reproach, chastising himself for showing such a pathetic display to Hanmura. An unnamed man, carrying a seemingly intoxicated Kono, urges Yugo to drink, expressing concern that he'll overthink things while sober. Hanmura calls out to Kono. Hanmura gasps in surprise, exclaiming her exasperation as a creaking sound draws her attention to a mysterious figure descending the stairs. The appearance of a large clown-like figure startles the patrons. One wonders if it's a replacement staff member, while another questions if a clown was ever part of the cast. A blinding flash of fiery red energy erupts, followed by a spray of blood as the clown stands, its weapon aimed forward. A severed arm, gushing blood, tumbles through the air, hitting the ground with a sickening splat. The clown's face is now splattered with blood, its eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light, revealing a terrifying transformation. Spiky-haired man stares blankly, uttering a confused "huh" as he slowly realizes his arm has been violently severed. Horror dawns on the spiky-haired man's face, his eyes wide with terror as he gazes at his mangled, bloody arm. The spiky-haired man collapses to the ground, screaming in agony about his lost arm, while the sinister clown points menacingly at him. Clown's monstrous grin widens, as if echoing the victim's scream, repeating "my arm," in a chilling, distorted voice. Panic erupts as people scream and flee in terror, explosions rocking the ground around them. Another man cries out in pain as an explosion strikes him, while Hanmura urgently warns someone named Fushimi to run. Yugo sprints forward, Hanmura close behind him, both desperately trying to escape the escalating chaos. Nearby building glows with an ominous, blinding light radiating immense power. One of the terrified men stares up at the intensely glowing building, paralyzed by fear. Yugo and Hanmura look on with horror as the armless man lets out a choked sound of terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yugo and Hanmura's faces are etched with profound horror, their eyes reflecting the unspeakable events unfolding around them. The scene transforms into utter carnage. Bodies litter the ground, and grotesque, giant stuffed animal monsters rampage through the destroyed cityscape. A colossal, terrifying monster looms over the devastated city, its massive form casting an ominous shadow as tiny figures flee in desperation below. The city trembles under the monster's shadow as a desperate cry of "No!" echoes through the devastation, reflecting the terror etched on Yugo's face and Hanmura's shock. Yugo, eyes wide with horror, screams "Stop it," as the chaos intensifies around him and Hanmura. The ravaged city stretches endlessly under a blood-red sky as a terrified survivor wails, "Soldiers, we got caught up in it again. Why wasn't this place supposed to be in the restricted outbreak zone?" The man's desperate plea rips through the air, "Soldier, come out, help me," even as Yugo desperately flees with an injured Jupi, leaving Hanmura on the ground. Cataclysmic surge of crimson energy erupts, heralded by a terrifying chant, "Demonization," as shadowy entities rise from the ground. Hanmura gazes at Yugo in shock, uttering "Fushimi." As Yugo clutches his head, a silent question echoing in his mind. Why? Why always? Yugo thinks, as desperate pleas of "Help me, help me," fill the air. The menacing red monster, holding a scythe, addresses the terrified survivors. "Listen up, you people. Do you have any desire to survive?" Driven by a surge of rage, the man charges forward with a makeshift weapon, roaring, "You bastard!" The man unleashes a furious assault, crying out, "Die! Just die already! Die!" as his crude weapon connects with the red monster, causing a crimson spray. Despite the attack, the red monster grins maniacally, blood dripping from its face, and gives a chilling thumbs up, taunting, "Nice! Keep it up!" With a casual flick, the red monster snaps the man's weapon, eliciting a desperate "Wah" from him as Yugo watches in shock from a distance. The horrified man realizes the futility of their struggle, exclaiming, "This is bad. It's not alive. That thing doesn't feel pain," as Goosey groans, injured on the ground. As panic sets in, the man turns to flee, desperately crying, "Wait, don't leave me behind." His eyes widen in pure terror, reflecting the horrifying reality of his desperate situation. The red monster stands triumphantly over the injured Goosey, who cries out in agony, "Stop. It hurts. I said, it hurts." The red monster leans in, a chilling smile on its bloodied face, stating, "Sorry, I don't understand pain." Suddenly, a hand reaches out, extending towards the horror, a silent declaration of intervention. Yugo's hand clamps down on the red monster's arm, his voice firm and resolute, "Stop it." Hanmura and the other survivor turn back, their faces etched with shock and disbelief at Yugo's sudden intervention. A single tear streaks down the man's face, his expression a mix of shock and dawning hope. Yugo holds the red monster's arm firmly, his gaze unwavering as he reminds the entity, "He said it hurts." The red monster narrows its eyes, a flicker of intrigue crossing its face. "You've got guts, huh?" It muses, then adds ominously, "But..." The red monster retaliates instantly, unleashing a blinding yellow energy blade and declaring, "That's where you're wrong." In a shocking display of speed, a severed hand, still dripping crimson energy, tumbles through the air. Yugo, now empowered with a blazing red blade, has decisively countered, severing the red monster's hand in a single, swift strike. Yugo's eyes burn with cold resolve as he stares down the red monster, his voice a low growl, "You should know what this is." The red monster, reeling from the loss of its hand, stumbles back, a bewildered "huh?" escaping its lips, then a dawning realization, "You're also..." A wave of confusion washes over the red monster as it mutters, "What is this?" Its single visible eye widens in alarm as a terrifying realization dawns. What is this sensation? Panic overtakes the red monster as it whimpers, "I don't want this, I don't know." The red monster's panic intensifies, its form twisting as it cries out, "I don't know." Its monstrous face contorts in a horrific scream, Triple H, as the red energy surges around it. Yugo descends with lethal speed, his eyes burning crimson as he prepares to strike with his glowing red blade. Yugo effortlessly deflects the red monster's wild attack, remarking on its erratic aim. A system prompt identifies his weapon, unique weapon, shape of pain. The surge of red energy, Yugo's blade undergoes a rapid transform sequence, extending into a formidable weapon. Yugo stands resolute, his transformed red blade aimed forward as he declares, "I'll make you feel the pain of being stabbed." Behind him, the menacing silhouette of the red monster's true form looms. Yugo swiftly evades the red monster's strike, observing, "It's always like this, isn't it, you?" Yugo's expression hardens as he continues, "Laugh while killing people." With a devastating swing, Yugo's blade cleaves into the red monster, unleashing a powerful weapon bestowed effect that erupts in a crimson explosion. The red monster's clown-like face screams in agony as red energy courses through it, confirming the pain perception bestowed effect. Yugo stands firm amidst the dissipating energy, delivering a final taunt, "But you can't take your own pain." Yugo wipes a streak of blood from his face, his grip still firm on the glowing red blade, a testament to the brutal fight. In a stark flashback, two figures watch a man walk away, one calling out, "Fushimi?" The other demands, "You, what the hell is that knife?" The man, his back to the viewer, continues to walk away, his silhouette stark against the crimson backdrop. Chilling narration recounts, 8 years ago, in Tokyo, the first ever demonization happened. Centered around the Shinjuku ward, approximately 320,000 people were affected. The survivors were just 8. Amidst the desolate ruins, a young Yugo sits, his face etched with trauma, as the red-tinged landscape tells a story of destruction. Young Yugo stares up in terror at the grotesque, multi-eyed monsters surrounding him. As the narration states, one of them was... A close-up reveals young Yugo's bloodied face, a metal rod clenched between his teeth, highlighting the raw pain and fear of the moment. Young Yugo, his face still streaked with blood, stares out with traumatized eyes, the narration revealing he was a 12-year-old boy. Narration identifies him as first survivor, Fushimi Yugo. As the adult Yugo, holding his blade, muses, "My survival reward was what just happened." The scene shifts to a blur of speed as a motorcycle will spins furiously, leaving streaks of red energy in its wake. A figure clad in a helmet speeds down a neon-lit road on a motorcycle, a green trail of energy marking their rapid passage. External voice asks, "Rindu, where are you now?" The rider responds, "I just entered Niigata. I don't need a chopper. I'll get there faster on road." The caller conveys, "I see. The demonization scale is B-class, but there aren't many soldiers on the ground. Sorry, but jump in as soon as you get there." The rider responds with fierce resolve, "I would have ignored any standby order." The caller remarks, "Well, you're more fired up than usual, huh?" To which the rider simply replies, "Yeah." The glowing phone screen reveals a list titled "Victims to Rescue," with names partially visible. The phone displays images of Yugo and Hanmura, and the rider declares with urgency, "I want to get to him." The atmosphere crackles with a dangerous red energy as Yugo stands isolated in the distance, while his allies struggle closer to the foreground, surrounded by the ominous crimson glow. One of the allies, looking worried, questions their last reward. "The last time's reward is a unique weapon, right? A soldier's." Another ally, kneeling in distress, stammers in shock, asking, "Why do you have such a thing?" Hanmura screams a desperate warning, "Fushimi, behind you," with terror etched across her face. From the swirling red haze, a terrifying ensemble of grotesque clown-like figures and shadowy beasts with glowing red eyes materializes, closing in on Yugo. The kneeling ally cries out in terror, "H!" as a swift, unseen attack narrowly misses him, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Yugo, his face contorted with urgency, forcefully pulls the kneeling ally to his feet, shouting, "Get up, Kono! Do you want to die?" Yugo points towards a distant mixed-use building, commanding his ally to take refuge there amidst the chaos. "Go to that mixed-use building." Yugo sprints through the crimson-tinged streets, a flash of red energy streaking past as he glances back with a resolute expression, a sudden realization hitting him. A piercing red blade impales one of Yugo's allies, who cries out in agony, "Hurts!" as blood splatters across the air, while Yugo battles a monstrous shadow creature below. Grotesque clown-like monster, its face twisted into a malevolent grin, clutches a dark, spear-like weapon, radiating ominous purple energy. Yugo shouts "Motomi" as his ally is violently flung backward by a powerful, dark spear attack, letting out a pained scream of "A's." Yugo's eyes burn with fierce determination as he realizes the monster, a shadowy figure wielding a spear, is rapidly closing in on their fleeing ally, exclaiming, "He can reach us." Yugo's face contorts in a pained memory, a thump echoing his racing heart as he recalls forgotten, difficult days. I remember those days. Vivid flashback shows a younger Yugo impaled by a crimson energy spear, blood dramatically spraying from the wound. Yugo's face twists with a mixture of agony and resolve as he activates a powerful skill, declaring, "This is it." Shape of pain, transform, as raw red energy surges around him. Yugo, now armed with a formidable red spear, launches himself into a powerful airborne assault, targeting the clown-like monster while his ally lies defeated below. Yugo's hand glows with intense red energy as he unleashes a devastating counterattack, declaring the pain of being speared. A blinding explosion of white and red energy erupts, engulfing the area in a powerful, destructive force. The clown-like monster is violently thrown backward, screaming as it's consumed by the red energy trails of Yugo's attack. Yugo, brandishing his red weapon, urgently commands his allies, "Run! You can still make it," as they flee through a doorway. Two of Yugo's allies sprint away in sheer terror, glancing back at the ongoing battle where Yugo continues to confront the threat. A foot slams against the ground, the impact emphasized by speed lines, indicating rapid movement or a sudden stop. Trapped before a glowing red door, one of Yugo's allies grimly questions their predicament. "Oh, aren't we trapped like rats in a bag?" Yugo glares with fierce intensity, silencing his ally with a sharp "shut up" as the monstrous shadow of an enemy looms menacingly behind the glowing red door. In the dimly lit hallway, two grotesque clown-like monsters, one with menacing claws, stand guard, their presence marked by an eerie, drawn-out sound. A close-up reveals the chilling, sinister smile of a clown-like monster, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Yugo cautiously peeks through a cracked door, his expression grim as his worried allies huddle behind him. A clawed, monstrous foot steps firmly onto the floor, signaling the imminent entry of a new threat. From the shadows, a grotesque, horned creature with long, wicked claws emerges, its presence further solidifying the new threat's arrival. A massive, elephantine monster with a smaller, red-clad figure on its back looms in the background, a silent testament to the danger. A female survivor, looking bewildered, questions if the monsters are truly giving up. Yugo, his expression grim, internally ponders why they would retreat just because they sought refuge in a building. Yugo, his eyes sharp with strategic thought, deduces that killing them in such a direct manner would be inefficient for the monster's objectives. As the monstrous figures, including the clown-like and elephantine creatures, remain outside, Yugo theorizes their goal is to maximize kills in the shortest time. He suspects they might deliberately delay the demonization process, but for a sinister purpose. Yugo concludes that this calculated delay is merely a tactic to stir up widespread panic, making it easier for the monsters to slaughter their prey. Yugo continues his analysis, reasoning that even if pushed inside, survivors would simply escape to upper floors. Chasing them would be too troublesome and wasteful for the monsters, leading them to abandon the building and seek easier prey elsewhere. Female survivor from earlier seems to grasp Yugo's logic, realizing that avoiding the large building was a deliberate strategy. Yugo confirms her understanding, explaining that fewer prey inside makes it harder for the monsters to justify their presence. A male survivor, looking bewildered, silently questions if Yugo truly thought so far ahead amidst such a chaotic situation. The female survivor gasps, seeing the male survivor's wound, asking if he is okay and pointing out his injury. The injured man, startled, acknowledges the wound. The injured male survivor stares at his bleeding arm in shock, exclaiming about it. Yugo, holding his glowing red blade, calmly reassures him that the bleeding should have stopped. The injured male survivor looks at his arm, noting that demonization prevents easy death, prolonging their suffering. Another male survivor, clutching his chest in pain, elaborates that even severely hurt, they cannot die easily. This cruel process only prolongs their struggle and suffering. Yugo gazes out a window, observing the unnaturally bright night. He explains that this peculiar design is inherent to their current location. Yugo offers a bottle of strong painkillers to the injured male survivor, revealing he always carries them, considering them more reliable than a mere charm. Yugo looks directly at the injured man, encouraging him not to give up, promising that if he survives, a bonus reward will heal his wounds. Injured male survivor holds the bottle of painkillers, his expression a mix of surprise and contemplation. The injured male survivor looks at Yugo, bewildered, questioning why he would go to such lengths to protect him and offer medicine. Facing away from the group, Yugo listens as the injured male survivor asks if there's any reason for such selfless actions. Yugo, with a resolute side profile, declares that if they don't help each other, everyone will inevitably die. The male survivor in the suit, looking distressed, voices his uncertainty about what they should do next, while the injured man watches anxiously. Yugo's eye narrows with intense focus as he commands everyone to listen carefully. Female survivor looks up, startled, as Yugo begins to lay out his plan, the urgency of his words conveyed by the surrounding speed lines. Yugo asserts that merely staying alive or barricading themselves inside will not lead to survival. The male survivor in the suit looks out into the eerie, red-lit demon world as Yugo instructs them to pull themselves together and prepare for the next challenge, reminding them that enemies and weapons spawn equally. Injured male survivor reaches towards a desk as Yugo explains that if they search the building, they will find weapons, noting a pattern in their spawning in closed storage spaces like lockers or drawers. The female survivor looks determined as Yugo instructs them that once armed, they must head into the field and take down as many enemies as possible to earn experience points. A system box displays a rifle bolt action as Yugo emphasizes this is the golden rule for later stages, warning that enemies will only grow stronger. Two male survivors stand with their newly acquired weapons, a handgun and a shotgun, as Yugo explains that enemy types and behavior patterns will change, necessitating an increase in firepower to keep winning. The injured male survivor holds a handgun, displayed with a handgun system box, as Yugo adds that they also need to increase their numbers along the way. Yugo strides forward with a determined posture, declaring that they need to hunt enemies while continuing their strategic push. Their strategic push begins as Yugo observes his allies, armed and ready, preparing to join forces with other survivors they hope to find within the chaotic city. Yugo, gripping his glowing red blade, declares his unwavering resolve for collective survival, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he leads the charge. From their elevated position, Yugo and his group gaze down at the streets below, which are overrun by a grotesque horde of clown-like figures, their numbers swarming in a crimson haze. A female ally, Kono, notes the overwhelming numbers, exclaiming they are swarming like crazy, but Yugo quickly corrects her, explaining that the enemies surprisingly miss them, instead running into a nearby building. Yugo then bites his arm, activating his unique ability, musing that their high ground is a stroke of luck. He plans to link up with survivors inside the building to prepare for the challenge and earn a massive amount of experience points. With a predatory gleam, Yugo declares his intention to attack and scare the horde, setting the stage for their coordinated assault. He instructs Kono that when he gives the signal, she and Hamura, another ally, are to open fire from their current position, providing cover fire. Lo, Hidaka, and Motomi, two other allies, prepare their weapons. Yugo's voice echoes, instructing them to attack simultaneously from the first-floor windows, acknowledging the higher risk but emphasizing the need to prevent the monsters from storming in. Hidaka confirms with a sharp, "Got it!" Yugo, with his red blade pulsing, positions himself by a window, Kono ready behind him. As they prepare for the imminent attack, the air thick with tension. Kono looks at Yugo with concern, asking if he's okay and if he's pushing himself too hard, addressing him by the alias Fushimi. Yugo offers a reassuring smile, stating he's fine and accustomed to the pressure, his confidence unwavering despite the grim situation. Below, the horde of clown monsters continues to swarm, and Yugo's internal thoughts acknowledge their overwhelming numbers, realizing that conventional attacks with knives simply won't suffice. His grip tightens on his glowing red blade as Yugo's thoughts crystallize. He needs to expand the scope of his attack, delivering a wider, more devastating blow. A chilling close-up of a clown monster reveals Yugo's understanding of his foes. Their essence has become pain, rendering them immune to fear or hesitation. They possess pure HP and will fight until it hits zero. Yugo's brow furrows in thought, acknowledging that fighting them head-on is frustrating due to their resilience, but his unique vessel of pain offers a different approach to counter them. As a monstrous red monster looms in his mind's eye, Yugo realizes that despite their fearlessness, their nature is close to living things, meaning vulnerable points will still manifest on their bodies. His internal monologue pinpoints the critical weaknesses. The neck, heart, and head. Strikes targeting these vital areas can result in instant kills, shifting the tide of battle. Yugo's expression hardens, his thoughts turning to a decisive move. He intends to follow up with an all-out assault, a final, overwhelming push. His internal monologue concludes, a sense of grim finality in his words, as he prepares to unleash his full power. Yugo's hand glows with crimson energy as he activates his skill, Shape of Pain, Transform. A dark, viscous energy erupts from his arm, a power he'd rather not remember. Leaping from the building, Yugo unleashes a torrent of dark, crimson energy, a devastating wave of power raining down on the unsuspecting horde below. Clown monsters look up in terror as a deadly acid rain of red energy begins to fall, signaling the start of Yugo's brutal assault. The monsters are engulfed in the crimson downpour, screaming in agony as the pain of being struck washes over them, their forms contorting under the brutal attack. Chaos erupts among the horde as the acid rain continues its onslaught, their pained cries of Jaya and ROR echoing through the ruined streets. A system notification flashes, confirming that a pain debuff is on the entire group. The monsters are now vulnerable, their resilience shattered by Yugo's attack. Mid-leap, Yugo unleashes a powerful shout. Now! The signal is given, and the coordinated assault begins. Hidaka and Motomi spring into action, aiming their firearms with deadly precision, ready to unleash a barrage of bullets on the debuffed enemies. From above, Kono swiftly takes aim with her rifle, her gaze locked on the vulnerable targets, prepared to provide crucial covering fire as commanded. Explosions erupt across the street as the combined firepower of Yugo's allies rains down, tearing through the weakened clown monsters with brutal efficiency. A clown monster screams in agony as a powerful red energy blast, likely from Yugo's transformed attack, pierces through it, sealing its fate. The red energy blast tears through the clown monster, but Yugo is already in motion, a blur of deadly strikes against the remaining grotesque foes. His blade flashes, dispatching another creature with brutal efficiency. Yugo's eyes burn with fierce determination, his arms still radiating the crimson power of his transformation. More clown monsters, armed with wicked weapons, close in, but he stands ready. With a guttural roar, Yugo unleashes a powerful command, his voice echoing through the chaos. He urges everyone to push forward, to never yield. His allies respond, two figures unleashing a barrage of fire. Muzzle flashes erupt, adding to the explosive intensity of the battle, their faces grim with effort. Hanmura, with a focused intensity, fires her weapon, shell casings ejecting rapidly as she pours lead into the advancing horde, her aim precise and deadly. One of the male allies grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he continues to fight, bathed in the golden glow of the ongoing skirmish. Yugo charges forward, his glowing red blade extended, a crimson streak of vengeance cutting through the air. The remaining clown monsters are caught in his relentless assault. He unleashes a flurry of powerful strikes, his blade impacting two more red monsters, sending shockwaves of red energy through the air as they reel from the force. The crimson blade pulses with raw power, its edge shimmering with destructive energy as Yugo prepares for the next decisive blow. A red monster, its clown face contorted into a grotesque snarl, lunges directly at Yugo, claws extended, attempting a desperate counterattack. Yugo narrowly dodges, his eyes wide with surprise as splintered debris from the environment flies past his face, a testament to the monster's ferocity. From above, Hanmura shouts in fury, aiming her shotgun with deadly intent at the charging creature, ready to unleash another devastating volley. Her shot detonates with a blinding flash of light and energy, engulfing the red monster in a massive explosion, effectively neutralizing the immediate threat. Yugo turns, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he commends Hanmura on her impressive shot, the defeated clown monster now a distant, airborne silhouette. Hanmura beams with pride, exclaiming that her extensive gaming practice, especially in first-person shooters, has paid off. Yugo internally notes her diverse gaming interests. The red monster finally defeated, Yugo stands victorious over its prone form, his glowing red blade still clutched in hand. The battle concluded under the reddish sky. His male ally and Hanmura look down in astonishment, the ally questioning if the defeated monster has dropped an item, a common occurrence in their world. Indeed, from the monster's remains, a brilliant golden cube materializes, glowing with ethereal light. The ally expresses disbelief at the unexpected and valuable find. Yugo turns to Hanmura with a knowing smile, congratulating her on her incredible luck, confirming that the golden cube is, in fact, a rare drop. The system interface confirms the item's rarity with a mere 3% drop rate, highlighting the difficulty of acquiring such a valuable item so early. Its details remain a mystery. Yugo, explaining the significance of the golden rare drop, encourages Hanmura to open it, eager to see what hidden treasure it holds. Hanmura reaches out, her fingers gently touching the glowing cube as it begins to unfold, revealing its contents amidst shimmering golden particles. Her eyes widen in utter surprise as she processes what has emerged from the rare drop, exclaiming in disbelief that it's a kitten. Indeed, a tiny, adorable kitten with bright yellow eyes sits atop the opened golden cube, letting out a soft meow as Hanmura reaches out to it. Hanmura, confused by its sudden disappearance upon touch, questions Yugo. He calmly explains that it was automatically stored in her item pouch and can be summoned anytime she imagines it. Hanmura, still processing Yugo's explanation about the item pouch, looks at him with a mix of confusion and concern. Yugo, however, remains focused, his gaze sharp as he surveys their surroundings. Yugo then declares their immediate objective, to locate and rendezvous with other survivors. A group of grateful survivors thanks Yugo, exclaiming their immense relief that he truly saved them from their dire situation. An elderly survivor explains that the building was a care home, revealing their despair as they believed it was truly over. Yugo reassures them, expressing his relief that they made it in time. Henmura reacts with surprise, her eyes wide as she realizes a care home was also located here, while a mysterious figure looms in the background. A massive boot steps into view as an unseen individual expresses surprise at Yugo and Henmura's impressive resilience. A new character appears, a confident smirk on his face, exclaiming, "This is great." Two male survivors react with astonished recognition, exclaiming, "Tagura?" The newly arrived character greets someone named Kano and apologizes for his late arrival, explaining he was delayed by fighting elsewhere. Panic grips the survivors as one man frantically calls out to the newly arrived character, confessing his fear and desperation for reassurance that they will survive. Henmura expresses relief, believing they can finally relax now that the soldier has arrived. Yugo, however, remains silent, his expression unreadable. Yugo's internal monologue sharply states, "That's a lie." Yugo's thoughts reveal his suspicion. The newly arrived character's presence suggests he observed enemies swarming the building and chose to hide, merely watching the situation unfold. Yugo internally acknowledges that revealing his suspicions would only heighten the survivor's anxiety, deciding to keep it to himself for now. Yugo puts on a reassuring smile, addressing the newly arrived character as a lifesaver and a soldier. Yugo, maintaining his composure, suggests to the newly arrived character that they discuss their future plans. Suddenly, a powerful impact sends debris flying, forcing Yugo and the newly arrived character to react instantly to the unforeseen assault. A monstrous, multi-eyed creature suddenly manifests, prompting the newly arrived character to curse and dismiss it as a newbie. Henmura raises her gun, shouting in alarm, while Yugo's hand glows with red energy, internally questioning how the monster spawned without a sound. Bullets spark harmlessly off the monster's thick hide, impacting its multiple eyes without effect. Henmura cries out in disbelief as her bullets fail to penetrate the creature, realizing it's a defense-specialized enemy. Yugo, now wielding a glowing red blade, instructs her to aim for its upper weak points. Yugo clutches his glowing red blade, a determined resolve in his eyes as he mentally prepares to eliminate the largest threat with a single, decisive strike, his body enveloped in crimson energy. A surge of raw power racks Yugo's body, causing him to gasp in agony as he clutches his chest, the red energy around him intensifying. Yugo's thoughts reveal his limitation. He cannot unleash a full power attack immediately, but he can at least apply a painful debuff to the enemy. Yugo's debuff skill, the pain of being stabbed by a spear, activates, causing two clown-like figures on the monster to bleed and writhe in agony. A panicked survivor pleads with the newly arrived character for assistance, only to be met with a harsh rebuke as he, generating light from his hand, snaps at them to be silent. The newly arrived character charges forward, his glowing sword striking the monster, causing it to reel from the impact. Henmura stares in wide-eyed shock as Yugo sprints past her, his red blade ready for action. Gusi, the elderly man, aims his rifle and observes the monster, noting with surprise that it flinched from the attack. Gusi, his rifle still aimed, confirms the monster truly flinched. He then shouts a firm command to keep pushing forward, his face etched with grim determination. Red monster's colossal eye widens in a mixture of pain and shock, red energy streaking across its monstrous form as it recoils. Seizing the critical opening, Yugo plunges his glowing red blade directly towards the red monster's vulnerable eye, aiming for a decisive strike. The crimson blade pierces deep into the red monster's eye, eliciting a violent spray of dark blood and raw energy as the attack connects with devastating force. Colossal red monster roars in excruciating agony, its immense form crashing down and pulverizing the ground, sending Yugo recoiling from the violent impact. Henmura expresses her gratitude to Gusi, marveling at his impressive gun skills. Gusi, in turn, commends her abilities and clarifies, "My name is Gobel." Yugo's gaze sharpens as he counts the remaining threats, realizing 4 other enemies are still active. He wonders if they can eliminate them while the larger monster is still incapacitated. Yugo shouts a decisive command, instructing the Tagura soldier to leave 2 of the remaining enemies to him. Yuppie, initially surprised by Yugo's bold claim, quickly grins, confidently declaring that taking on 2 enemies will be a piece of cake. Yugo deftly evades a swift claw attack from one of the lion-like monsters, his red blade ready as he prepares to counter the immediate threat. Yugo grits his teeth, a guttural sound escaping him as he channels his strength, his grip tightening on the glowing red blade. Yugo's red blade pulses with raw power, signifying the activation of a skill that hints at Pain's transformation. The red blade undergoes a fierce transformation, elongating into a formidable weapon as Yugo unleashes a powerful aerial strike against a monster. Yugo now wields a formidable greatsword, radiating an intense crimson aura as he prepares to engage the remaining monsters with his transformed weapon. Yugo executes a wide, devastating sweep with his greatsword, its crimson edge tearing through the air and inflicting immense pain upon the monsters. Yugo descends with focused intensity, his eyes locked on his targets as he moves with blinding speed amidst the red-tinged battlefield. A massive red monster remains pinned and writhing in pain as Yugo strategizes how to exploit its vulnerable position. Yugo launches himself into the air, now wielding a dark rod, preparing to strike the incapacitated red monster from above. Yugo brings the dark rod down with tremendous force, its tip glowing ominously as it delivers a concentrated, devastating blow. Yugo's face contorts in intense effort, realizing the immense difficulty of his attack. He questions whether his current strike will be enough to shatter the monster's defenses. Yugo, still straining with his attack, glances back and urgently calls out, warning of approaching reinforcements. Yugo's eyes widen in shock and concern, reflecting the sudden realization of the approaching reinforcements. Jupi leaps into action, striking a lion-like monster with a brilliant yellow energy blade, showcasing his own combat prowess. A confident laugh echoes through the chaotic battlefield. Jupi maintains his confident stance, remarking with a smirk that his performance is not bad. Jupi unleashes a powerful burst of golden lightning, shouting in exertion as the electric energy engulfs and strikes down multiple monsters. One of the lion-like monsters reels from the impact, a small, sharp projectile striking it with a crackling sound effect. The newly arrived reinforcements exclaim in awe, recognizing the formidable Thunder Calamity Blade and its superior sharpness, noting that even the enemies are terrified. As a voice cheers him on, Jupi flashes a confident smirk, his eyes glinting, and assures them to leave the fight to him. Yugo, still atop the fallen red monster, observes the unfolding battle, his thoughts turning to Jupi's unexpected display of power. Yugo's thoughts race, realizing the bold fight he just witnessed was merely a pretense. He notes the lunge was shallow, not meant to inflict serious damage. The electric shock delivered by Jupi was light, merely a tactic to momentarily halt the monster's advance. Yugo concludes that Jupi holds no intention of defeating the enemy outright. Yugo's disbelief grows, questioning how Jupi could have attained the prestigious Black Eagle rank with such a hesitant fighting style. Yugo internally laments the state of soldiers, while Jupi, despite his earlier hesitation, defiantly declares the monster's toughness. Jupi attempts to explain that he can still escalate his power, but Yugo cuts him off, stating bluntly that Jupi is merely in the way. Yugo, asserting his dominance, dismisses Jupi, telling him to dance somewhere else as Gusi holds Jupi back. Jupi's eye glows with a fierce purple light, a testament to his suppressed power and frustration. Red monster's glowing eye surveys the scene, its thoughts calculating that only 3 true warriors remain to face it. The red monster's internal monologue continues, identifying Yugo, who stands ready, as one of the 3 warriors. It then mentions the young one on the elephant, referring to Jupi. Finally, the red monster identifies the young lady in the back, Hanmura, as the 3rd warrior, completing its assessment of the threats. Jupi observes the smaller monsters, a grim thought crossing his mind that everyone else seems to have forgotten how to live, a sentiment that brings back old memories. The air crackles with latent energy as the battle intensifies, a crimson blur signaling swift, decisive action. The 2 dog-like monsters charge forward relentlessly, their forms ablaze with crackling red energy, unfazed by any resistance. Gusi observes the charging monsters, noting their lack of flinching, unlike the larger red monster. He realizes the critical difference. A pain debuff has not been applied to these smaller entities. Gusi explains that these creatures are inherently immune to pain, a revelation that leaves Yugo somewhat confused, asking about the debuff and admitting he doesn't fully understand. Gusi, with a casual dismissal, decides to move past the technicalities of debuffs and focuses on the immediate threat, stepping forward. Yugo commands Gusi to switch positions, while Gusi, with a reassuring tone, tells Yugo to get down, asserting that he can handle the situation. Gusi, now atop the red monster, asserts his position, declaring that he will take care of this side of the battle. Mura cries out in alarm, deeming Gusi's actions reckless as he confronts the threat. Gusi, with a hint of challenge, turns to Yugo, asking if he knows how to tame an elephant, perhaps referring to the red monster itself. Suddenly, a crimson system box materializes in the air, announcing the arrival of a new quest to the stunned group of Jupi, Gusi, and Hanmura. The quest details unfold. The team must engage in combat preparations within 900 seconds and defeat a designated enemy, the ringmaster, at the circus performance in the field center, though the enemy's full details remain unknown. Yugo observes the system panels, his expression grim as he acknowledges the arrival of the quest. Himura interprets the quest as a boss battle, noting that the system's image isn't wrong, but emphasizing the dire reality. There are no continues, no retries in this fight. Two elderly women scold Gusi, admonishing him for his reckless behavior and questioning his age-appropriate actions. An elderly woman urges them to retreat inside the building, but Gusi dismisses her, declaring that the true battle begins now, then turns to Yugo for confirmation. Yugo, with a slight smile, extends his hand and introduces himself as Fushimi Yugo, then politely asks for the other's name. Gusi returns the gesture, introducing himself as Miroto Gobiai, then humbly, almost self-deprecatingly, adds that he is a worthless old man and a failed bear hunter. A flustered Hanmura introduces herself as Hanamura Akari, then awkwardly adds that she's a worthless office worker and FPS gamer, to which Yugo politely responds, "Nice to meet you, Akari." Gusi, with a worried expression, questions their next move, noting that the soldier in the background, despite his rank, seems unreliable. The white-haired soldier dismisses the concern with a terse no, as Yugo observes the exchange, the red-tinged city looming behind them. The white-haired soldier, looking agitated, insists that he is a seasoned Black Eagle rank and that his current display of power cannot be his true strength. Yugo looks directly at the white-haired soldier with a knowing smirk, understanding that the soldier was intentionally giving them experience points. The white-haired soldier's eyes widen in surprise as Yugo addresses him by his designation, Tagura Soldier. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across the white-haired soldier's face as he acknowledges Yugo's deduction, admitting he wanted to raise their statuses for challenges ahead. The white-haired soldier expresses his annoyance at having to hold back, while nearby civilians react. Some realize his strategy, others are relieved he wasn't a coward, and one dismisses his actions as professional judgment. A civilian speculates that the white-haired soldier is preserving his reputation and skillfully using them. Gusi adds that maintaining his position makes it difficult for him to abandon them, while a female civilian slyly remarks on the soldier's cunning. White-haired soldier, startled and irritated, reacts to being called Tagura Soldier again, his expression a mix of surprise and annoyance. Yugo instructs the white-haired soldier to recruit at least 10 mobile and motivated companions from among the survivors. The white-haired soldier sternly declares they have only 3 minutes for recruitment. Meanwhile, he and Yugo will gather weapons, leaving the survivors in silent apprehension. With a determined stride, Yugo agrees to the task, moving forward through the desolate, red-hued cityscape. Yugo leads the assembled group, including the white-haired soldier carrying Jupi and Gusi, forward with a resolute "let's go." A female civilian questions the safety of walking openly with so many people. Yugo reassures her that during the preparation time, enemies won't actively attack unless provoked, but acknowledges her lingering concern. Another civilian expresses concern, asking a male companion if he is truly okay and if they should have remained in the building. The male civilian defiantly refuses to hide, asserting that it makes no difference where they are if they fail the quest. Yugo acknowledges the civilian's point, explaining that failure of a quest initiates a punishment game sequence. The system details the horrors of the punishment game, a relentless assault by countless immortal enemies until the demon realm phase ends, with a survival rate for ordinary people of less than 10%, a true slaughter. Narrator emphasizes the absolute necessity of completing the quest to avoid such a fate as Yugo turns, calling out to someone. The white-haired soldier confronts Yugo, demanding to know his true identity and questioning if he's merely an average veteran or a washed-up old soldier. Yugo reveals that he simply got caught up in the events once before, specifically in Shinjuku 2030. The white-haired soldier's eyes widen in shock and disbelief, realizing Yugo is a survivor of Ground Zero's first nightmare. The white-haired soldier remarks that Yugo is a classmate of Rindo's, explaining why he finds him so unpleasant. Yugo then asks if the soldier knows her, to which the soldier curtly replies not to ask, as he doesn't even want to remember. Gusi looks ahead, a realization dawning on his face as he declares, "I see it." The ominous circus structure comes into view, its dilapidated tents and banners casting long shadows under the red sky, confirming Gusi's observation. Grotesque, clown-like figures, heavily armed, are revealed guarding the entrance to the circus, their menacing presence clear. The female civilian notes the overwhelming number of gatekeepers, and Yugo asserts that they must eliminate them first to gain entry. Yugo reminds the group that enemies remain static until the preparation time ends, urging them to take the initiative and strike first. Yugo commands those with firearms to spread out left and right, securing cover and widening their formation as much as possible. Yugo's command continues, instructing his allies to maintain a formation where they can support each other, ensuring no one is left isolated. Yugo stands ready with his glowing red blade, declaring that he and Togura will personally intercept any enemies that manage to break through their initial gunfire. The white-haired man, Togura, looks at Yugo with a mix of disbelief and annoyance, questioning if Yugo truly intends to rely on his back in such a critical situation. Yugo, with a determined expression, instructs Togura to focus solely on providing support with his electric shock abilities to halt the advancing enemies, assuring him that playing that role is perfectly acceptable. Togura observes Yugo, realizing that he has meticulously planned out their movements. He voices his concern, asking if Yugo is truly confident facing so many, warning that failure means the end. Yugo's gaze sharpens as he grips his red blade, responding cryptically that they will see, and at the very least, he has a plan. The burst of red energy, Yugo leaps into action, declaring confidently that this isn't his first time facing such overwhelming odds. Two grotesque clown-like monsters emerge, one larger with a sinister grin and another smaller one, both ready for combat. Yugo charges forward, a red aura trailing behind him, noting in his thoughts that the enemy numbers are even greater than before. A close-up reveals Yugo's hand glowing with potent red energy, his eyes burning with resolve as he acknowledges his status has been somewhat restored. Yugo unleashes a devastating surge of red power, confidently declaring that he can do it as the energy erupts from his form. The potent red energy explodes upwards, radiating intense light across the battlefield, striking fear into the surrounding clown monsters. The red energy descends like countless piercing needles, inflicting the pain of being pierced upon the terrified monsters below. One of the clown monsters recoils in agony, screaming Jaya and OWA as it takes heavy damage from the piercing attack, blood splattering. Yugo extends his hand, a system notification appearing to confirm that the pain debuff is applied, weakening his enemies. A powerful command rings out to commence firing, and a barrage of bullets erupts from multiple positions, impacting the clown monsters. The clown monsters are relentlessly struck by the gunfire, explosions of light indicating the continuous impacts. Allies open fire, with one man kneeling to shoot and a woman unleashing a rifle volley, contributing to the relentless assault. The clown monsters are visibly struggling, being steadily whittled down by the concentrated attacks, their numbers dwindling under the pressure. Yugo's hand glows intensely with red energy, a sharp, blade-like projection forming, as he prepares to unleash another powerful attack. Yugo glances back, a new, formidable sun lion monster with sharp teeth and a roaring maw appearing directly behind him, posing an immediate threat. Togura shouts, "Take this," as he unleashes the lightning bolt skill, striking the sun lion monster with a powerful electric shock that engulfs it in yellow energy. Yugo executes a swift, powerful slash with his red energy blade, creating a wide, arcing wave of destructive force. Yugo playfully praises Togura for his good support, only for Togura to retort, telling him to cut the sarcasm. Yugo insists he's being serious, a hint of a smile on his face. Yugo and Togura stand stunned as a massive, multi-eyed, purple elephant-like monster suddenly appears before them, its presence demanding their full attention. Yugo reacts with shock, exclaiming in his thoughts, "An elephant came out," before shouting "Go Bi," a command or call to action. Gusi, aiming a large, powerful cannon, responds confidently, telling Yugo to leave it to me, ready to engage the new threat. Yugo charges forward, delivering a powerful slash with his red energy blade directly into the massive elephant monster. Gusi fires his heavy weapon, the recoil visible as he unleashes a devastating shot towards the monstrous elephant. The devastating shot connects, engulfing the monstrous target in a blinding explosion of fire and shrapnel, its monstrous eye still visible amidst the chaos. Gusi grins, acknowledging the powerful kickback of his weapon as he mutters, "Good recoil." Gusi, still aiming his heavy rifle, quips that elephant hunting must be like this. Hanmura, looking on with concern, hesitantly asks Gusi what he's been doing all this time. Gusi, his eyes fixed on the target, begins to explain his past. "I told you, right? Until 40, I made a living hunting bears, and after that..." The scene shifts to a flashback, showing a younger Gusi standing resolute against two massive bears in a desolate, snowy landscape, a testament to his past. Back in the present, Gusi swiftly reloads his weapon, a spent casing arcing through the air. He declares, "I'm just an old man who chased beasts all over the world." Amidst the chaos, Yugo moves with lightning speed, narrowly evading a fiery assault from the red monster, which lashes out with dark, explosive energy. Yugo glances over his shoulder, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, thinking, "Impressive as always, Gusi. Powerful weapons are rare spawns and ammo is limited. I only found one, but it was the right call to give it to him." Multiple explosions erupt, obliterating the clown-like enemies into scattered pieces. The sheer destructive force is undeniable, confirming that firepower is sufficient. Yugo's eyes burn with fierce resolve as he grips his glowing red blade, preparing to strike. With this, he declares. Under a blood-red sky, Yugo stands amidst the mangled remains of defeated monsters. He lets out a satisfied breath. Ha! He observes the scene, thinking, annihilation. Is it? Somehow. Jupi looks at Yugo with astonishment, remarking, he actually did it seriously without letting a single one get away. Not bad, eh? Jupi ponders Yugo's true strength, wondering what's his actual rank. In terms of skill, Black Eagle, Silver Bear? Can't tell. Yugo, however, cuts him off, urging them to let's proceed. Before new enemies come, let's get inside. Suddenly, Yugo clutches his chest, a pained grimace contorting his features as crimson energy crackles around him. He lets out a sharp ugh. Both Jupi and Hanmura rush to Yugo's side, Hanmura exclaiming, Yugo, hey, what's wrong? As he continues to struggle with the sudden surge of pain. Yugo quickly regains his composure, offering a reassuring smile to Hanmura. He dismisses her concerns, saying, it's nothing. I just lost focus for a second and staggered. The group stands before a colossal, ominous tent-like structure, silhouetted against the crimson sky. A voice declares, let's go to the designated enemy. They enter a bizarre, carnival-like passageway, adorned with purple walls, glowing stars, and colorful banners, casting long, distorted shadows as they proceed. Jupi voices his unease. Isn't this passageway kinda long? He then observes the space is weirdly distorted. That's common in Demon Realm areas. Goosey asks, what kind of fight awaits us up ahead? Jupi replies, it varies. Sometimes it's one tough and strong one, sometimes it has minions. Jupi continues, other times, there are gimmick types you can't defeat without following specific steps. Yugo listens intently, his expression unreadable. Hanmura turns to Yugo, her brow furrowed with worry. Yugo, tell me honestly, just now you staggered, right? She presses. Hanmura's gaze sharpens, her expression a mix of concern and suspicion as she awaits Yugo's answer. Yugo's eyes dart away, his silence speaking volumes as he avoids Hanmura's direct question. Yugo considers whether to reveal his secret to Hanmura, his thoughts racing. Should I tell her? This person, my shape of pain vessel of pain, ability reproduces attacks I've received through pain. Clutching his chest, Yugo feels the phantom ache, his mind explaining, when I use it, that pain is realistically reproduced. Yugo grimaces, his grip tightening on the red blade as the red energy intensifies around him. He realizes it's like a flashback. Using big moves is especially tough. Even after using them, they can come back. Mura's eyes widen in dawning horror as she connects the dots. Like a seizure, the past pain. Wait a second. That means... Hanmura's face contorts in shock and disbelief, the full implication hitting her. All of it so far. All the pain Yugo has experienced in the past? Yugo looks away, the memories flooding back in vivid detail. Being cut by a sword, being stabbed by a spear, being dissolved by acid, being exposed to a rain of flechette arrows. The torrent of past torments washes over Yugo, leaving him with a grim, distant expression as the vivid memories of his suffering linger. Hanmura's face twists in a pained gasp, tears welling in her eyes as the sheer brutality of Yugo's past dawns on her. Yugo silently acknowledges Hanmura's unexpected knowledge of such weaponry, but she vehemently cuts him off, declaring that his past trauma is not the point. With a melancholic gaze, Yugo reveals the grim reality of Shinjuku that day, the very place where such horrors unfolded. He confesses the profound impact of those events, admitting his fear of the outside world and his subsequent retreat into the safety of his home, desperate to avoid a repeat of his suffering. Despite his desire to forget, Yugo found himself compulsively searching online for information about the demon realm, as if drawn by an irresistible, haunting force. His eyes, wide with a desperate resolve, reflect the inescapable truth that despite his efforts, his past would always catch up. Standing isolated amidst a haunting purple glow, Yugo acknowledges the bitter reality. He could not escape the clutches of his fate. Yugo's expression remains heavy, lost in the depths of his painful recollections. Hanmura gently embraces Yugo from behind, offering silent comfort in his moment of vulnerability. Yugo, startled by the sudden embrace, lets out a soft, surprised sound. Tears stream down Hanmura's face as she softly tells Yugo he has pushed himself too hard, affectionately calling him an idiot for enduring so much alone. Goosey and other allies stand by, their gazes fixed upwards, awaiting further instructions. A commanding voice calls for a halt, announcing the final confirmation before the match and instructing everyone to report their remaining ammunition. As the group stands ready, a voice questions Goosey, confirming if he has sufficient supplies in his item pouch. Yugo and Hanmura step forward, their determined strides echoing on the patterned floor as they move deeper into the arena. Bright spotlights illuminate Yugo and Hanmura as a voice booms, welcoming the brave survivors to tonight's performance. The voice continues, listing the virtues required for survival: wisdom and courage, strength and skill. Yugo, Hanmura, and their allies gaze up, listening as the voice declares a collective performance of the greatest show, hinting at something more profound. The chilling voice concludes, revealing the true cost of this performance: their precious flesh and blood, as a masked figure's sinister smile fills the frame. Mysterious figure, now fully revealed in a dramatic pose, is identified by the system as the designated enemy, Ringmaster. The Ringmaster, with a theatrical flourish and an unsettling grin, reiterates his invitation to perform the greatest show together. One of the allies questions if this flamboyant individual is indeed the leader, while Yugo's thoughts confirm it, noting the Ringmaster's distinct and powerful presence. From behind, Yugo's internal monologue affirms that the leader, the Ringmaster, stands before them. With a sinister tip of his hat, the Ringmaster declares his anticipation of getting to know them, a chilling promise of the trials to come. Hanmura hesitates, questioning whether to engage, worried about the enemy's unpredictable reaction, but Yugo cautions her to wait, sensing the timing isn't right. Yugo analyzes the Ringmaster's elevated position, recognizing it as a tactical disadvantage for a direct attack. He considers a risky solo jump using a skill, Pain of the Spear. Dismissing the reckless idea, Yugo realizes he'd be too vulnerable mid-air. He then focuses on the Ringmaster, who casually toys with a golden cane, wondering about his true intentions. The Ringmaster's hand, adorned with a white glove, casually spins his golden cane, a subtle smirk playing on his unseen lips. A single exclamation mark hangs in the air as Yugo, Gusi, and Jupi observe the Ringmaster, who stands ominously on a raised platform, shrouded in dark energy. Yugo's expression tightens as two sinister purple energy orbs manifest on the checkered floor before him, crackling with an unknown power. From the swirling purple energy, a grotesque red monster emerges, its form hulking and rat-like, with malevolent red eyes burning in the dim light. Yugo watches as three red monsters fully materialize, their forms radiating dark energy, as the Ringmaster declares, "Let's commence the performance." Yugo's eyes widen in alarm, realizing the Ringmaster has summoned his henchmen. He wonders if this is the kind of boss they're dealing with. Yugo observes the Ringmaster's elevated position, acknowledging its strategic advantage. He then turns to Jupi, asking if he has any electricity-based abilities to blind their foes. Jupi confirms he has a contingency, asking if they should launch a preemptive strike. Yugo, gripping his glowing red blade, calmly replies, "No, not yet. When I give the signal, head up." Yugo and Jupi brace themselves, their weapons glowing with distinct energies, as the red monsters charge forward, their forms radiating hostile power. Yugo shouts for everyone to scatter as he activates his ability, causing his blade to transform, initiating Vessel of Pain, Transform. Yugo plunges his transformed weapon into a red monster, activating the skill, the pain of being stabbed by a spear. The red monster's eye glows intensely as Yugo's crimson weapon makes direct contact, piercing its tough hide. Yugo's eyes widen in disbelief, gritting his teeth as he realizes the blade won't pass through. Yugo strains, his spear-like weapon meeting fierce resistance as he attempts to drive it through the red monster, a burst of yellow energy erupting at the point of impact. With a frustrated expression, Yugo pulls back his weapon, surprised by the red monster's unexpected resilience. Yugo barely dodges a swift tail whip from the red monster, grunting in exertion and thinking, "Ugh, this guy." Yugo keenly observes the red monster, noting its versatile combat style, realizing he's using his tail to attack too. Yugo glances back, seeing Jupi fending off another red monster, who shouts, "Hey, I don't have the luxury to help you." Yugo reassures him, "I'm fine." Yugo, with a determined glint in his eyes, realizes the red monster's body hair is too tough, causing his blade to simply slide off. He then contemplates his next move, then Yugo transforms his weapon again, now wielding a crimson sledgehammer, and brings it down on the red monster, activating the pain of being struck by a sledgehammer. Yugo's sledgehammer connects squarely with the red monster's head, causing a powerful red energy burst. He notes with satisfaction that even with the pain debuff, the damage went through. From above, the scene reveals Gusi and Hanmura opening fire with their weapons, supporting Yugo as he battles a red monster. One of them shouts, "Focus, concentrate fire." A barrage of bright yellow muzzle flashes erupts, indicating the concentrated firepower unleashed by Yugo's allies. Hanmura exclaims, "We hit it," but Gusi, with a grim expression, corrects her, stating, "No, blunt force got through. We only stopped its movement, but..." Yugo, wielding his hammer, dashes past a red monster, acknowledging that the concentrated fire was enough for a decoy. Seizing the opportunity, Yugo leaps into the air, bringing his crimson hammer down with crushing force onto a red monster, slamming it into the ground amidst a burst of red energy. Yugo's gaze is sharp and determined, even as two more red monsters loom in the background, one raising a menacing claw. Yugo delivers another powerful blow with his hammer, striking a red monster and generating a brilliant yellow energy burst on impact. Yugo looks on in surprise, realizing we didn't finish it off. He acknowledges the red monster's considerable durability. Yugo blocks a red monster's attack with his transformed red weapon, the impact creating a flash of yellow energy. He thinks to himself, these guys, they're tough. Yugo retaliates with a powerful strike from his transformed red weapon, sending a burst of yellow energy through his foe. He realizes the intensity of the battle. Gusi, midair with his sniper rifle, explains their combat strategy, noting that a single direct hit might work, but it actually takes 3 blows to bring down one of these creatures. The masked figure in the distance observes the battle with detached amusement, proclaiming that yet another monster has been exterminated. Gusi, looking grim, acknowledges the situation. With a chilling grin, the masked figure declares that reinforcements must be summoned to continue the relentless assault. A wave of dark, shadowy entities surges forward, engulfing the battlefield as the protagonists brace themselves for the overwhelming numbers. An ally shouts in disbelief, realizing the enemy numbers have suddenly doubled. Gusi urgently calls out, telling someone to use the large rifle. As the allies struggle to contain the surging horde, they realize they can no longer hold back. A powerful counterattack is their only option. Gusi grimly states that they can no longer afford to hold back. Below him, an ally curses the masked figure, finding his actions utterly irritating. From below, an ally observes the masked figure casually playing his flute in plain sight, questioning his serene, detached presence amidst the raging battle. Yugo's eyes widen in a sudden realization, wondering if the masked figure is akin to the Pied Piper of Hamelin, controlling the creatures with his music. As two menacing, rat-like creatures with glowing red eyes charge forward, Yugo's thoughts solidify. This must be the connection. Yugo urgently shouts to Hanmura, telling her to activate the cat now, as this is the critical moment to unleash its power. The legend of the Pied Piper flashes through Yugo's mind, in which the Piper's flute lured away rats, leading him to conclude that their current predicament must be based on that very tale. The menacing rat-like creatures charge closer, confirming Yugo's grim realization. These are the rats from the legend. Hanmura looks surprised by the nature of the key item, but quickly composes herself, affirming her readiness to use it. Hanmura extends her hand, calling forth the kitty as a brilliant stream of golden light descends, manifesting a small, feline form. The small, glowing cat materializes between two of the monstrous rats, its radiant presence momentarily halting their advance. With a sudden surge of power, the summoned cat rapidly expands into a colossal, shadowy feline, its glowing eyes fixated on the dwarfed rat monsters. One of the rat monsters finds itself staring into the cavernous, fanged maw of the colossal cat, its fate sealed. The monstrous cat, now fully manifest, easily overpowers a rat monster, holding it firmly in its jaws as the other rat monsters scatter in terror. The remaining rat monsters recoil, their glowing red eyes reflecting sheer terror at the overwhelming power of their new predator. Lucy exclaims in awe at the cat's immense power, remarking that it's even larger and more formidable than a lion he once hunted long ago. Yugo declares that the tide of battle has decisively turned, seizing the moment to press their advantage with a powerful swing of his red weapon. The white-haired ally, Jupi, with a determined expression, calls out to Hakura, urging them to unleash their power. An ally shouts a warning for everyone to look away as the system announces the activation of a unique armament, Raikijin. The white-haired ally unleashes Flash Frenzy, engulfing the area in blinding, golden lightning, striking down multiple foes. Masked figure reacts with a sharp intake of breath as a powerful streak of golden energy narrowly misses him, striking the ground with immense force. Yugo, now airborne and wielding glowing red chains, declares to the surprised masked figure that his detached observation from above has come to an end. Red chains surge forward, beginning to ensnare the masked figure, while Yugo's determined gaze locks onto his target, ready to strike. Yugo binds the struggling masked figure with his powerful red chains, inflicting upon him the pain of being chained down. Yugo unleashes a guttural roar, his face contorted in fierce determination as he channels immense power into his binding chains. The masked figure writhes in agony, the crimson chains biting deep as Yugo's power courses through him, inflicting unbearable torment. Two combatants unleash a barrage of gunfire, their weapons spitting fire as they urge each other to focus and concentrate their assault. A storm of bullets impacts the massive red monster, each shot erupting in a brilliant flash against its imposing form, yet showing little effect. Yugo, his expression grim, acknowledges the hits but questions their effectiveness, then shouts for an immediate ceasefire, declaring he will investigate the target himself. From the dissipating smoke, the towering silhouette of the red monster begins to materialize, seemingly unscathed by the concentrated gunfire. Shadowy figure, blood trickling from their form, utters a single, chilling word of approval: "Splendid." The mysterious observer continues their assessment, commending the group for their quick response, appropriate judgment, and unhesitating action, declaring them all first-class performers in every respect. Hanmura and Gusi watch with wide, astonished eyes as the chaotic red energy intensifies around them. Yupi and another ally stare in disbelief, their faces reflecting the horror of the crimson-tinged, destructive environment. The colossal foot of the red monster slams down with devastating force, shattering the ground beneath it and sending debris flying amidst the crimson haze. Yugo, his gaze intense, poses a rhetorical question, asking if his opponent enjoys monster movies. Yugo continues, his voice cutting through the tension, stating that they are about to experience a monster movie firsthand, not as mere viewers. Yugo finishes his chilling pronouncement, declaring they will experience this horror as cast members, as the massive, masked figure, now identified as the designated enemy leader second form, looms ominously above them. The colossal masked figure declares the main act has begun, while below, one of the allies lets out a frustrated groan. Giant masked figure bellows dance, as its colossal foot crashes down, sending a shockwave through the ground and forcing Yugo and his allies to scramble out of the way. Hanmura cries out in disbelief at the enemy's second form, questioning its very existence. Yugo, however, calmly instructs Gohei to aim for the flute as they retreat, prompting a confused hum from Gusi. The command rings out for everyone to fall back as the allies scramble away from the overwhelming threat, their footsteps echoing the urgency of the retreat. Gusi, leading the charge, glances back, barking orders to prevent the group from clumping together, ensuring a more strategic retreat. Yugo sprints forward, issuing a crucial command for the team to split into 3 separate groups, maximizing their chances of evasion. The masked director, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he holds a flute, expresses surprise, realizing the squads had been divided beforehand, flawlessly anticipating a crisis. He praises them as truly excellent performers. An ally, following Yugo's earlier directive, unleashes a precise rifle shot, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating the chaotic red environment. The rifle shot strikes the masked director, erupting in a brilliant explosion, but the figure instinctively raises its hands to shield the flute, letting out a sharp, pained cry. The masked director, a chilling grin spreading across his face, expresses genuine surprise that they managed to discern his weakness, marveling at their keen insight. As Yugo and his ally continue their retreat, the masked director muses that they will escape this time, casually adding that he finds it acceptable. Having shaken off their pursuers, the exhausted group stands in a safer zone. One ally sighs in relief, while another exclaims in shock, questioning the nature of their assailant and declaring it impossible to defeat. Yugo confidently refutes the despair, asserting that they can defeat the enemy. He is certain of it after the last shot. He reveals the director's true main body is the flute, prompting a surprised "huh" from Hanmura. Yugo's thoughts drift back to the battle, recalling how the director immediately shielded the flute during his own attack, and how the same protective action occurred during Gohei's recent blow, solidifying his theory. Yugo's mind races, realizing the director had deliberately dodged the flute, taking the blow to his face instead. He muses that such an unnatural defensive action only makes sense if the flute is, in fact, the director's ultimate weakness. He considers if the director simply cherishes it as a summoning tool, but then dismisses the idea. If the flute possessed HP matching its colossal size, their weapons would be useless. The director wouldn't even need to summon subordinates. Yugo recalls another anomaly. The director appeared unharmed despite being struck once by the vessel of pain. This reinforces his growing suspicion that the clown's body is nothing more than a puppet, a mere marionette. Yugo remembers the director's initial words. The director is here. He never claimed "I am the director," a crucial distinction that now resonates with Yugo's theory. Above all, Yugo concludes that the very concept of demonification implies a way to defeat it must exist. The architects of this world wouldn't create a completely fixed, unbeatable race. They always leave a sliver of a chance, Yugo thinks, merely to observe their failures and mock them, whispering, "If only you had done this, you could have won." What a truly nasty personality, Yugo mutters to himself, his expression hardening. With a decisive nod, he instructs the group, "Let's head for the rendezvous point." Intense yellow lightning erupts, striking down several clown-like figures, their bodies dissolving amidst the chaotic red energy. Powerful, yellow-clad figure roars, "Go while you can," as a torrent of energy shields the retreating allies. Goosey desperately shouts, "Don't shoot, the director will notice the sound." His mind reels, questioning, what the hell is this? What am I doing? Goosey internally acknowledges the dire situation. This isn't a fight we can win. Even with Yugo, we barely have a handful of soldiers. It's suicide. He resigns himself to hoping for a 1 in a million chance of reinforcements as he plans his escape. Goosey, seeing the director seemingly move away, thinks to himself, I've escaped the director's sight. That's enough. Goosey's resolve hardens. I can run away here, he thinks, already strategizing his escape route in preparation for the inevitable punishment game. Goosey's thoughts continue, stark and pragmatic. I have no shame, no reputation to worry about. If I die, it's over. As Goosey flees, a cynical thought crosses his mind. Anyway, everyone who saw my disgraceful state is going to die too. His mind drifts to the past, reflecting on a life that felt like a farce from the start. Just an easy job, he muses, acting out roles for exotic customers. He recalls a world focused solely on profitable appearances, where no one cared for what lay beneath the surface, dismissing them as idiots who only care about what looks good, without any regard for substance. A powerful, unseen question echoes through the desolate landscape. Then why do you fight? Goosey's face contorts, a profound question tearing through his mind. What's the difference? What exactly is the difference between me and you? A frustrated curse escapes Goosey's lips as he pushes himself harder, sprinting through the ravaged Red City. Yugo exhales in relief, surveying his allies. Thank goodness, he says, is everyone safe? Goosey confirms Yugo's theory, stating, the flute is the weakness. That's the target, right? Yugo, impressed, replies, did you notice? Impressive. Juppie questions the feasibility. Can we even aim for it? He wonders, recalling how they reacted even to Goosey's shot. Even if we land one hit, that won't decide the fight, will it? And the flute has gotten huge too. Yugo considers, maybe, but if we can apply pain imprint, it's a different story. He then answers a silent question, will it affect the flute? If it's an enemy, it probably will. We've had experience with non-living enemies in the past. Golden flute glows ominously. A flute, as a delicate instrument, ceases to function even with a single missing part. In that sense, it wouldn't be strange if almost the entire thing were a vital spot. Goosey clarifies, so there's no need to take that physique seriously. Is that it? Yugo confirms, yes, ultimately it's just a wall. What we need to think about is how to get around it. Yugo points out the critical issue. The problem is the height. We can't properly aim for the flute from below. It's already the size of a skyscraper. He trails off, a new idea forming. That's why, Yugo declares with newfound resolve, we'll just match its height. Juppie's eyes widen in disbelief. Are you serious? He exclaims. Yugo, undeterred, explains we have two with unique equipment. With this, we can definitely draw its attention. Yugo lays out the first crucial step of their plan. The first important thing is to keep the sniping team, Gohei and the others, from being noticed. Goosey, with precise focus, aims his sniper rifle, and then he thinks we'll create a window for them to aim at the flute. Goosey reflects internally, believing he must be losing his touch by going along with such a dangerous plan. Yugo, meanwhile, questions Goosey's decision to bring Kono into this perilous situation. Goosey explains that Kono, with only one functional arm, is incapable of long-range sniping. Instead, he has tasked Kono with searching for crucial items within the building. Kono's eyes widen in alarm as a sudden, intense red glow illuminates the area around him, signaling an immediate and unforeseen threat. A torrent of crimson energy descends with destructive force, tearing through the environment and causing visible damage to the structure below. The red monster, a sinister entity with glowing red eyes and a wide, mocking grin, emerges against the backdrop of a ravaged city, its presence radiating immense power. Yugo exclaims in alarm, realizing that the monstrous entity has already detected their presence, its gaze now fixed upon them. Yugo shouts a warning as the red monster's colossal hand descends, its attack imminent and threatening to crush everything in its path. Goosey frantically yells, questioning what they will do if the entire building collapses around them, declaring they would be completely finished, then urgently calls out to Yugo. Massive waves of red energy rip through the structure, causing debris to explode outwards as Goosey braces himself against the destructive force, barely holding his ground. Kono lets out a surprised grunt as the windows behind him shatter from the intense explosions outside, revealing the chaos unfolding. Yugo swiftly evades, realizing with a start that the building won't collapse. He confirms his suspicion, noting that the red monster's attack is not as physically heavy as it initially appears. Yugo intently observes the red monster's shadowy form, deducing that if its immense size truly matched its weight, the ground would sink, making movement impossible. He concludes the monster inflates its body like a balloon, a clown-like trick, even if it lacks true substance or is merely air. The red monster recoils in pain, letting out a guttural sound as its grip tightens on a damaged, flute-like object clearly struck by an external force. Yugo's eyes sharpen with intense focus as a system notification confirms the activation of his pain sense buff, enhancing his perception of the enemy's vulnerabilities. Goosey shouts now as he fires his sniper rifle, a bright muzzle flash illuminating the dark surroundings, his shot aimed with deadly precision. 2 precise shots impact the red monster's hand and the vulnerable flute, causing bright bursts of energy that ripple through the air. The red monster, now a towering, shadowy silhouette, menacingly declares that its opponents will surely die, its voice laced with dark, chilling intent. Goosey and Kono, both armed, peer out into the red-tinged landscape, Kono's face etched with concern as they brace for the monster's retaliation. The red monster's malevolent grin widens, its eyes glowing with malicious intent as it prepares a swift, retaliatory strike, its form blurring with speed. Yugo's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the gunshot has revealed their position, frantically shouting a warning for them to run before it's too late. Kono lets out a surprised grunt as the windows behind him shatter from the intense explosions outside, revealing the chaos unfolding. The whip-like attacks strike with explosive force, tearing through the environment and sending debris scattering in all directions, demonstrating the monster's raw power. Kono lets out a terrified shriek as he and Goosey flee, Goosey internally remarking that the chaotic scene feels exactly like a monster movie. Goosey's expression hardens with renewed resolve as a bright red light flashes behind him, signaling a new development or a sudden realization. Goosey and Kono desperately sprint for cover as a barrage of sharp, crimson projectiles rains down, forcing them to narrowly evade the relentless assault. The red monster unleashes a furious flurry of whip attacks, creating devastating explosions as it struggles to maintain its composure, its mind unable to remain calm amidst the chaos. Goosey's face contorts in a grimace, surrounded by the debris and lingering red energy of the monster's destructive assault. Yugo observes the devastating attack, realizing the monster's assault isn't just a simple whip, it's branched, its tips sharpened into blades capable of free, unpredictable movement. Yugo, wielding his crimson blade, surges forward, shouting a command to his ally, moving out, "Yaiba, follow me." A brilliant golden light erupts from below Yugo, reflecting in his determined eyes as he prepares for the confrontation. From above, Yugo observes Juppie, who stands firm amidst the crimson chaos, wielding a newly manifested, radiant golden blade. Juppie, holding his glowing golden sword, halts Yugo's advance with a single, urgent word, "Wait." Juppie's eyes burn with desperation as he challenges Yugo, asking, "Why, isn't that enough? That was the last gamble, right?" His grip tightening on the golden blade, Juppie insists, "And no matter how much we struggle from here, we can't beat it. We'll just all die." Yugo stares back, his expression a mix of shock and fury, retorting, "What are you saying now? If we fail the task, it'll be the same. That's..." Juppie turns, his voice strained as he finishes Yugo's thought. "The same. There's still a chance to survive the punishment game." Juppie's desperate plea continues, emphasizing, "You know that, right? We can do it, you and me." Juppie presses his argument, suggesting, "If we just run away until the end," as Yugo stands silently on the perilous rooftop. Juppie vehemently argues their only path to survival. "We don't need to defeat the ringmaster. We don't need to protect the ordinary people who are going to die anyway. The two of us can survive that way. Isn't that way better than a total wipeout?" Juppie extends a hand towards Yugo, trying to sway him, declaring, "That's the correct answer, right? It's not about ideals." Yugo clenches his shirt, listening as Juppie's voice echoes, "Surviving means things like that, right?" Juppie, with a chilling smirk, grabs Yugo's shoulder, demanding, nod your head." Yugo flinches, a quiet "HEY" escaping him. Juppie's eyes bore into Yugo, his voice intense as he presses, "Say we're the same." Yugo remains silent, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, grappling with the weight of Juppie's relentless demands. Yugo finally looks up, a faint, melancholic smile gracing his lips as a decision solidifies within him. Yugo concedes to Juppie, admitting, "You're right, I can't deny that, and I can't stop you." Yugo gently pushes Juppie's hand away, the air between them crackling with subtle energy as he firmly states, "But I can't go." Yugo gazes intently at Juppie, his voice filled with a profound sadness as he asks, "Do you understand? When people you know die, a part of your heart dies." Yugo places a hand over his chest, his eyes distant as he reveals the depth of his past trauma. A lot of mine died before. Too much died. So much that now there's probably almost nothing alive left. Yugo's voice takes on a chilling tone as the scene shifts to countless fallen pawns, questioning, do you know what the number 8 out of 32,000 means? The survival rate of ground zero, the first nightmare? It's a margin of error. It's practically zero. This is just... Yugo's gaze hardens as he clutches his chest, declaring that he cannot discard the last remaining fragment. He understands that if he throws it away, the lives of 320,000 people would become utterly meaningless. Yugo's internal thoughts echo his despair, a chilling conviction that those lost souls would truly vanish into nothingness, their existence erased. A visceral clench of his fist or heart accompanies the thought. Gura reacts with a sharp gasp, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and indignation as the grim reality of Yugo's words sinks in. Yugo's expression shifts to an unsettling calm, a faint smile playing on his lips as he addresses Togura, asking if he truly desired a scolding. Yugo continues, offering a chilling apology to Togura, whose eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected turn in conversation. Yugo then calls out to Togura, his voice laced with a profound self-awareness, stating that he is not a proper human being who has lived well enough to scold anyone. Without hesitation, Yugo steps off the perilous ledge, plunging into the red-tinged abyss below. He descends rapidly, a dark silhouette against the crimson sky, the air rushing past him as he hurtles towards an unknown fate. As he falls, Yugo's hand ignites with a fierce red energy, a powerful aura radiating from his palm as he prepares for impact. A brutal impact sends Yugo reeling, the system registering the pain of being torn by claws. Despite the agony, Yugo's thoughts race, urging Gobiei to hold on, his face contorted in a desperate plea. A fierce battle rages as a determined woman unleashes a volley of shots from her rifle, bright muzzle flashes illuminating the chaotic scene. She relentlessly fires at a towering, masked antagonist, her bullets striking with explosive force against its imposing form. Masked antagonist recoils from the impact, a guttural jute escaping his lips as the bullets connect. The woman confronts the masked antagonist, challenging him about his exposed weakness, a flute, and sarcastically questioning if it's typical action game logic to leave such a crucial item out in the open. The masked antagonist, now wielding a whip, acknowledges her courage with a chilling remark, calling her a lady with guts, but dismisses her struggle as wasted effort. He continues his taunt, adding, and foolishness, as his hand lashes out, a blur of dark motion. The attack connects with brutal force, sending shockwaves across the panel. Gobiei and the woman flee, a shadowy figure pursuing them. She shouts, urging Gobiei not to be scared, reminding him that their struggle distracts the enemy, buying time for Yugo, who will definitely come. With tears welling in her eyes, the woman desperately asks Gobiei if he truly isn't going to die, her voice filled with a raw, emotional plea. The woman's desperate cry of Gobiei echoes as Gobiei, despite his bloodied hand gripping the rifle, internally praises her as what a fine lass, wishing she could be his daughter-in-law. Gobiei's internal monologue continues, affirming his desire for her as a daughter-in-law, even as he grimaces in pain and fires his weapon with fierce resolve. The masked antagonist grunts HA as Gobiei's bullets strike him again, forcing him to recoil. Yugo lands with bone-shattering force, a powerful battle-axe now materialized in his hands, ready for combat. Yugo unleashes a devastating swing with his battle-axe, a crimson arc of power tearing through the air, promising the pain of being cleaved apart. The masked antagonist's eyes widen in utter shock, a silent, escaping him as he registers the overwhelming power of Yugo's attack. Yugo grunts in frustration, realizing with a sharp ujich that his attack was met with unexpected resistance. The masked antagonist's defense is hard, making cutting impossible. The masked antagonist sneers down at Yugo, acknowledging his bravery for attacking his legs without hesitation, but coldly warns him that from that position, you will die, just as expected. Yugo is caught in a deadly trap as numerous dark, piercing projectiles rain down upon him from above, leaving him no room to escape. A devastating blast wave engulfs Yugo, sending him flying backward, the system registering the pain of being exposed to a blast wave. Yugo is violently propelled through the air, the devastating blast wave ripping through his defenses, the system having just registered his intense pain. Red Monster, with its eerie mask and glowing eyes, registers Yugo's desperate maneuver, internally noting that he's blowing himself away to disengage. Yet Yugo defies expectations, pushing through the pain. He declares this isn't over, vowing to unleash one more shot, even as the system continues to register his exposure to the blast. Yugo's face contorts in a grimace, enduring the raw power of the blast as he steels himself for what's next, a silent exclamation escaping his lips. From the swirling red energy, a dark, metallic object emerges, gripped firmly, ready to unleash its power. A sudden, explosive impact erupts as a projectile strikes true, eliciting a pained grunt from the target, Togura. Togura is engulfed in crackling yellow lightning, his form outlined by the raw, surging energy. From a distance, Kanoi observes the scene, a look of satisfaction on his face as he confirms the success of his shot, remarking on its promising potential. Yugo looks up, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected turn of events, an exclamation mark appearing above his head. Yugo exclaims Kanoi's name in disbelief as Kanoi, extending his weapon, explains his timely arrival, stating he barely made it using the elevator and that sometimes you just have to try things. Kanoi shouts for them to fall back and get inside the building, to which Yugo readily agrees, though his mind races, questioning what exactly that was. Kanoi reveals the item he used, a golden bullet, explaining it was originally a gold coin he found in the building that transformed upon his touch. Kanoi concludes his explanation, stating he fired the meaningful item, and it worked. Yugo, meanwhile, processes the information, recognizing it as a gold coin, a reward that should have been given for the Pied Piper. A system notification appears, detailing the gold coin bullet's effect, a 5-second stun specifically against the ringmaster. The red monster, despite being affected, acknowledges the rare item's significance. But the red monster's recovery is swift. It dismisses the stun as merely a slight delay, a flash of energy signaling its return to full power. Blinding yellow lightning erupts, tearing through the air, charged with immense power. A figure, now identified as Togura, screams as he's engulfed in the raw, crackling power, while Yugo recognizes him with a shocked exclamation. Togura's body crackles with an overwhelming yellow energy, his form contorting as Yugo and Kanoi can only scream in horror at the unfolding spectacle. Togura, now transformed with white hair and crackling with power, kneels, his mind consumed by a single defiant thought: he wasn't running away. The scene shifts to a poignant flashback, a young Togura seated at a desk as a voice asks about everyone's future aspirations, specifically inquiring if he wants to be a firefighter or a soccer player. Young Togura beams, proudly displaying a drawing of a hero, declaring his childhood dream to be a hero who protects everyone. Back in the present, Togura screams in frustration, cursing the memories that flood his mind, despising the stupid crap he's forced to recall. With a powerful lightning-charged punch, Togura unleashes his fury, sending an unseen opponent flying backward with a guttural grunt. The red monster stands unfazed, its whip in hand, casually stating that standard stuns have no lasting effect on it. Yugo, filled with urgency, declares he must help, calling out to Kanoi with a shout. Goosey, aiming his sniper rifle, observes the red monster's strong guard, realizing that from his current position, targeting the flute is impossible. The red monster's face contorts in a snarl, its powerful presence radiating menace, keeping its flute out of reach. Yugo unleashes a powerful burst of energy, a blinding flash erupting from his core as he pushes back against the encroaching menace. The red monster looms over Hanmura, its form shifting in the crimson haze, declaring, "I've changed my opinion of you, Togura soldier." Hanmura stands her ground, weapon raised, a defiant smile on her face as she retorts, "You can be a hero, a proper one." The red monster's grotesque, masked face grins wider, its red eyes glinting with twisted amusement, acknowledging, "You really are brave." Dark, ominous, rod-like weapon is gripped firmly as the red monster's voice echoes, "Therefore." Hanmura's eyes widen in alarm, her body tensing as she prepares for the inevitable onslaught, the red streaks around her emphasizing the speed of the approaching danger. Yugo, already on his knees, lunges forward with a desperate cry, his gaze fixed on the unfolding horror, knowing he's too far. A blur of crimson and shadow tears through the air, a deadly arc of power aimed directly at its target. A dark, sharp projectile pierces Hanmura's chest, a geyser of blood erupting as her body is violently thrown backward. Yugo's face contorts in a raw scream of agony and disbelief, his voice tearing through the air, "Hanmura!" Hanmura's lifeless body is flung through the air, the dark spear still impaled in her chest, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. Hanmura's bloodied face is still, her eyes wide and vacant as Yugo's desperate cry echoes, "Hanmura!" Yugo's anguished scream rips through the air, "Hanmura, what the?" as he witnesses the horrific sight. The red monster stands triumphantly over the fallen Hanmura, its dark tendrils writhing, taunting, "A hero's death is a sad thing, isn't it?" Red monster's twisted grin widens, its voice dripping with malice as it commands, "Accept it." Hanmura's body hangs suspended in the air, a gruesome trophy against the desolate, blood-red cityscape as Yugo watches in helpless horror. Yugo clenches his fists, his body trembling with a mixture of rage and grief, his resolve hardening in the face of such brutality. Yugo swiftly moves, catching Hanmura's falling body before it hits the ground, cradling her in his arms amidst the crimson chaos. Yugo lets out a pained gasp, his voice barely a whisper, "Hanmura," as he looks at her lifeless form. The system confirms Hanmura's critical state, chest penetration, fatal injury, and devastatingly, no means of treatment, as red energy crackles ominously around her. Yugo's eyes well up with tears, his voice breaking in denial. "No, no, no," as he desperately clutches Hanmura. Hanmura's bloodied face is still, her eyes closed, a silent testament to her passing as the world fades from her. Yugo looks down at Hanmura, his voice filled with a desperate plea. "Hanmura? What the?" hoping for a response that won't come. Hanmura's bloodied face remains still, a faint, ethereal thought lingering. "Only you." Yugo's gaze drifts away, his expression a mask of profound sorrow and helplessness, the weight of his loss crushing him. The ethereal voice continues, a final, selfless wish. "Don't have to suffer." A faint, peaceful smile graces Hanmura's bloodied lips, a final gesture of acceptance and comfort. Yugo's eyes, once filled with despair, now harden with a grim resolve, a silent vow etched onto his face. The grim reality sets in as Hanmura lies gravely wounded, blood staining her face and chest, yet a faint, unsettling smile graces her lips. Yugo's hand gently supports Hanmura, the stark crimson on her chest a brutal testament to the battle's toll, amplifying his silent resolve. Yugo cradles Hanmura, his shadowed face conveying deep anguish as he whispers a comforting, yet desperate, "It's okay." The red monster looms over them, its towering form casting a chilling shadow, mocking Yugo with a taunting remark. "It worked too well, didn't it?" Gusi observes the scene with a hardened expression, recognizing the cunning tactics employed. "You used your best wisdom schemes." Another ally, visibly injured and sweating, clutches his arm in pain, a clear indicator of the brutal struggle and overwhelming force they faced. Amidst the desolate ruins, a fallen ally lies defeated, as the narrator observes that everyone strained their power to the limit. The red monster continues its psychological assault, reminding Yugo, "You too gave your all, and yet the result is..." The torment continues as the red monster twists the knife, highlighting Yugo's ultimate failure, losing the person you wanted to protect more than anyone right before your eyes. The red monster stands triumphant, its shadow looming large over the defeated Yugo and Hanmura, its voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. "It must be painful, right? Distressing, right?" Gusi grits his teeth in frustration, gripping his sniper rifle as he realizes the enemy's indifference. "He won't even look at me, just changing positions slightly won't." Another ally, bandaged and distraught, exclaims, "Teske," as he struggles to comprehend the sheer power of their adversary, musing, "I wouldn't understand at all, but..." The red monster's menacing shadow stretches over Yugo and Hanmura, its voice a chilling promise. "I can put an end to it for you." Close-up reveals the red monster's hand clutching a dark, slender weapon as it dismissively refers to Hanmura. "You were a good doll." Yugo's head hangs low, his face obscured by shadows, as the red monster utters his full name, Fushimi Yugo, a chilling declaration. Yugo's pained reflection is distorted in shattered red glass, his inner voice questioning, "Is it because the pain was too much?" The monstrous, multi-eyed reflection of what seems to be the red monster's true form appears in the fractured glass, as Yugo's internal voice firmly rejects the notion. "No." A sudden, blinding surge of vibrant blue energy erupts behind Yugo and Hanmura, signaling an unforeseen shift in the battle's dynamic. The red monster's face contorts in shock, its red eye widening in surprise, as it reacts to the sudden, unexpected burst of power. Yugo cradles Hanmura, her bloodied chest a painful focal point, as his inner monologue continues. "It's because the heart that felt that pain." A close-up reveals Hanmura's lifeless face, a single tear tracing a path through the blood, as Yugo's internal realization concludes, "Died." Yugo stands resolute, his back to the viewer, completely engulfed by towering pillars of intense, radiant blue energy that surge around him. With tears streaming down his face, Yugo's eyes blaze with fierce blue energy as he declares with chilling resolve, "I'll make you understand." The red monster is taken aback, a surprised "Tsk" escaping its lips as Yugo's overwhelming blue energy engulfs the battlefield. Engulfed by Yugo's surging blue aura, the red monster questions its sudden impotence. "Why? Why don't I deliver the final blow?" The red monster's body trembles uncontrollably, its limbs recoiling as it struggles against an unseen force, realizing its inability to advance. "My body trembles, my limbs recoil, I who tried to step forward." Fear flashes across the red monster's face, its eyes reflecting the blinding blue light as it begins to comprehend the true message this power conveys. This light conveys The blinding blue light conveys a surge of unknown power that floods into Yugo, who stands resolute amidst the swirling azure energy. He feels something unfamiliar pouring into him, an overwhelming force taking hold. With a defiant roar, Yugo unleashes the full force of this power, his body engulfed in a massive explosion of blue energy as he begins to transform. The red monster's face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror, its eyes wide with horror as the immense blue energy washes over it, tearing at its very essence. Yugo moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion amidst the vibrant blue energy, a force of pure light striking through the darkness. The red monster's shadowy form is trapped within the surging blue power, memories or visions of losing someone important flashing before its eyes, a cruel torment inflicted by Yugo's new ability. Yugo stands tall, now fully transformed, wielding a magnificent blade forged from pure blue energy, his presence radiating immense power. The red monster screams in agony, its form twisting as the blue power assaults it, unable to comprehend the overwhelming force, questioning, "What is this?" Consumed by the blue energy, the red monster's thoughts are a chaotic mess of torment, declaring the sensation agony and terrifying, unable to bear it any longer. Yugo, his expression cold and resolute, declares that the monster, having never known true suffering, naturally cannot withstand this pain. Yugo holds his glowing blue sword, his eyes burning with resolve as he continues to confront the monster, reminding it, "You, who never knew pain, this suffering." A male ally watches the unfolding chaos with a worried gaze, the city's ruined skyline reflecting the grim reality. Gusi, positioned strategically amidst the shattered remnants of a building, aims his sniper rifle, observing the battlefield with a grim and focused expression. Another injured male character sits amidst the debris, struggling to recover from the intense battle, his body battered and bruised. Battle's aftermath reveals Yugo standing alone in a desolate, ruined city under a blood-red sky, debris still falling around him, signifying the devastation. Yugo walks through the destruction, his steps heavy, his face hidden in shadow, exhausted but still moving forward through the eerie red glow. A male character lies collapsed on the ground, seemingly defeated, as an ally rushes to his side, shouting "Fushimi" in alarm. Yugo lies injured on the ground, his eyes filled with exhaustion as he questions internally, "Did I defeat him or not?" The outcome remains uncertain. Hanmura lies gravely injured, blood staining her clothes, as Yugo utters a sorrowful apology to her, his voice filled with regret. In the desolate landscape, the male ally frantically calls out to Yugo, urging him to snap out of it, while expressing desperate concern for the kid and the girl, Hanmura. The male ally confirms that Fushimi is alive, but his voice trails off grimly when mentioning Hanmura, implying her condition is dire. Yugo is helped to his feet by the male ally, while Gusi watches with a grave expression. The ally states, "There's nothing that can be done for him," a heavy admission of their dire situation. Both the male ally and Gusi react with sudden shock and confusion, their eyes widening at an unforeseen and alarming development. The red monster's shadowy form reappears in the distance, under the ominous red sky, gloating internally, "Hehe, that was close," revealing its survival. The red monster recalls its desperate act of throwing the flute to survive, a crucial, impulsive moment that saved it from total annihilation. Red monster stands fully regenerated, its humanoid form menacing, red eyes glowing with renewed malice, clutching the mysterious flute that granted its escape. The male ally expresses disbelief, questioning if the red monster allowed a clone to be defeated while its true body escaped. Gusi blames his own oversight, admitting he was blinded by the radiance and failed to notice. Yugo screams in despair, urging others to run as he realizes he is paralyzed, unable to move his limbs any longer, trapped and vulnerable. The red monster, in its monstrous form, lunges forward with a terrifying roar, "Jarrgdhhh," its red eyes blazing with renewed malice, ready to strike. The red monster's monstrous face fills the frame, jaws wide, sharp teeth bared, and a long tongue extended as it closes in for the kill, a horrifying sight. A combatant is struck by a powerful, dark mechanical arm, a blinding flash of energy erupting at the point of impact as they are sent reeling. The impact sends the combatant plummeting through the air, a motorcycle already falling far below them as the colossal attacker stands victorious. The red monster's massive, clawed hand crushes its target, a guttural sound escaping its maw as it revels in destruction. Yugo strides forward, carrying an injured Jupi, while Gusi watches from a distance with his sniper rifle. Yugo reflects that it was honestly a very close call. Yugo examines the gravely injured Hanmura, lying motionless on the ground, blood staining her shirt. He estimates she's been in cardiac arrest for about a minute. Yugo's eyes widen in surprise as a sudden realization hits him. Someone has come specifically for him. Rindu Shizuka descends rapidly alongside another figure, wondering if the shadowy, purple-infused entity below is the last remaining enemy. If so, she believes it won't be a problem, but a hint of doubt remains. Grotesque, hat-wearing monster with decaying flesh and sharp, green-tinged teeth leers, clutching a golden horn. The hat-wearing monster plays its golden horn, summoning a horde of small, shadowy, purple-glowing creatures resembling demonic teddy bears. Rindu Shizuka observes the new, trivial enemies, recognizing them as reinforcements. She expresses concern about preventing further injuries to her allies. Yugo's face contorts with fierce determination as he channels a surge of green energy, shouting life injection. Yugo stands, now enveloped in vibrant green energy, his fatigue seemingly vanished. Gusi and the other ally look on in stunned disbelief. Rindu Shizuka observes Yugo, who now confidently holds the staff, and remarks that his healing power is as potent as ever, so much so that its legality is questionable, after Yugo asks if she feels healed. From a rooftop overlooking the ravaged city, two male figures discuss the battle's toll. One asks if there are any other survivors, to which the other replies that over a dozen allies are still nearby. Inside a damaged building, a group of civilians huddles, some clearly injured, while many others are waiting in a more distant structure. Rindu Shizuka issues a direct command to Gusi and the other man. Do not move from this spot. Protect that girl. That is all you need to do. Gusi, his expression concerned, senses Rindu Shizuka's overwhelming presence. He asks if she needs assistance, noting the apparent multitude of enemies. Rindu Shizuka smirks, scoffing at the idea of many enemies, declaring them to be far too few. Rindu Shizuka and Yugo charge into battle side by side, a powerful duo ready to confront the enemy, as she declares the foes are too few to take on them, the siblings. Rindu Shizuka looks down with disdain at two of the snarling, demonic teddy bear creatures, ready to engage. Rindu Shizuka looks at a pink, stitched teddy bear creature with utter disdain, commenting on its terrible, stitched design and the summoner's consistently poor taste. Still disgusted by the crude, stitched creatures, Rindu Shizuka unleashes a powerful green energy blast, telling them to return only after they've been sewn up cutely. Suddenly, Yugo shouts in alarm, warning Rindu Shizuka that the monstrous red figures are swarming in, their numbers overwhelming. With a confident smirk, Rindu Shizuka declares it's just the right time, revealing that her previous attacks have accumulated enough power to charge up her next move. From above, Rindu Shizuka unleashes a devastating life stream, a concentrated torrent of emerald energy that surges downwards. A young man cries out in shock, while Gusi, bewildered, questions what in the world Rindu Shizuka is doing. The young man quickly explains the devastating power of Soldier Rindu's Staff of Ruin Recovery, detailing the hit and heal ability. The more she punches, the more power she accumulates. She heals with that power and then punches again. A merciless, infinite loop. Continues, describing Rindu Shizuka as a one-of-a-kind vanguard-type healer among soldiers, prompting Gusi to interject, questioning if that description is truly accurate. Gusi, still confused by the aggressive healing style, asks for clarification. A healing type, right? As Rindu Shizuka's hand glows with healing energy. The young man flinches, retracting his previous statement with a hasty "my apologies," while Gusi simply muses, maybe so, accepting the strange reality of her abilities. As the battle rages, Yugo charges forward with fierce determination, his unique red blade glowing ominously, ready to strike. Rindu Shizuka observes Yugo's movements, commenting that while his stats may have dropped, his intuition remains sharp and undulled. With a warm smile, Rindu Shizuka playfully calls Yugo little brother, expressing her happiness at how splendidly he has grown and held his own. Yugo, clearly exasperated, addresses Rindu Shizuka, stating that he's lost count of how many times he's had to tell her something important. Turning sharply, Yugo declares with an angry shout, "I am not your little brother," his words catching both Gusi and the young man by surprise. Rindu Shizuka laughs dismissively in response, claiming that that's what all little brothers say, only for Yugo to retort, "Then none of them are your brothers." A new, grotesque saxophone monster appears amidst the chaos, as a voice curses, realizing they can't hold them back against the incoming reinforcements. Rindu Shizuka's expression turns serious as she observes the worsening situation, noting with concern that they've started to struggle. Yugo hesitates for a moment, then requests, "Just the right amount, please," as the system box confirms the unique armament Staff of Ruin Recovery is now in play. With a surge of green energy, Yugo activates Life Boost, charging forward with incredible speed and power, leaving Rindu Shizuka in his wake. The saxophone monster looks up in shock as Yugo descends upon it, enveloped in a powerful green aura, delivering a devastating kick. Yugo's red blade begins to transform into its unique armament shape of pain as he grumbles, "I said moderate amount," a smirk playing on his lips. The transformed red blade descends rapidly as the saxophone monster flinches, realizing with a curse, a slash is coming. The saxophone monster's eyes widen in terror, its sole focus on protecting its instrument, crying out, "The flute must protect it." Yugo, poised in midair with his transformed red spear, coolly states, "I figured you'd do that," anticipating the monster's desperate move. With a surge of crimson energy, Yugo's hand delivers a devastating, piercing blow, tearing through its target. Saxophone monster screams in agony as Yugo's red blade impales it, the attack striking true and inflicting immense damage. Yugo stands victorious over the defeated saxophone monster, his red spear still embedded, leaving it to endure the pain of being pierced by a spear. The red monster screams in agony, its sharp teeth bared, as Yugo's devastating attack continues to pierce through it. A system notification confirms the precision of the strike, executed with a deliberate swinging motion. Yugo's intense gaze follows his attack, a feint executed with blinding speed, ensuring the monster has no chance to react. With a fierce declaration, Yugo proclaims the battle's end, telling the Pied Piper that it's over, and he won't let it take anyone away. His hand outstretched, Yugo's resolve hardens, affirming that no one, not anymore, will be lost under his watch. Pied Piper, form of the red monster, shatters into countless fragments, its final, guttural sound echoing as it disintegrates into nothingness. Yugo stands firm, bathed in the lingering red energy of his power, a small, dark rod lying discarded at his feet, signifying the end of the intense conflict. Two male survivors, their faces etched with disbelief and relief, gaze upon the aftermath of Yugo's devastating power. A woman in a dark uniform watches the scene unfold, her expression unreadable but hinting at deep contemplation. Mura lies still and unconscious on the ravaged ground, a testament to the brutal battle's toll. Yugo glances down, a confident smirk playing on his lips, as he rhetorically asks if the message has been understood, even by the system itself. As Yugo stands, a series of glowing red system windows materialize around him, signaling a new phase of interaction with the mysterious power. A triumphant system notification flashes across the screen, declaring the task completed, marking the successful conclusion of the challenge. The system confirms the victory, attributing it to the survivors, and announces that bonus rewards will now be distributed. Yugo observes his updated status: Strength +8, Durability +8, Agility +10, Spirit +12, and Luck +2, a significant boost to his capabilities. A male survivor exclaims as a blue light envelopes his arm, healing his wounds, while Goosey observes with a curious hum. A system box reveals the man's stat increases: Strength +6, Durability +4, Agility +7, Spirit +6, and Luck +5. Goosey looks on as a unique armament manifests, revealing itself as the formidable Hunter's Gunlance. The woman in the dark uniform remarks, impressed, that Goosey has reached an exceptional level, acknowledging his outstanding performance. Goosey, still holding the powerful gunlance, expresses his bewilderment, unsure how to react to this sudden turn of events. Another system message glows brightly, announcing the manifestation of yet another unique armament. Yugo's eyes widen in surprise as he processes the new system information. A gleaming golden handgun materializes, identified by the system as the hero's handgun. Hanmura, still unconscious, is now enveloped in a soft golden glow, hinting at a miraculous recovery or a powerful blessing. Goosey and another male survivor stare in astonishment at the hero's handgun, which has appeared beside the unconscious Hanmura. A woman in the dark uniform smiles, telling Yugo that he has been blessed with truly good comrades. Above, a massive red energy sphere cracks and shatters, signaling a dramatic shift in the environment. As the red energy bursts into crystal shards, the woman in the dark uniform declares that with this, the entire ordeal is finally complete. Goosey and the other male survivor look up at the sky, surrounded by the remnants of the shattered energy, their expressions a mix of awe and exhaustion. The celestial expanse above remains fractured, shimmering with the remnants of shattered energy. A system notification confirms Demonics, Demon World Transformation concluded. Yugo cradles an unconscious Hanmura, his gaze heavy with concern as the system reports a grim toll: deceased 232. Fragments of the demon world still float around them, a testament to the recent catastrophe. The shattered energy pieces drift across the night sky, revealing the scope of the devastation. Yet, a beacon of hope emerges as the system announces: survivors 48. Amidst the desolate ruins of a crumbled structure, a lone figure sits, seemingly untouched by the chaos. The quiet stillness is punctuated only by the subtle shimmer of lingering energy. The lone survivor, Tagura Koki, looks up with a startled expression, his hand reaching out. A system message confirms his survival, adding his name to the precious few who endured. Elsewhere, two monstrous fists slam into the ground with immense force as a demonic voice cries out in frustration, "Whyhgees, whyyyy." Horned demonic figure, Ricky, remarks on the unexpected resourcefulness of his opponent. Another, Tutu, angrily retorts that the victory was unfair, exclaiming, "That was not it, that was cheating." Tutu, still fuming, insists that if Rindo hadn't intervened, the outcome would have been different, declaring, If Rindo hadn't come, I would have won." Yugo and Hanmura remain trapped within a red energy sphere. The masked demon Dorothy taunts Ricky, repeatedly calling him a sore loser. Ricky responds with a frustrated "urgh" as the argument escalates. Ricky, still agitated, mutters, "Stupid, stupid." Ricky as a small, bubbling cauldron appears before him. Another demonic figure, Ricardo, observes with a curious "oh." Dorothy aggressively commands, "Go get simmered over low heat," as shadowy hands emerge from the now boiling cauldron, a menacing green steam rising. Sage, another demonic figure, questions the strange cooking ritual, asking, "Are you trying to make fondue vo or something?" Tutu affirms, Ricardo is right. Tutu lets out a frustrated "tsk." As the discussion continues, the red energy sphere containing Yugo and Hanmura still present in the background. Ricardo clarifies the rules of the previous engagement, stating, setting aside Rindo's entry into the battle. Before that, the restriction was, hold the flute where it can be aimed. Yugo's tear-streaked face shows his distress. Ricardo continues his analysis, explaining that throwing it away to let it evacuate isn't fair. He concludes that the actions bordered on a foul, calling it a gray area bordering on a foul. Dorothy accuses Tutu of being mean, saying, "Tutu, you're being mean too." Sage, however, offers a different perspective, remarking, "I think it was a good game, Dorothy." Ricardo, the ringmaster, praises the spectacle, declaring, "First OFF, the stage was excellent." He commends the setup and the ringmaster's giant transformation as truly spectacular. Ricardo suggests focusing on the performers rather than lamenting the loss. Dorothy lets out an "UGH" as Ricardo adds, "Besides." With a menacing, sharp-toothed grin, Ricardo expresses his delight, stating, "Yugo's return is delightful." Ricardo looks to his fellow demonic figures, asking for their agreement. Everyone agrees on that, right? Ricardo gestures towards the red sphere, observing, "Look, Sage is completely captivated by his gallant figure." The demonic figures are gathered around a table, observing Yugo. Sage, with a glowing red eye, remarks, "For the first time in ages." Yugo stands dejectedly within the crimson sphere, a symbol of his confinement. Ricardo, the skull-faced demon, expresses his excitement, noting, "Been a while since the boss showed us some emotion." He eagerly asks, "Gets me fired up. I'm up next, right?" Powerful punch from an unseen demonic figure causes a shockwave. Tutu comments on the immense pressure, talk about heavy responsibility, before Ricardo emphatically shouts, "No." Ricardo announces a new development, declaring, "Dorothy is gonna do it again," as the demonic figures look towards the red sphere with anticipation. Ricardo, the skull-faced demon, dismisses the idea with a hint of disdain. "That ain't gonna fly, princess." Tutu, however, voices her dissatisfaction, stating, "I'm not satisfied." Tutu insists that if she had known Yugo was involved, things would have been different. Sage, with a sly smile, suggests to Ricardo, "Why don't you let him have a turn, Ricardo? It'll be easier for you to prepare various things that way too, right?" Ricardo reacts with a surprised, questioning HH as he considers Sage's proposition. A mysterious, cat-like entity, with sharp teeth and a menacing grin, lays down a condition. She will allow the proposition, but only if the princess acts as the organizer. She demands something in return. A skull-masked figure with 3 glowing yellow eyes and powerful claws emerges from a shadowy, red-tinged aura, declaring his desire to be sent out as the piece in this grand scheme. The ominous red orb, reflecting a calm cityscape, pulsates with energy. The masked figure's voice echoes, confirming the black spot gauge is full and it's time to go big. The serene cityscape, bathed in the glow of a bright, ethereal sun, is dramatically framed by vertical lines, signaling a significant shift as the narrator states, "Next is..." Birds gracefully soar across the bright sky, visible through a hospital room window, creating a deceptively peaceful atmosphere. A close-up reveals Hanmura's eye, slowly opening and looking up, her expression a mix of confusion and awakening. Hanmura lies in a hospital bed, her eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead as she slowly regains consciousness. Suddenly, Hanmura's eyes widen in surprise as she realizes she's holding someone's hand, beginning to form a word. Yugo sits beside her, head bowed, holding Hanmura's hand as she softly calls out to him, questioning if it's really him. Yugo slowly lifts his head, his expression revealing a subtle shift from solemnity to cautious awareness. Yugo exclaims in shock, calling out Hanmura's name and asking if she's finally awake, while she confirms her consciousness with a quiet "Waye." Yugo leans in anxiously, repeatedly asking about Hanmura's condition and if she feels any pain, to which she confidently replies that she's fine, reminding him that he treated her. A confident, long-haired woman, carrying a basket of fruit, enters the room with a knowing smile, congratulating the hero on their survival. The long-haired woman instructs Yugo to sleep properly on a futon, while a surprised Hanmura listens. Yugo tries to protest, mentioning his ongoing tests. The long-haired woman playfully pats Yugo's head, asking if he wants to taste a big sister's love, much to his visible discomfort. The long-haired woman reassures them not to panic, then casually announces that, anyway, tomorrow, something significant will happen, as Yugo scratches his head in confusion. The narrator dramatically declares that after the battle, a feast has been decided upon, setting an anticipatory tone. The next day, a lively feast is underway. Yugo, Hanmura, Gusi, the long-haired woman, and a jovial man gather around a table laden with grilled meat, with the man enthusiastically urging everyone to eat and drink. Hanmura, with an excited expression, encourages everyone not to hold back, proudly declaring that the entire meal is on her. Jovial man expresses his gratitude for the meal, while Gusi, looking a bit weary, comments that grilled meat is heavy at this age. Hanmura, in thought, ponders the long-haired woman's personality, calling her Soldier Rindo in her mind and labeling her a hero. Yugo, observing the long-haired woman drinking, remarks that she's always been like that. The long-haired woman jovially asks the young man if he's enjoying himself, to which he replies enthusiastically. Hanmura then points out that the long-haired woman's smartphone has been ringing for a while. The long-haired woman glances at her ringing phone, dismissing it with a wave of her hand, stating it's just interview requests and not to mind them. The long-haired woman questions who has time for interviews on vacation, while Yugo warns Hanmura to be careful. Hanmura asks, "Of what?" and Yugo clarifies, "This is recruitment." The long-haired woman explains that one can be informally hired as a soldier before they even realize it, prompting a surprised Yugo to wonder, "She likes me?" The white-haired man at the table sits in silence, a thoughtful or perhaps annoyed expression on his face, holding his chopsticks. A dark-haired woman at the table smiles subtly, remarking that if he truly possessed such capabilities, he should have revealed them much earlier. Gusi, his expression tightening, denies the implication, asserting that he was the one provoked. Gusi continues to vent, demanding that if the woman is Yugo's big-shot figure, she should tell him not to bring up irritating memories at the last moment. Beside Yugo, Hanmura excitedly points out something cute, while Yugo simply lets out a contemplative ho. The dark-haired woman takes a sip from her cup, her eyes closed as she advises them not to forget their feelings, for as long as that stupid shit remains in their hearts. Gusi retorts that the woman herself is far from stupid, then pointedly utters the name Tagura Koki. Gusi lets out a small, embarrassed chuckle, a hint of blush on his cheeks. Under the crescent moon, the dark-haired woman turns to the assembled group, thanking them for gathering and wishing them well. With a confident stance, the woman reiterates her offer. Anyone interested in changing professions to become a soldier should contact her. She promises good treatment and perks, but warns them of the inherent life-threatening risks. A cheerful man, clutching a signed paper, thanks the woman for her autograph, vowing to treasure it. Behind him, Gusi buries his face in his hands, lamenting that he drank too much. Hanmura turns to Gusi, asking him about his next steps, addressing him with the familiar nickname Gobi-chan. Gusi rubs his arm, pondering his excellent condition since a past event, wondering if it was a status up that healed the various parts of his body that were falling apart. Above all, Gusi marvels at receiving a unique armament, declaring it would be a waste to let such a powerful item go unused. Gusi, holding his unique armament aloft, bids farewell, suggesting they meet again on some future hunting ground. Gusi then warns Yugo not to die until their next encounter, addressing him directly by name. Yugo reflects internally, realizing that in the end, there was no point in trying to run away from the impending demon world transformation. He continues his internal monologue, realizing that even if he ran, someone else who chose not to would fight in his place. He finally understands that he wants those kinds of people to live. With newfound resolve, Yugo clenches his fist, declaring that he must be the one to end this nightmare, without fail, no matter where it takes him. Hanmura reacts with a surprised as Yugo informs her that he will be submitting his resignation at work tomorrow. He apologizes for any trouble the handover might cause. Yugo offers a gentle smile, reminding Hanmura of her past words to him, that he doesn't have to suffer alone. Hanmura looks away, internally acknowledging that those words truly saved her from the bottom of her heart. Yugo, walking away into the night cityscape, glances back with a grateful smile, offering a heartfelt thank you and wishing her to take care. Hanmura, her eyes wide with shock, reaches out, urgently calling out, "Wait, Fushimi-ku." Her hand grips her own shoulder tightly, a wave of distress washing over her as a sharp sound effect echoes. As Hanmura reels, the dark-haired woman from before appears beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder and calmly stating, "Now then." The dark-haired woman's eyes narrow into a sly smile as she declares it's time for a one-on-one after-party. As Yugo walks further into the illuminated cityscape, the woman's voice echoes, asking if Hanmura doesn't want to hear more. Hanmura's eyes widen in stark realization as the woman reveals crucial information about the first demon world transformation, Ground Zero, and what truly happened to Yugo. Inside a dimly lit bar, 3 men are seated at the counter, the clinking of glasses echoing in the quiet atmosphere. The bartender, a man with white hair and glasses, leans forward, politely asking a customer for her order. A woman with long, dark hair, seated at the counter, calmly requests a bottle of Ardbeg and a large tumbler. A blonde woman, sitting beside her, appears surprised and a little flustered. She silently questions the bar's lack of a menu, wondering what she's even supposed to order. The long-haired woman takes a sip of her drink, a look of pure satisfaction on her face. A sparkle effect surrounds her, emphasizing her declaration, "This is so good." The bartender pours a golden liquid into a large glass. The blonde woman watches with wide, intrigued eyes, noting that the drink appears sweet and fluffy as it glistens. The long-haired woman, without hesitation, chugs the contents of her large tumbler. The text overlay indicates the drink is light 46% ABV, highlighting its potency. With a quick gulp, the long-haired woman finishes her drink, letting out a satisfied phew. The blonde woman beside her looks on in utter shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at the display. Turning to the blonde woman, the long-haired woman asks for her thoughts on Yugo's fighting, shifting the conversation to a more serious topic. The blonde woman remains silent, deep in thought, as the long-haired woman continues to pour another drink, the golden liquid once again filling the tumbler. The blonde woman recounts Yugo's combat prowess, recalling how he is used to fighting calm and strong. Flashbacks show Yugo in action, his dark silhouette against a chaotic red background, wielding his glowing red blade. The blonde woman continues her description, revealing the true essence of Yugo's fighting style, calling it the shape of pain, a term that seems to hold deep meaning. The long-haired woman looks directly at the blonde woman, her expression one of curiosity, as she questions the term, asking, "Partway?" The blonde woman explains the arduous nature of their journey, stating it was a long haul typical of large-scale demon falls. She then asks if she can smoke, to which the long-haired woman grants permission. A cigarette is lit, its flame illuminating the dark. The blonde woman recounts the brutal opening phase of the demon falls, revealing that Yugo had already lost his parents by the time they met. A flashback shows a young, bloodied Yugo clutching a knife with a grim expression, surrounded by a swirling red, desolate landscape. The blonde woman remarks that his determined look from back then would stay with her forever. Back in the bar, the blonde woman explains the harsh reality of their situation, stating that the first filter was simple, the ones who didn't panic survived. Flashback reveals grotesque, multi-eyed monsters lurking in the shadows. The blonde woman continues, emphasizing the importance of observing the kinds of enemies that spawned and how they behaved. The flashback shows a person falling, while a young Yugo and another figure huddle together. The blonde woman's narration focuses on understanding what got you attacked if you did it, and what let you slip by. In the flashback, a young Yugo and the blonde woman, both covered in dirt and looking determined, are shown. She explains that survivors held their breath and thought about nothing else. The flashback continues, showing the blonde woman holding a crossbow and Yugo clutching a single-edged knife. She recounts how she found her weapon in a bathroom stall, while Yugo found his knife. A close-up on young Yugo, his face smudged and his clothes stained with blood, gripping the knife tightly. The blonde woman speculates that it was probably the one he was at least somewhat used to. Back in the bar, the blonde woman's profile is shown as she states, with a serious expression, that survival wasn't the only reason. A poignant flashback shows the blonde woman embracing a younger Yugo amidst the desolation, explaining her deeper motivation. "I felt I had to become family, even if I forced it." Turning to the present, the blonde woman takes a drag from her cigarette, the smoke curling upwards. She concludes her tale with a stark truth. "Alone, you don't last." The blonde woman's voice continues, carrying a heavy truth. In an unguarded moment, one can lose their very reason to live. A dark-haired woman takes a drag from her cigarette, the smoke curling as she adds, emphasizing the danger. And that is fatal, especially inside a demon fall. The blonde woman listens intently in the background. Dark-haired woman then directs her gaze at the blonde woman, asking if she understands, adding pointedly, "You too." The blonde woman looks down, her expression somber. From behind, the dark-haired woman acknowledges the blonde woman's past, revealing she did her homework on her situation. She apologizes for prying, then brings up a sensitive topic, your father's condition. A flashback shows a younger blonde woman in a hospital room as the dark-haired woman narrates the grim details. Cellular blackening syndrome, a designated intractable disease. On top of that, your mother disappearing. The dark-haired woman, smoking, continues to recount the blonde woman's struggles. Even with government support, you had to give up school and work to pay the medical bills. The blonde woman, holding her drink, dismisses her past sacrifices with a slight shrug. It's fine. I was never that good at studying anyway. The dark-haired woman leans forward, admitting her next words might sound shameless, but she proceeds to lay out the financial benefits. Soldiers make good money. Monthly pay plus hazard bonuses every deployment plus performance pay proportional to your results. All of that scales up with your rank. The blonde woman stares into her drink, listening as the dark-haired woman explains the potential earnings. Once you hit silver bear class or above, making hundreds of millions isn't that hard. With a subtle smirk, the dark-haired woman asks if it sounds shady, then clarifies, "This isn't something I say to just anyone. This time, only to you and Mr. Miroto." Flashback shows the blonde woman in combat as the dark-haired woman explains, "Yugo told me what you did out there. You clearly have the knack." The flashback continues, showing the blonde woman's fierce resolve as the dark-haired woman praises her. The strength to survive demon fall and overcome it. Right now, we need as many comrades like that as we can get. Desperately so. The blonde woman sits at the bar, her expression heavy with thought, the desperation in the dark-haired woman's words clearly weighing on her. Dark-haired woman's hand firmly extinguishes her cigarette in the ashtray as she declares, "No, let me rephrase." She looks directly at the blonde woman, her true intention revealed, "I want you by Yugo's side." The dark-haired woman explains her inability to be there for Yugo, stating, "I can't be there for him, not anymore. I've gone too far up the ladder for that." The blonde woman looks on, surprised. Her expression resolute, the dark-haired woman elaborates on her responsibilities. Gold Lion class is one of the pillars of demon fall defense. I have to stay ready for outbreaks in dense population centers. The only reason I made it this time was sheer luck. She then reveals she made the same offer to Mr. Miroto, who gently turned her down, saying he'd never knock the rust off if someone stronger was always next to him. The dark-haired woman finds this reassuring. Turning back to the blonde woman with an intense gaze, the dark-haired woman begins to make her final plea. "But you..." Before she can finish, the blonde woman abruptly pushes a glass of drink towards her. The blonde woman then chugs down her own drink, her actions fueled by a sudden surge of emotion. With a furious outburst, the blonde woman confronts the dark-haired woman. "Treat me to expensive drinks, box me in, wave the bait in front of me and tug on my heartstrings. You don't need to do any of that." Her face flushed with anger and frustration, the blonde woman declares her commitment. "I'm not just going to sit on my hands. I care too, you know?" Slamming her fist on the bar, the blonde woman's anger escalates. "Now I'm getting mad. What was that stay well, okay, supposed to be? He thinks that's a clean goodbye?" The dark-haired woman watches her calmly. Her voice filled with raw emotion, the blonde woman continues her tirade. "Is he mocking me? Still treating me like dead weight? After all that hell we went through together, am I the only one who thought of us as comrades?" Tears welling in her eyes, the blonde woman's frustration turns to a desperate plea. "Why can't he just say it? I'm scared and I want you with me, or something." A spotlight shines down on the two women at the bar, highlighting the intense conversation amidst the dim atmosphere. The blonde woman, slightly tipsy, hands a glass to the dark-haired woman and sheepishly admits, I'm a bad drunk, by the way. I know I am, so I usually hold back." Her expression shifting to determined resolve, the blonde woman challenges her companion. "But you're the one who invited me today, so you're seeing this through with me, right? To the bitter end." The dark-haired woman holds her drink, a faint, knowing smirk playing on her lips as she regards the now-determined blonde woman. Dark-haired woman, continuing her conversation, gestures with a raised finger, requesting another bottle of the same drink from the elderly bartender, who stands ready to serve. As the bartender skillfully uncorks the bottle, the dark-haired woman confidently states her philosophy of never leaving anything on the shelf, adding a cryptic remark about a little brother and how quickly time will pass. Both the dark-haired woman and the blonde woman raise their glasses in a toast. The dark-haired woman declares their intention to drink until morning, to which the blonde woman enthusiastically responds with a resounding "hell yeah." 5 days later, the scene shifts dramatically to a bustling highway at night, with a prominent road sign indicating the direction to Nagoya, marking a new location and a passage of time. Blonde woman, now wearing a helmet and riding a motorcycle, observes their current position, realizing they are right in the middle of the predicted outbreak zone, recalling a past school trip to the area. Yugo rides on the back of the motorcycle, holding on to the blonde woman, who calls out his name and asks him what their next move should be as they speed through the night. The blonde woman expresses her surprise, exclaiming that Yugo possesses a bike license. Yugo confirms, stating his license is valid for up to mid-size vehicles. Yugo proudly reveals that the motorcycle is a hand-me-down from Rindo, praising its performance on rough roads and in traffic. The blonde woman looks on, impressed by the bike's capabilities. Yugo emphasizes the need to formulate a plan, focusing on enhancing their stats and personal armaments for future encounters. Yugo continues, acknowledging the crucial fact that such growth and power can only be achieved by engaging in battles within a demon fall. Standing together, Yugo and the blonde woman look determined as Yugo states that their immediate priority is to become proficient in handling their armaments. The blonde woman beams with excitement, declaring it's training time and expressing her eagerness to use her hero's handgun, with a chibi thought bubble illustrating her enthusiasm. The blonde woman questions the feasibility of firing a weapon in the middle of a city. Yugo calmly assures her that big cities are equipped with facilities specifically for soldiers. Yugo explains that these facilities offer training spaces, and in areas prone to outbreaks, they can even stay for free, reinforcing their status as full-fledged soldiers. The blonde woman exclaims their arrival as they approach a grand, golden, ornate structure. Yugo agrees, remarking that it would be foolish not to utilize such a resource. Yugo identifies the impressive building as the Nagoya Guild. The blonde woman comments on its bold and distinctive appearance, recognizing the Shachihoko style. Inside the guild, Yugo cautions the blonde woman to avoid trouble, warning her that fresh white rabbit class types often become targets for others. Blonde woman retorts, questioning if Yugo truly believes she is the type to initiate conflicts with strangers. As Yugo and the blonde woman walk, 3 men in the background observe them, their presence hinting at potential trouble as the blonde woman considers taking a chance. The blonde woman defiantly states her intention to simply beat down any potential aggressors. Yugo sighs, confirming that this is precisely what he meant by her causing trouble, as one of the men in the background reacts with confusion. The middle man among the trio eyes Yugo and the blonde woman, dismissively labeling them as flashy little rabbits and total greenhorns from out of town. As Yugo and the blonde woman stand, another of the men further provokes them, questioning if they are a couple. The middle man turns his back to the viewer, holding a small, grenade-like object, his words implying a menacing intention. In that case, his hand clenches tightly around the device, which crackles with energy, as he declares they will simply have to teach Yugo and the blonde woman a lesson. With glowing red eyes and a chilling smirk, the man vows to teach them their place, starting with a harsh lesson in knowing their limits. A hand types on a keyboard as 2 profile papers belonging to Yugo and the blonde woman are reviewed, noting their white rabbit class status and classifying them as brand new rookies. As the profiles of Yugo and Hanmura are scrutinized, an unseen official questions the veracity of the details, warning against any falsehoods. A nervous recruit, with their back to us, insists that everything written is absolutely true, with nothing exaggerated. 2 officials, a man and a woman, review the documents, their expressions shifting to surprise. The female official remarks on a peculiar detail, a recommendation from Soldier Rindo. Yugo's eyes widen slightly, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air as he processes the unexpected mention. The female official, now convinced, offers an apology for her initial skepticism. Her hand extends, presenting 2 new membership cards, one clearly displaying Yugo's profile. As Yugo and Hanmura examine their new cards, the official clarifies the benefits: free lodging and training facility access. She adds that various paid add-ons are available for those seeking more comfortable rooms or enhanced training. Hanmura's expression shifts to shock as the official explains the default accommodation: gender-separated, dormitory-style, 4-person bunk rooms. Hanmura balks, asking if they truly have to share with strangers, to which the official confirms, under the basic plan, yes. The official quickly adds that private rooms are available for an additional fee, with twin and double rooms being cheaper per person. Hanmura turns to Yugo, suggesting that sharing a twin wouldn't be the worst, right, Yugo? But he sharply dismisses the idea with a firm "not happening." Yugo, resolute, declares they will get separate rooms for tonight. Hanmura, visible in the background, internally winces, feeling a slight sting from his swift rejection. Yugo elaborates on his decision, stating they have training immediately after this and he wants to avoid any fatigue carrying over to the next day. The female official gestures towards a sleek, futuristic door, confirming they will be using the training facility. She informs them that for first-timers, the training contents are fixed. Hanmura stands alone in a vast, illuminated training chamber as the official's voice echoes, explaining it's an individual mock battle for power assessment. The official instructs them to use their personal armaments, which surprises Hanmura. She questions if they are truly allowed to use these in the assessment. The official replies that accurate data is paramount, despite some individuals attempting to conceal their true abilities. 3 glowing blue, humanoid figures materialize in the chamber. The official's voice clarifies that these adversaries are merely projected pseudo-enemies. From behind, Hanmura observes the projected threats. The official warns that while no physical injuries will occur, hits will register as damage, and this score will significantly impact their overall evaluation. Hanmura, eager, asks if a super high score could lead to a rank promotion. The official, with a slight smile, explains that while this test alone won't promote them, it serves as crucial reference data for future evaluations. The official adds a crucial detail. The enemy's attacks will inflict pain, akin to non-lethal stun weapons. She emphasizes that the pain is intentionally tuned to be quite severe. Hanmura's eyes widen in alarm, questioning the extent of quite a bit. The official's grim response reveals that the pain is intense enough to make some individuals abandon their soldier aspirations after this very test. As the projected enemies loom, the official's voice booms, giving the final command, "Well then, give it everything you've got." Hanmura stands ready, gripping her weapon. In a control room overlooking the training chamber, 2 male officials observe Hanmura on a large screen. One remarks, "Oh, it started," as the assessment begins. Hanmura unleashes a volley of golden energy from her pistol, her face set in fierce determination as she engages the simulated threats. Her shots connect with precision, bright flashes erupting on the heads of the projected enemies, indicating multiple critical hits. Back in the control room, the officials are impressed. One exclaims, "Nice aim," while the other acknowledges, "Landing triple headshots is pretty good." The male official, adjusting his glasses with a smirk, offers a slightly understated compliment, "Not bad, I guess." However, his tone shifts as a colossal projected enemy looms over a tiny Hanmura, and he remarks that her current attacks are not going to scratch anything tangible against such a foe. Undeterred by the immense threat, Hanmura continues to fire her golden pistol, her focus unwavering as she directs another burst of energy. Her shots find their mark, striking the projected enemy's chest with powerful, explosive impacts, yet the true efficacy of her attacks remains to be seen. Despite her shots finding their mark and erupting with explosive force, the woman's frustration mounts as the shadowy monster remains standing. She questions, "I hit it, why isn't it going down?" A system notification appears, delivering a cold assessment, "Insufficient power, shot registered as pass-through." The system continues its brutal analysis, advising, "Either increase output or aim for vital points. One way or another, you'll have to adapt." The woman, overwhelmed by the relentless assault from multiple shadowy monsters, internally battles her rising panic, urging herself to no, calm down. Staring down her weapon, a crucial realization dawns on her. She understands, this isn't just a gun, it's a personal armament. Brief flashback shows Yugo in combat as the woman recalls, "The moment I got it, I knew how to use it." A spark of determination ignites within her as she thinks, "So." Her eyes blaze with fierce resolve, a newfound confidence radiating from her as she declares, "I can do this." A reddish aura ignites around the woman as she pushes off the ground, a surge of power propelling her forward. She charges headlong into the fray, her weapon held steady, a blur of motion against the looming shadowy forms of the red monster. From the sidelines, the observers react with shock. The young man exclaims, "She rushed in." The man with glasses questions, "Even though her weapon's a gun?" while another watches in silent contemplation. She deftly evades a monstrous claw. The woman recalls Yugo's fighting style, a crucial realization solidifying in her mind. "Watching Yugo made me realize something." A massive blue energy wave slices through the air, narrowly missing the woman as she continues her aggressive advance. Mid-leap, her thoughts crystallize, a core principle of combat taking root, strength without risk. She closes the distance, firing her personal armament point-blank into the red monster, concluding her thought doesn't exist. Blinding explosion of golden energy erupts from the red monster's chest, a direct hit that sends the woman reeling backward from the sheer force of the impact. The observers gasp in disbelief. The young man exclaims, "Whoa!" The man with glasses questions, "She just blew its torso open? And then, how?" He adds, "Her shots weren't that strong earlier." The man with glasses lets out a subtle, knowing ho, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. A smirk spreads across the man with glasses' face as he muses, "Now that's interesting." He observes that her weapon hits harder the closer she gets, realizing that girl's armament is a system notification, then identifies it, personal armament, hero's handgun, hinting at an ability. The system reveals the active ability, point-blank burst shot. The woman winces, confirming, "Yep, hurts like hell. I'm gonna cry." The man with glasses, now invigorated by the display, declares his approval, "I like this one." 20 minutes pass, the training ground showing clear signs of the intense combat as the blue energy dissipates from the damaged floor. System message appears, offering a simple commendation for her performance. "Good work." The system continues its evaluation, acknowledging, "You put up a solid score," but also pointing out, "But you took a lot of hits too." The system warns that in real combat that would get you killed. The woman, however, smiles, agreeing, "Yeah, you're right," but then adds, "But if I'm going to do stupid stuff, better to do it in training." System responds with an intriguing offer, "I see. In that case, let me offer you some extra stupidity." The woman turns, surprised, to see a group of men in the doorway, questioning, "Who?" A system notification explains that a group of soldiers requested a joint training match. It continues, "If you accept, we can start right away." System compliments her courage, stating, "You've got guts, girl." The woman reacts with a silent exclamation, a mix of surprise and readiness. The man with glasses, holding a mic, addresses her directly, stating it would be a waste to let you die easy, then proposes, "How about a wager?" One of the soldiers lays out the terms of the wager. "Fight us one after another. If you can beat even one of us, you win." The terms of the wager become even clearer. There's prize money involved, a formidable 100,000 per win. The woman's eyes sparkle with sudden interest. Her jaw drops in disbelief and excitement as she repeats, 100,000. The man in the white suit, kneeling before them, outlines the grim alternative. "If you can't even beat one, we win. Then you become one of my underlings." One of his men adds with a chilling smile, "I'll treat you right. We'll hammer you into shape so you live." The woman, calculating the potential earnings, stammers, "And if I win them all, I'd get 500,000. Suddenly, the room is rocked by a violent tremor. Two of the men reel back, exclaiming, "What the hell? An earthquake!" Man in the white suit looks up, his expression unreadable as the vibrations continue. The intense shaking rattles the very air, causing his chain necklace to shimmer. The woman, regaining her balance, questions the source of the disturbance. "Earthquake?" Then quickly realizes, "No, that's not it. It's already over." A dark boot presses down on the chest of the man in the white suit, who now lies defeated on the ground. Yugo offers a casual, "Sorry." Yugo stands tall, rubbing his head with a slight grimace, admitting, "That was me causing a scene. Got carried away." The woman gasps, "Yugo?" as he calls out her name, Akari. Confused, she asks, "Huh? Who are these people?" The man in the white suit, now sitting up, manages a weak, The man in the white suit is clearly flustered, stammering, well. He sits on the shattered floor, muttering, "So," as he stares at the extensive damage, a silent exclamation of shock at Yugo's power. Kari looks on, speechless, while Yugo stands beside her, his expression unreadable as they face the group. Yugo's gaze is sharp and unwavering, his expression a mask of calm determination. Yugo summarizes the high stakes: win and I get 100,000, lose and I get headhunted. The man in the white suit, having recovered his stance and now holding a cigar, grins. "That's a fun bet," his eyes glinting with dangerous anticipation. Akari steps forward from behind Yugo, her voice firm as she asks, "Mind if I join in?" Yugo turns slightly, adding his agreement to the challenge, "Me too." Kari reiterates, "Mind if I join in?" as Yugo, with a serious expression, confirms his participation, "Me too." The man in the white suit looks surprised for a moment, then a wide grin spreads across his face. "Huh? I don't mind, I guess." A voice from the foreground expresses gratitude. "Thanks." Then the man in the white suit's voice booms, "With this many people, individual matches are a hassle. Let's do it all at once." 5 intimidating figures stand ready. The man in the white suit declares the new, daunting terms, 5 versus 2. A hand grips a glowing blue, chained weapon as a taunting voice sneers, "Look at this punk. Some greenhorn white rabbit running his mouth like that. You ready for this?" Yugo raises a hand, requesting, "One moment, please." A system notification appears. Pseudo-armaments have been created from your power assessment data. The system continues its explanation. The lethality has been removed, but the performance is replicated as accurately as technically possible. A display case reveals two pseudo-armaments, a sleek blue dagger and a futuristic gun. The system instructs Fushimi and Hanmura, please switch to these. Everyone else is already equipped. With the new pseudo-armaments presented, an instructor explains the necessity of the gear, stating that using real weapons in person-to-person combat is naturally forbidden. Yugo takes hold of the futuristic gun, examining its design, and remarks on the meticulous preparation for their upcoming challenge. Yugo's gaze sharpens as he grips the sleek blue dagger, a silent thought crossing his mind. The instructor's voice echoes, urging him to prepare for what comes next. Two male figures, one with a sinister smirk and a chain, the other with a serious expression, stand ready, hinting at the impending confrontation. Scene erupts into motion as multiple figures charge forward, a hand in the foreground aiming the futuristic gun, signaling the immediate start of combat. Yugo holds his blue dagger, his expression intensely focused as he prepares for the onslaught, a silent determination radiating from him. Three opponents, two bearing the distinctive black eagle emblem, confront Yugo and his allies. An unseen observer notes, three of them. All the black eagles are on their side. Yugo launches into a dynamic attack, his blue dagger glowing with vibrant energy as he activates his skill. Shape of Pain, Replica. Yugo deftly maneuvers through the attacking opponents, blue energy trails highlighting his swift movements as he evades and counters their assaults. With a swift, decisive motion, Yugo's blue dagger flashes. In the background, two of his adversaries are already down, defeated by his rapid strike. The smirking opponent from earlier, now disoriented and on the ground, looks up in utter surprise, uttering a bewildered, "Huh?" The opponent recoils in shock, crying out "Ack!" as Yugo's blue dagger is forcefully driven into the ground mere inches from his face, emphasizing the protagonist's dominance. Yugo stands over the kneeling opponent, using his dagger as a casual prop. He begins, "I know it's childish of me, but please don't try to recruit." Yugo's expression hardens as he concludes his warning, stating, "My partner without asking." In the background, Hanmura unleashes a barrage of shots from the futuristic gun. In the foreground, a male opponent, shielding himself, exclaims, "Whoa!" in surprise. Hanmura beams with exhilaration, holding the gun. A male observer, clearly annoyed, retorts, "That's embarrassing. You're saying that while shooting at me?" Yugo stands with his back to the viewer, observing the three opponents. A thought crosses his mind, reflecting, "These ain't no rabbits." Jinzab Yurukunu, an older man with glasses and a beard, looks grimly ahead, concluding, "No way we can win. Not against this." Yuppie, looking startled, clutches stacks of money as an unseen hand offers more. He reacts with a surprised, "Huh? Wait, money?" Jinzab Yurukunu, with a determined expression, states the exact amount, 500,000, exactly. "Give it to those two." Hands swiftly count stacks of currency, the numbers 48 and 49, appearing in thought bubbles, indicating the process of tallying the large sum. Hanmura gasps in disbelief, confirming the hefty sum of 500,000. Yugo, however, urges her to discreetly put the money away, calling her Akari as a gentle reminder. Hanmura apologizes for her excitement, putting the money into a bag. Yugo, understanding, acknowledges her happiness, admitting, "We're not exactly flush with cash." Hanmura muses, "So soldiers really do make bank, huh? Throwing around that much money like it's nothing." Yugo's response from off-panel confirms, "Once your silver bear class, yeah." Hanmura asks Yugo if he recognizes the generous benefactor. Yugo, looking at his phone, identifies the distinct, old Nagoya dialect of the man, a dialect rarely heard these days. Yugo's phone displays information about Jinzab Yurukunu, a skilled fighter making waves. Hanmura reacts with a surprised "whoa," while a white-haired ally questions if he's more famous than Hakura. The reply indicates, in terms of name recognition, maybe twice as much. Yugo looks thoughtful, reflecting on the earlier encounter. He admits, "I hesitated a bit about taking the bet. Didn't want to embarrass them." Hanmura apologizes, "Sorry, I didn't think that far ahead." But Yugo reassures her, "No, this time it was fine." Hanmura then observes, "He's got that boss-type vibe, that guy." As Jinzab Yurukunu and a dark-haired woman stand confidently back-to-back, Hanmura concludes her observation, remarking, "Point is, he's big-hearted, not the type to sweat the small stuff." Leveraging his insightful nature, Yugo offers strategic advice on how to leave an impression as a promising young talent. The woman beside him acknowledges his point, then thanks the server for delivering her miso nakomi before raising a new question. The man in the foreground observes the unusually crowded restaurant, pointing out the sheer number of people around, identifying them as fellow soldiers. Yugo, focused on his meal, explains the current grim situation. Outbreak predictions are centered on major cities, prompting civilians to evacuate while soldiers gather in their stead. He continues, noting that fewer restaurants remain open, naturally leading to the present crowded conditions. The woman beside him expresses understanding, then prompts him for further explanation. The woman muses aloud, believing they shouldn't struggle to find allies even if a demon fall erupted. Yugo, however, voices his skepticism, suggesting that merely being a hero doesn't guarantee a willingness to fight. The serious expression, Yugo reveals a specific strategy known as scavenging. He elaborates on the scavenging strategy, waiting for other strong soldiers to thin out enemies before engaging. The woman questions if this means fighting without personal risk, to which Yugo simply confirms. Yugo continues, explaining that scavengers join when victory is almost guaranteed, then spend the remaining time picking off missed stragglers, describing it as the easiest way to gain experience. Yugo reflects that while the strategy's effectiveness is undeniable, some consider it unavoidable, especially for beginners without their personal armaments. Amidst his thoughts, he notes the firmness of his noodles. Woman, visibly distressed and haunted by a ghostly image of herself, questions if beginners can truly be expected to risk their lives. She then concedes Yugo makes a fair point, falling silent in contemplation. Yugo, calm and composed, states that visible statistics hold little meaning, emphasizing that what truly matters is something far more fundamental. He concludes his thought, asserting that building goodwill with the people who are genuinely willing to fight is paramount. A boisterous man in a white suit, surrounded by others, laughs heartily, expressing surprise that something is happening just a day later. The woman, accompanied by Yugo, bows deeply, expressing gratitude for the guidance received at the guild yesterday, offering a small token of appreciation. The boisterous man's laughter echoes once more. Man in the white suit asks if Yugo and the woman taught them something, while another man behind him curtly states that they crush their opponents instantly. The white-suited man lets out a guttural sound. Yugo acknowledges learning a lot from their sparring, as an unseen voice warns against provoking them. The man in the white suit dismisses the concern, claiming they were the ones who initiated the fight. The man in the white suit assures them that nobody minds, adding that they already know who Yugo is. Yugo remains silent, his expression unreadable. The man in the white suit leans in, a smirk widening on his face, directly asking Yugo if he plans to charge into battle first. He presses on, asserting that this must be the very reason Yugo came to see them. Yugo confirms his intent to charge straight in when the demon fall hits, aligning himself with their aggressive stance. The man in the white suit commends his guts, revealing he heard about Yugo from Big Sis Rindo and promises to treat them as honored guests. Now serious, the man in the white suit warns Yugo to brace himself, then draws his attention to a set of memorial tablets in the room. He solemnly reveals that the tablets represent all of their fallen comrades, each one lost in battle. Yugo and the woman stand in solemn silence, taking in the gravity of the memorial. The white-suited man's voice echoes, stating, "That's how it is." The narration emphasizes the deadly reality of the front lines, as a massive, glowing purple energy dome looms menacingly over cities like Sapporo and Nagoya. Yugo and the woman speed through a desolate, purple-hued landscape on a motorcycle as the narrator announces the impending arrival of the threat. The woman gasps in shock, revealing that 3 Class A outbreaks have occurred simultaneously, a development completely unforeseen by their forecasts. Yugo braces himself, his expression grim and resolute, ready for the immediate danger ahead. Phone rings, displaying an incoming call from Rindo, who immediately asks Yugo if he is at the Nagoya site. Yugo, still on the call, questions the person on the other end, asking, "You're the one saying that?" The voice on the phone dismisses his query as just ordinary sisterly concern. As Yugo faces Rindo, he internally notes that her peculiar phrase isn't in any dictionary, but concedes, "Understood." Rindo then responds with a simple, "You too." The environment shifts to an ominous red glow as Yugo stands alongside a female companion, their expressions tense as they navigate the unsettling new surroundings. A young girl with blonde hair and a mischievous grin appears, exclaiming, "Oh my, nice to meet you, big brother, big sister." Yugo and his companion look on as the girl, standing before a towering red monster, pleads for assistance, stating, "Will you help us? We're in such a bind, you see." Yugo's face contorts in alarm as a chilling familiarity washes over him, recognizing this atmosphere with a sense of dread. Yugo's internal thoughts reveal a grim realization, connecting the current situation to a past trauma. "I felt it in the first nightmare too." The girl's innocent facade crumbles, her eyes glowing with an eerie blue light as she utters a cryptic, menacing phrase, "The foolish Parliament squirrel." With a chilling smile, the girl declares their dire predicament, stating, "We're in such terrible trouble, all of us." Yugo's companion, holding a golden pistol, questions if the girl is an enemy, noting her deceptive cuteness. Yugo, however, firmly states no, she's probably an event character. System notification flashes, announcing first sequence beginning. Trial announced. The objective is clear. Escort Alice safely to the Queen's chamber without letting her die. Yugo's companion identifies the girl as Alice, that this girl probably Yugo then deduces, so it's an escort and transport type trial. Never done one, but I've heard about them. Yugo explains that these trials test protecting power more than raw strength, a type his companion finds annoying kind of trial. Alice, seemingly unfazed, tells them no need to look so tense. Alice, with a subtly sinister smile, extends her hand, offering them a small bag and asking, would you care for some sweets? Yugo readily accepts the offering, saying, yes, please, much to his companion's surprise, who exclaims, that was fast. Yugo's inner monologue reveals his strategic thinking. If an event character hands it over, chances are it's either a key item or a support item. System identifies the item, a bag of sugar sweets, sweet and tasty. Share them nicely, glowing with a faint aura. Yugo, holding the glowing bag, wonders about its exact function, thinking, which one is this, I wonder. Let's just hang on to it for now. A walkie-talkie crackles to life with a voice announcing soldier comms checking in. A system alert clarifies the rules of engagement. Inside Demonfall. This is only for internal comms. No contact with outside. New, imposing figure, Fushimi, communicates through his device, asking, you're in too, huh? Fushimi. Yugo confirms, yes, we just entered as well. Fushimi then provocatively asks, got a creepy little brat right in front of you? Prompting Alice to indignantly retort, it's quite rude to call a lady that, you know. Yugo, recognizing the voice, thinks, thought so, Soldier Kunu. He then states, same setup on your side, then concluding that, yeah, looks like one Alice per group that came in. Fushimi grimaces, commenting on, Demonfall themed on nonsense fairy tales. Huh? Gives me the chills. His subordinate remarks, didn't know you read that stuff too, boss, only to be met with Fushimi's sharp retort, I'll kill you, idiot. It's basic cultural knowledge. A holographic map appears as Fushimi instructs, either way, first is positioning. Just roughly tell me where you are. Yugo reports, we came in from the southeast side of the dome, to which Fushimi notes we're on the west, concluding, if space is behaving normally, that puts us pretty far apart. Fushimi's voice relays that, with this trial, our paths are basically locked in. Best assume we won't be linking up for a while. Yugo, holding his phone, reassures him that splitting up was our idea, so don't worry about us, while a system box highlights a soldier signal flare for calling help. Fushimi acknowledges the strategy, stating, well, spreading your forces at the start is standard play. He elaborates, right? If too many people bunch up and push in together, difficulty spikes. Fushimi reveals the grim history of Demonfall, explaining how that's how the self-defense forces got wiped out around Zero, the first nightmare, emphasizing that sheer numbers don't work. He grimly concludes that's the core rule of Demonfall. And also, Yugo, still processing the grim history of Demonfall, continues the conversation, asking if the person on the other end is thinking the same. The voice confirms, identifying their current targets, the Gold Lions. The voice on the other end, Fushimi, sarcastically tells them to be happy, revealing that two of the Gold Lions, Aimaru and Seigo, are already present. Yugo's eye sharpens, his expression hardening as he processes the critical information. Fushimi, holding his walkie-talkie, relays further intel. Aimaru has entered from the north, but Seigo's position remains unknown, as he rarely teams up with others. Yugo recalls that Seigo was also a first survivor, and that they've met before, expressing his intention to link up if the opportunity arises. Fushimi, with a hint of dry humor, hopes Seigo won't be hostile towards Yugo. Fushimi acknowledges, then abruptly declares customers incoming before ending the transmission. Yugo and Akari stand alert, their expressions tense as they sense an approaching threat. The threat materializes as numerous spade-armored enemies with spears emerge, surrounding Yugo, Akari, the red monster, and a young girl named Alice. With a determined roar, Yugo commands them to head west, declaring they will cut through the enemies while protecting Alice. Yugo activates his personal armament, shouting Shape of Pain, transform, as raw red energy engulfs his hand, ready for combat. He unleashes a powerful punch, delivering a devastating blow that feels like the pain of being smashed by a hammer, sending an enemy flying. Akari exclaims in shock at Yugo's significantly higher damage output, while Yugo orders her to cover the rear as he clears the path forward. Akari confirms, then activates her personal armament, the hero's handgun, Braver, gripping the golden weapon with fierce resolve. Akari's handgun erupts, a rapid burst of fire and blood striking an enemy with brutal force. A spade-armored enemy raises its large red axe, preparing to cleave down with a powerful strike. Akari swiftly dodges the sweeping axe attack, narrowly escaping the blade with her agile movements. Akari unleashes a point-blank burst shot, engulfing the enemy in a blinding golden explosion. Alice claps with delight, praising Yugo and Akari as gallant knights, then innocently asks if they have any guidance for her, much to Yugo's exasperation. Yugo stares, a look of stunned realization dawning on his face at Alice's unexpected question. A massive, foreboding castle looms against the crimson sky, seemingly materialized in the middle of the city. The imposing castle is confirmed as their destination, the Heart Queen's castle from the original story. As they press forward, a calm voice reassures them, stating there's no need to worry, after all. Suddenly, the ground collapses beneath them, and everyone plunges into a colossal hole, Akari exclaiming in shock. As they fall, Akari questions what they are supposed to do, while Alice, seemingly unfazed, muses that stories roll forward like tumbling stones. Akari frantically calls out to Yugo, asking what to do, but Yugo calmly tells her to relax. Alice then explains that in Wonderland, falling down a hole is normal. Alice continues, predicting a long fall if it follows the original story, implying they must do something during the fall. Akari, meanwhile, groans in pain. Akari, still groaning from the pain of the fall, spots something peculiar and questions its nature. Yugo's gaze sharpens as he identifies the objects around them, jars seemingly plummeting alongside them. Yugo observes the countless jars plummeting alongside them, a realization dawning that these aren't just random debris, but perhaps a part of this bizarre descent. He wonders what secrets they hold. From the depths of the fall, Alice's voice rings out, playfully questioning what spread they prefer for toast, as if this entire ordeal is a whimsical game, surrounded by the falling jars and the shadowy red monster. Perched atop the monstrous red monster, Alice continues her bizarre monologue, listing off various jams, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint, clearly enjoying the chaos. Yugo, without hesitation, points to a specific jar containing a vibrant red spread, making his choice known amidst the dizzying descent. As Yugo lunges, he snatches the designated jar, only to realize it's completely empty, a cruel twist in Alice's whimsical game, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Yugo firmly grips the empty jar, the sound of his catch echoing through the air as the object momentarily gleams with a strange light. Suddenly, the empty jar transforms, bursting with a brilliant yellow glow as Yugo exclaims its new content, orange marmalade. His eyes widen in shock and realization. Gru plunges into a vast, viscous pool of orange jam, the impact sending a massive splash high into the air, cushioning their perilous fall. Akari splutters, covered in the sticky orange spread, while Alice, unperturbed, explains that the correct answer to her riddle grants them a soft landing in a sea of jam, a fate Akari finds only marginally better than hitting rock bottom. As Yugo helps Akari from the sticky jam, they both realize this entire scenario is a direct homage to the original story, right down to the empty marmalade jar and the well's shelved walls. Alice claps her hands in delight, praising their splendid landing, while Akari, still shaken and covered in jam, pleads with her to stop uttering such terrifying remarks. Alice abruptly declares there's no time to rest, pointing forward and insisting they must follow her deeper into this strange world, her urgency palpable. A nervous white rabbit, adorned with glasses and a plaid vest, glances back with wide, red eyes, its presence heralded by a sudden burst of light. Yugo's eyes widen in recognition, exclaiming the obvious. It's the rabbit they were meant to follow, the key to their next step. The white rabbit dashes away, its small form quickly receding into the distance, with Yugo and Akari watching its swift departure, ready to give chase. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through a dimly lit hallway, lined with countless, mysterious doors, as they pursue the elusive rabbit. Yugo reaches for a doorknob, his expression resolute, while Akari peers over his shoulder, her face a mask of surprise and apprehension. Stepping into a vast, bewildering chamber, Akari gazes around at the overwhelming sight of countless doors lining every wall, questioning the nature of this strange place. Akari observes the multitude of doors, noting that many are clearly unusable, and wonders if this is a fork in the road, while also realizing the rabbit has vanished. Yugo remains silent, deep in thought. Alice suddenly appears, standing on a table and holding a mysterious purple bottle, declaring now then, as Yugo and Akari watch her with wary eyes. Alice's smile widens into a maniacal grin as she presents the ominous purple bottle, adorned with a skull and crossbones, commanding them to drink it down in one gulp. Yugo and Akari stare in horror at the bottle's deadly label, questioning if Alice is truly serious about them consuming its contents. Alice simply confirms with a chilling yes. Alice's eyes glow with an eerie blue light as she reiterates her command, her sinister smile confirming her absolute seriousness and leaving no room for doubt. Akari, still reeling from the shock, asks if Alice expects them to drink the suspicious potion. Alice confirms, then clarifies that only one of them needs to partake. Akari anxiously turns to Yugo, voicing her suspicion about the potion. Yugo, however, muses that it likely won't kill them, adding a hesitant probably to his assessment. Yugo explains that a similar scene in the original story suggests this is a shrink-your-body potion. Akari, alarmed, questions if he intends to drink it, while Alice simply stares, observing their reactions. Yugo points to a central door with a keyhole, explaining that they'll need to find its key, which logically means exploring what lies behind the other numerous doors in the room. Companion observes the numerous doors, noting that half of them are too small for their current size, as Yugo stands deep in thought. The companion expresses concern that the size difference might force them to split up. Another voice suggests splitting the potion, but is immediately countered, stating the bottle is clearly for one person. The companion proposes exploring the accessible doors first. Yugo quickly dismisses the idea, emphasizing their limited time before their target, the rabbit, escapes. Another voice groans in frustration. A character holds the potion bottle, looking surprised by the unfolding situation. The sudden declaration of there, a character swiftly drinks the entire potion, much to Yugo's visible shock. A golden aura erupts around the individual as the liquid is consumed. Yugo stares in disbelief, calling out the name Akari as he begins to question the impulsive action, asking, "What are you dash?" The individual who drank the potion calmly states, "This works." They then challenge Yugo, implying he was going to drink it himself otherwise. Standing confidently, the character declares they will split the risk 50-50, reminding Yugo that we're partners, after all. Yugo, kneeling, looks on with a complicated expression. Yugo looks forward with a stern and determined expression, his thoughts unreadable as he processes the situation. The narrator observes two hands reaching for different door handles, noting that since there was no gather partners step, it's hard to imagine they actually want them to explore every door. Yugo stands before a brightly lit doorway as the narrator concludes that the extra doors are probably just for show. Yugo continues through the doorway as the narrator deduces that in practice there are probably only two real routes, based on big versus small doors. Yugo considers this realization, a spark of understanding in his eyes as he processes the implications, thinking, if that's the case. Yugo steps through a doorway, immediately confronted by two armored, card-themed enemies. He remarks that the gimmicks ahead are pretty easy to narrow down, adding, "Figures there'd be enemies." Yugo places his hand over his chest, where a red glow emanates, speaking to an unseen entity or power, telling it, "I'm counting on you." A companion, now wielding a pistol, cautiously moves forward, wondering if they're on the right path to find a key somewhere ahead. Suddenly, the companion pauses, their eyes widening in realization as they question. There was only one keyhole, wasn't there? The companion, pressed against a stone wall, wonders about Yugo's objective if there was only one key, asking, then what's Yugo's side supposed to dash? The companion peeks around the corner, their eyes falling upon a bizarre scene. Several humanoid insects, dressed in suits, gathered around a table playing cards. Giant praying mantis, impeccably dressed in a suit and bow tie, holds a hand of cards, its compound eyes fixed intently on the game. The companion's face fills with shock and disgust as they fully comprehend the bizarre sight before them. The mantis-like creature and its insect companions react, their forms shifting as if alerted to a presence. A wave of revulsion washes over the companion, who utters, "Ugh," witnessing the grotesque insect creatures. The companion recoils in horror, exclaiming, "Bugs?" as the giant insects loom over them, their monstrous forms now fully revealed. Companion screams in terror, realizing the mantis isn't just huge, but that they have shrunk to an incredibly small size, yelling, "That mantis is huge! No, wait, I'm tiny!" As the companion looks up, more monstrous spiders descend from above, causing them to shriek in panic, "Whoa, spider!" from above dash. Overwhelmed by the horrifying sight, the companion laments that they can now even see the kind of bug they blur out on TV. Despite their fear, the companion defiantly declares, "Don't underestimate me," as explosions of light erupt around them, suggesting they are fighting back against the monstrous insects. Hanmura, amidst explosions of light, reflects on her past, declaring, "As for the past me." She vividly recalls her younger self, a terror to insects, stating, "Little kid me was a demon to insects. If I saw a grasshopper, I'd grab it on the spot. Spider webs, I decorated them with beads. I once chased a rare butterfly all the way into the next town." Now, facing a colossal, multi-eyed arachnid, Hanmura desperately flees, realizing, so there's no way. Despite her terror, Hanmura unleashes a devastating point-blank burst shot, confessing, "I'm freaking out over this level," as the explosion engulfs the monstrous insect. A relentless swarm of monstrous insects, including mantis and beetle-like creatures, surge forward, their numbers overwhelming the narrow passage. Hanmura, eyes blazing with fierce determination, lets out a frustrated tch as she repositions herself, pistol ready. Amidst the chaos, a golden, ornate key is discovered on the rough stone floor, prompting an excited declaration. Found it, there's the key. Hanmura struggles to lift the colossal golden key, exclaiming, okay, that's huge and heavy. There's no way I can lug this back, right? As she surveys the dark, cavernous passage, Hanmura questions her next move, wondering, so what exactly am I supposed to? Meanwhile, Yugo stands before a formidable brick wall, realizing with frustration, dead end. He ponders his situation, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Was this the wrong way? Just a waste of time? Yugo presses his hand against the wall, a subtle intuition guiding him as he thinks. No, doesn't feel like it. There's something. His gaze sharpens as he discovers a fissure in the brickwork, a hidden passage, a hole in the wall. A surge of excitement runs through Yugo as he exclaims, this must be it. He then calls out, Hanmura? From the depths of the passage, Hanmura shouts back, I can hear you. Yugo, she adds, you're further. Hanmura, peering through the newly discovered hole, asks, you're further in? Yugo confirms, yeah, then explains, I hit a dead end. Hanmura races through the corridor, yelling, I've got the key and I'm running, but there's a swarm of bugs chasing me, and the key's so heavy they're gaining on me. Yugo, concentrating, asks, got it, the passage is straight? No slope? He confirms, pretty sure it's a straight line. Floor's flat. Then, with resolve, he states, okay. Yugo's urgent command reaches Hanmura. On my count, drop flat. She braces herself, still clutching the massive key. Yugo's eyes gleam with fierce intent as he shouts, ready now. A crimson energy line pulses across his body, signaling an imminent strike. A searing red energy spear erupts forward, impaling the pursuing insect swarm. As the system announces, the pain of being pierced by a spear. Hanmura is visible, having dropped flat just in time. Hanmura lets out another sharp tch as the crimson spear streaks past, barely missing her as she lies prone on the ground. Through the dissipating red energy, Yugo's voice cuts through, asking, how is it? Yugo listens intently as Hanmura's voice rings out, confirming, you got a lot of them. Hanmura warns, but the ones crawling on the walls are still, indicating the persistent threat from the remaining insects. Yugo urgently commands, touch the spear above your head, right now. Hanmura, surprised, responds, L like this? As she reaches out. Hanmura's hand makes contact with the glowing crimson spear, a strange energy flowing through her. Yugo, eyes closed in deep concentration, extends his hand, enveloped in a potent red aura, declaring, so, farther in than that. He activates extra pain, shape modification. Hanmura winces in agony as the red energy around her intensifies, a system notification announcing the pain of being stabbed by thorns. The red energy spear transforms, branching into a multitude of crimson thorns that impale the remaining insect monsters with brutal efficiency. The crimson energy spear explodes outward, its form dissolving into a storm of razor-sharp thorns. They shred through the remaining insectoid monsters, leaving nothing but ichor. The aftermath of the brutal assault leaves behind a chaotic scene of destruction. The red energy dissipates, revealing the mangled remains of the insect monsters. Hanmura, clutching a large golden key, gasps in awe at the destructive power unleashed. Whoa, she mutters, her eyes wide. Nearby, a faint voice asks, did that clear them? Followed by a hesitant reply, probably. Yugo, his face a mask of intense focus, pulls back a glowing red energy spear. Then I'm pulling the spear back, he declares, his voice strained with effort. Hanmura, now sitting amidst the debris, clutches the golden key tightly. A single word escapes her lips. Good. Yugo turns, his expression determined as he holds up a small figurine. Let's get back, he calls out, ready to move. Yugo looks down at Hanmura, his gaze steady. The sounds of battle, represented by sharp kanji characters, fade into the background. The scene shifts to a blood-splattered wall, with the fallen bodies of defeated foes scattered on the ground. A voice remarks he really wiped them out. Another adds, he's gotten way stronger than last time. Yugo's face is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable as a name is whispered, Yugo. Yugo and Hanmura move swiftly through a grand hallway, the sound of their footsteps echoing. Purple energy wisps trail behind them. As they enter a new area, a creature with a bird-like head exclaims, I'm back. From another figure, a warm greeting replies, welcome back. Young girl in a blue dress looks on with clasped hands as a voice asks, so you obtained the key? Yugo and Hanmura converse, the question posed, how was it? The land of the little people? Hanmura replies, felt like karmic payback. A little bit. A heavy golden padlock, secured by thick chains, is shown. A decisive command rings out, "Now then," followed by an urgent plea, "Let us move on." Yugo leads the group, including Hanmura and the bird-headed creature, through a bright, glowing doorway into an unknown area. They emerge into a mystical forest filled with oversized mushrooms and hanging chains. The bird-headed creature calls out, "Hey, rabbit!" A creature with sharp teeth and a gruff voice responds, "We're on a tight schedule too, you know." The gruff voice continues, "Honestly." Another voice chimes in, "Yes, honestly." Yugo, Hanmura, and the bird-headed creature stand firm, facing an unseen threat. A plea is heard. Please, both of you, calm down." The scene shifts to a chaotic tea party. Figures hang from ropes in the background, while a rabbit in a checkered vest and a top-hatted figure argue. "We're still short," one exclaims, while the other adds, "You know how much the queen loves executions." Yugo and Hanmura find themselves ensnared by chains. "At this rate, we'll have to offer up ourselves," Yugo shouts, followed by Hanmura's defiant cry, "Screw that." Yugo and Hanmura exchange a look of urgency. "Figure something out, damn you," Hanmura yells, desperation in her voice. The perspective shifts to the four figures hanging from chains, their expressions bewildered as a voice asks, "Huh?" At the tea party, the rabbit-like creature narrows its eyes as it asks, "Who the hell are you lot?" The top-hatted figure, eyes wide with suspicion, questions, "Fresh prisoners, maybe?" The rabbit-like creature and the top-hatted figure stare intently at the newcomers, their intentions unclear. One asks, "Who the hell are you lot?" and the other adds, "Fresh prisoners, maybe?" Yugo and Hanmura exchange a concerned glance. A question hangs in the air. "A fight?" Hanmura replies, "Hard to say." Yugo adds, "They look like they could be event characters or enemies." Portly man with a thick beard and a top hat peers down with a menacing grin. Beside him, a creature resembling a large rat speaks with a desperate edge. "Say something, damn it. We're pissed, 'cause we can't meet our quota." The man reaches for a large jar labeled sugar, his expression a mix of annoyance and confusion. The rat-like creature lets out a bewildered, "Huh?" Suddenly, the mood shifts to panic. The jar is empty. "Shit, we're out of sugar." Yugo, caught off guard, faces the brewing storm. Blur of motion and impact, the situation escalates rapidly. Yugo shouts in disbelief, "Sugar, dash, have one." The man in the hat looks taken aback, the rat creature beside him startled by the sudden outburst. "HM?" Yugo offers a small bag of sweets. A system notification appears, "Bag of sugar sweets, sweet and tasty. Share them nicely." The rat creature's eyes widen with delight as it exclaims, "Sweet." The man in the hat seems equally pleased, his beard practically vibrating with joy. "Yes, right answer," the man in the hat declares. Hanmura, witnessing the strange exchange, seems to grasp the situation, while another girl exclaims, "Well done." The man in the hat, now calmer, addresses Yugo and Hanmura. "Maybe now we can." He begins before Hanmura interjects, "Tell us what's going on." Yugo adds, "What's got you so worked up?" The man asks, his expression shifting back to one of agitation. "Like I said, prisoners. Way fewer than we expected showed up." The scene shifts to reveal two figures bound by heavy chains, their mouths gagged. The man's words echo, "We've got to round up another 3 dozen by today." Yugo, now seated, listens intently. "To offer to the execution-loving queen, right?" The man confirms, "You get it." Yugo questions, "But why are they prisoners?" A young woman, bound and chained, hangs suspended. A strange symbol glows on her forehead. The man explains, "Well, obviously, they've got the brand on him. Proof they screwed up." Yugo reacts with concern. "Screwed up? People who failed the trial or refused to participate are being captured." He murmurs, "That seems incredibly cruel. Is this really necessary? This sacrifice?" The man's eyes, glowing intensely from beneath his hat, betray a cold resolve. "What choice do we have?" the man asks, his voice hard. "If we don't bring the prisoners, we'll be executed instead." Hanmura adds, "Yes, honestly." The girl in the Alice-like dress, shocked, cries out, "How utterly cowardly." Yugo, processing this, asks, "Where is this queen of yours? I'll lodge a complaint on behalf of you spineless lot." The man in the hat smirks. "A complaint? You don't get it how terrifying the queen is." The rat creature agrees, "Honestly." The man adds, "Yes, honestly." Man continues, "You won't know till you try." Hanmura shouts, "Rise up, people." Yugo and the girl in the dress respond in unison, "That's right, that's right." The man's intense gaze returns, a challenge in his eyes. "If you're gonna talk big like that." He raises his hand, summoning a swirling vortex of purple energy. "Then show us." From the vortex, numerous small, mushroom-like creatures begin to fall, their forms imbued with the same purple energy. Hanmura stares in awe, exclaiming, "Huge mushrooms. They kinda look tasty." A strange, sentient apple with a mischievous grin appears on Yugo's head. Hanmura gasps, "And Yugo's head too. What do you mean by that?" Yugo remains stoic, while the apple on his head seems to taunt. The man in the hat declares, "You'll have to pass the trial of apples and mushrooms." The mushroom creatures advance, their movements surprisingly agile. Rules are simple, the man states. Dark-haired guy, wipe out all the mushrooms. The apple on Yugo's head grins, its tongue lolling out. A warning appears, but the apple on your head will explode every 30 seconds, unless someone other than you attacks it. Yugo and Hanmura stare in stunned silence, the implication of the apple's imminent explosion dawning on them. Explode? That's where the girl comes in. She can't step past that line. However, she can provide cover, including attacking the apple on your head. So that means I hunt the mushrooms while my partner shoots the apple on my head? Is that it? Playing William till at a time like this, you catch on quick. Well then, start. The mushroom monsters charge forward. Yugo, what do we do? It's already started. I'm counting on you, Akari. The mushrooms are positioned at close, mid, and long range. You're good at headshots. You can do this. Are you serious? It's fine. They're personal armament, shape of pain, transform. Never said no shields. Shield bash. The pain of being rammed by a shield. Didn't think of that. Good. 30 seconds secured. Second 1. Yugo unleashes a devastating attack, slicing through the mushroom monsters. Yugo is caught in a massive explosion of light and energy. Kari. Yugo grits his teeth as the apple monster's attack lands. Good. Last 1. Yugo braces himself as a colossal mushroom looms overhead. The ground trembles beneath the immense pressure. Yugo shows a flicker of surprise, his eyes wide. Yugo sprints through the debris-filled landscape, blade in hand. The part you can see isn't necessarily the whole thing. Ha! It's huge. Yugo stares up at the monstrous entity, its tentacles spread wide. It's okay. Get ready for the next shot. Yugo dodges the massive tentacles, his blade flashing as he counterattacks. Yugo's fist connects with a blinding flash of light. Yugo evades the grasping tentacles, his sword cutting through the dark tendrils. The tentacles around it are a pain. They keep extending. Won't give me time to raise my shield. 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left. A pinpoint shot at this distance is too hard. I've got a handgun. And the target's moving around. The pressure mounts as the shot is lined up. Can't use the shield. Yugo prepares to counter. I'll attack and stop it. Shoot then. Ready now. Akari grits her teeth, unleashing her attack. The pain of being blasted by a shockwave. Yugo braces for impact, engulfed in a blinding red energy. Sheer force of the blast is overwhelming. Yugo turns, his expression grim as he surveys the chaotic battlefield. Akari's eyes widen in shock, her weapon still aimed. Red monster looms, its menacing form filling the screen. Yugo shouts in alarm, "Akari?" The countdown reaches its final second. A gunshot rings out. A blinding beam of energy erupts, striking the monster. Ow! Yugo recoils from the blast, a look of confusion on his face. Ha! A new voice cuts through the chaos. Having trouble? You rookies. Shadowy figure appears, a smirk playing on his lips. But don't worry now. His colossal form dwarfs Yugo, casting a long shadow. A heavily armored warrior raises a massive cannon, preparing to fire. Beside him, a young man with a confident smile says, "Big brother's here." A young girl in an Alice-like dress clings to the man's leg, her eyes sparkling. "To save you." The man's smile widens as the girl's adoration is evident. The words Gold Lion Class and Karami Imaru appear. An advertisement for translation services and recruitment for scanlators. A disclaimer about the nature of previews and a call to support original works. The man declares, "Big brother's here," while the girl adds, "To save you," as they descend towards the battlefield. A survivor watches the unfolding events, gun in hand. Yugo, catching his breath, asks, "We made it through," then questions, "I guess, does this count?" The girl, Alice, interrupts, "Hold on." She then questions, "What is the meaning of this?" The man dismisses her concerns with a smile. "This isn't your story." Alice retorts, "Ha!" and "This is absurd." Alice becomes enraged, pointing accusingly. 2 lead roles on 1 stage. Yugo's cheerful demeanor belies a sharp question. "Safe? Out? Decide already." The man in the top hat, Goosey, retorts, "The rules were stated beforehand, right? Was there any restriction on assistance? That's all that matters in Demonfall." Yugo chuckles, his hands crackling with ominous purple energy. "Well, either way's fine with me." His eyes glow with a sinister violet as he grips a whip-like weapon. "If it's out, I kill them." Goosey, clearly agitated, shouts, "Safe, it's safe. Honestly, yes, honestly." Yugo, with a disarming smile, explains, because, sorry, Alice over there, I couldn't just stand by. A young woman, Hanmura, kneels in distress while a girl in a blue dress, Alice, glares. Alice exclaims, my juniors looked like they were about to die. Hanmura looks down, her expression etched with worry and exhaustion. Yugo approaches Gusi and Alice. Gusi says, thank you for your help, Soldier Aimaru. A dark, ominous cloud forms, stating, the enemies disappeared. Gusi extends a hand to Yugo, who accepts it. Gusi says, come on, Fushimi. We help each other in this line of work, don't we? Yugo replies, I'm grateful. Gusi then asks, so you know about me? Yugo smiles warmly, his eyes twinkling. Of course. How could I not pay attention to a first survivor returning after 8 years? The protagonist, a young man with dark hair, looks contemplative. But, he adds, your instincts haven't fully returned yet, have they? From the look of things. Yugo extends a hand to Alice, a protective smile on his face. Come with me, he assures her, I'll protect you. The dark-haired protagonist's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat on his brow, right to the very end. Yugo, with Alice and the protagonist nearby, states he's got a unique pull to him. The protagonist replies, I appreciate the offer, then adds, but I'll have to decline. The protagonist looks serious, his hand raised as if to stop something. We're probably still halfway through. He then muses, a gold lion like you should be better off solo. He pauses, then asks, Yugo reassures Alice it's fine, you don't need to worry. Yugo continues, well, I guess it's better to have someone following the proper route. Alice, her eyes wide, seems to react to something unseen. A golden, portal-like door materializes, glowing intensely. Yugo adds, I already went off script. The golden door stands open, revealing a swirling vortex within. Gusi, with Alice beside him, says, well then, try not to die. A bright light separates the protagonist from Hanmura. The protagonist's stance is firm. Hanmura looks at the protagonist, her expression a mix of relief and concern. Yugo, who was that person? She asks. Protagonist explains, a gold lion. Soldier Aimaru. Hanmura gasps, he's famous for having a rare taming-type personal armament. She then questions, taming, wait, you mean he can turn enemies into allies? The protagonist confirms, yeah. He continues, and he can carry them over from previous demon falls. A shadowed background shows an army, with Yugo in the center. Apparently, he's got quite a stockpile. Yugo's smile is confident as he looks towards a dimly lit room. On his own, he's basically an army. Hanmura looks concerned. That's broken. Was it really okay? Not joining up when you had the chance? The protagonist replies that was an option. But there are bad rumors about him too. Hanmura asks, bad rumors? Yugo explains, his ability. They call it taming. Alice adds, but it's fundamentally closer to brainwave shing, twisting their minds to make them worship him. Yugo interjects, there have to be conditions, of course, but... The protagonist looks serious, his gaze distant. What if the targets aren't just enemies? Hanmura walks beside him, adding, either way, I want to avoid carelessly teaming up. For now, at least. Gusi, with a triumphant look, asks, so we cleared the trial, right? Then let's free the people hanging there, and after that, can you guide us? Gusi, adjusting his hat, grumbles, to the queen's castle. He then sighs, guess we got no choice. A group of survivors, battered and weary, trek through a desolate, overgrown landscape. Yugo leads, his expression grim, while Gusi, Jupi, and Hanmura follow, their exhaustion evident. System notification declares, bonus rewards distributed to survivors. Yugo looks surprised, muttering, huh? At this timing? Yugo's stats flash on a red display. Endurance +3, Strength +3, Will +5, Agility +1, Luck +1. He muses, a different milestone from the trial, I guess. The real fight starts now. Akari Hanmura's stats are displayed. Strength +3, Endurance +2, Agility +5, Will +4, Luck +5. She warns, stay sharp. Hanmura's eyes widen in alarm, a ghostly image of her fear superimposed. She whispers, yeah. A golden notification announces, your personal armament will now evolve. Hanmura stares, her eyes wide with shock, gasping, wait. Yugo places a reassuring hand on Hanmura's shoulder. He tells her, newly acquired armaments grow faster. This should be the power you wanted too. Yugo looks at Hanmura, his expression apologetic. Sorry about the trial, he says. That was my mistake. I put too much pressure on you, Akari. Hanmura reacts with surprise and denial, her hands raised. Ha! And no, that's not true, she exclaims. Yugo continues, of course you'd panic. Yugo explains his reasoning, his gaze steady. When someone's life is on the line with one shot. Hanmura, though still shaken, meets Yugo's gaze. But I know, she says, you're someone who can risk your own life, Akari. Someone who can endure that fear. So, Yugo's fist gently connects with Hanmura's chest, a gesture of solidarity. Yugo smiles reassuringly, his fist held out. I'm entrusting you with my life. He continues, and your life, I'm taking responsibility for it. Yugo's expression turns serious, his eyes holding a determined glint. Risk it properly, because I've accepted it. Hanmura's eyes well up with tears, her lower lip trembling. The pressure of the situation is overwhelming. Yugo gives Hanmura a confident nod. Got it, he adds, next time. A determined smile spreads across Hanmura's face as she raises her fist. I'll shoot. Amidst a chaotic, red-hued battlefield, a directive flashes. Bring the surviving Alice. The objective is clear, reach the Queen's castle. The imposing silhouette of a dark castle looms against a blood-red sky. Yugo and Hanmura look towards it, a sense of urgency in their expressions. Right ahead. Finally, Hanmura exclaims. Yep. Hanmura asks, are the other soldiers making progress too? Yugo replies they should be, but I can't reach Kunu and the others. He adds, well, comms depend on the Demonfall's mood. They're probably following a similar route to ours. Yugo explains, what about Aimaru? He went off-route to help others. Hanmura clarifies, playing support to increase the final rendezvous numbers. Yugo adds, only possible because he tamed an Alice. No info on Seigo, Yugo murmurs, observing the castle's defenses. He considers, if he's leading the charge, a frontal assault would be reckless even for him. Hanmura exclaims in surprise at the sheer number of enemy soldiers. Whoa, there's so many, lots of types I've never seen before too. She suggests if there's no other route we should wait for. Chilling, disembodied grin fills the screen, emanating an ominous aura. The sound of manic laughter echoes. Yugo's eyes narrow, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he senses a presence. Purple energy crackles around him. Yugo looks towards a shadowed wall, his attention caught by a faint sound. This laughter, he mutters. Hanmura, also sensing something, asks, huh? Yugo continues, I can kinda hear something if I listen close. Yugo reacts to a cryptic statement. The grin without a cat. Hanmura, startled, asks, what? Yugo explains the implication. A character in the story leaves behind this voice when they vanish. He deduces, which means they're in the direction the voice is coming from. Hanmura, now understanding, asks, so basically, we just need to listen and follow it, right? The group, including Alice, now follows a new path drawn by an unseen force. A colossal, grinning Cheshire cat-like entity appears in the sky above the castle. Big Kitty, this time too. The Cheshire Cat. Yugo and Goosey observe their surroundings. Goosey remarks, the order's different from the original, but as a guide character. Goosey adds, let's see how it plays out. The colossal feline entity descends, its paws striking with immense force. A massive, dark vortex erupts from the ground, spewing forth a blinding white light. Yugo and Goosey find themselves in a cavernous opening. Goosey questions, a hole in the wall, doesn't this feel a bit trap-ish? Yugo counters, no, if we found it by following the essence of the original, this route should benefit us. A shadowy, demonic figure, resembling a distorted doll with a cat-like mask, emerges amidst a crimson aura. It speaks. This Demonfall was probably designed by Dorothy. Then a whispered, so. Yugo, looking contemplative, states, let's go in. He adds, she's particular about those kinds of details. Meanwhile, Hanmura, seeing something in the distance, asks, city? Voice exclaims, my. Another adds, troubling. The scene shifts to a pair of red heels, and a final voice declares, truly troubling. Yugo and Goosey peer cautiously from behind a crimson curtain, their expressions grim. Nowhere near enough with these numbers. Inside cages, several figures are held captive. The ominous presence of a giant sword hangs above them. A voice declares, for the most magnificent execution. The glint of a guillotine's blade catches the light, poised for a deadly descent. Regal figure, the Heartless Queen, with piercing red eyes and a crown, is revealed. A system notification declares, designated enemy, Heartless Queen. The Heartless Queen stands in a grand hall, surrounded by her card-themed guards. She declares, not enough sinners. Simply not enough. Yugo, witnessing the scene, exclaims, it's huge. That's definitely a boss, no matter how you look at it. He then shouts, wait, Kari. The Heartless Queen strikes a powerful pose, radiating an ominous aura. She states, that is likely the designated enemy for this zone, but Goosey remarks, I think so too. Yugo and Goosey observe from the shadows. Goosey adds, we haven't been ordered to defeat it by a task yet. There's something else. One more event before we actually fight. Yugo whispers, let's hide for now and see. The Heartless Queen spots Alice and the red monster. There you are, she exclaims. Goosey explains, you must be the one they call the Heartless Queen, who's been tormenting everyone. The Heartless Queen's expression shifts, a hint of surprise. Huh? Yugo reacts with surprise. Alice? Goosey adds, a forced event. Eichu, let's steel ourselves. Kari. Hanmura looks around, seemingly searching for something. Heartless Queen confronts Alice and the red monster, while Yugo and Goosey observe from a distance. The Queen demands, how did you sneak in here? A royal guard captain, adorned with a spade insignia, questions the situation. What is the meaning of this? He asks, bewildered. He stammers, this shouldn't be. The heartless Queen's eyes glow with fury. A blunder, then. As the Queen points, the royal guard captain and his men are struck by an unseen force, their bodies contorting. The Queen declares, if that is the case. Colossal, stone-like entity from before reappears, surrounded by sharp spikes. A chilling command echoes, submit to your execution. The royal guard captain is impaled by numerous spikes, his body succumbing to the onslaught. Yugo and Goosey witness the brutal execution, their faces etched with shock and horror. A regal figure, adorned in red and gold with a crown tilted precariously, surveys the scene. Blood splatters her ornate fan and cheek, yet her expression is one of chilling amusement. And then, you all have quite the admirable spirit. A young woman in a blue dress with a red bow in her hair reacts with disbelief. To come here of your own volition just to join my execution. She exclaims, this is absurd. Then, she adds, execution, that's all you talk about. The Queen, draped in a voluminous red gown, turns away. Don't you have anything else to do? Besides that, she lets out a dismissive laugh. Ho ho ho, you truly don't understand my pursuit of beauty. Listen well. Behind metal bars, several individuals are bound by chains. The Queen's voice echoes, the moment a living thing faces its death is when it is most beautiful. There are almost no exceptions. She continues, as the Queen, I have the right to enjoy that beauty. A close-up reveals the Queen's face, her eyes now glowing an intense, malevolent red. Her gaze is sharp and predatory, fixed on an unseen target. The Queen's voice, laced with an unsettling calm, declares, to evade it is a grave sin. The young woman in the blue dress argues back, her eyes wide with exasperation. That's ridiculous. You can't have chats or tea parties if you're dead. She points accusingly, tormenting everyone for the sake of a fleeting amusement. You're the one who's the ultimate sinner here. A sliver of the Queen's face is shown, her expression unreadable, a stark contrast to the chaos around her. A silent ellipsis hangs in the air. The Queen looms over Alice, her form immense and imposing, a monstrous bird-like creature also present. You've got a big mouth, little girl. Her tone shifts, intrigue coloring her voice. Now I'm interested. She adds, if you're gonna go that far, then prove it. Yugo and a young woman with short brown hair are shown, their expressions a mixture of surprise and apprehension as digital patterns flash around them. Yugo reacts with a sharp. The Queen stands on a raised platform, silhouetted against a backdrop of glowing purple energy. If you claim that I, the Queen, am guilty, her voice resonates, then bring forth a witness and reveal the truth. Alice, now joined by another young woman, seems to accept the challenge. Fine by me, she shouts, urging her companion. Come on, Akari. The other woman, Akari, looks surprised, responding, me? Alice, determined, urges Akari forward. Tell that nasty Queen everything you're thinking. Hanmura, looking bewildered, stands before the Queen, who is partially obscured. Hanmura stammers, well, she thinks to herself, what is even happening right now? The Queen's voice is heard, based on the common sense I know. The Queen, her expression haughty, states, I believe a king is supposed to protect the lives of the people. A dismissive humph escapes her lips. Hanmura, pointing with her finger, explains, to put it the other way, the people support a king because they protect them. If that promise is broken, there's no reason to follow them anymore, right? Yugo stands with a stoic expression, a strange bird-like creature beside him. He muses, and I think I learned in school that when that happens, it's okay to resist. He then comments, John Locke's right of revolution. Huh? The Queen dismisses Hanmura's logic. I have no recollection of enacting such a law. No, that's not for you to decide. The Queen asserts her absolute authority. I am the Queen. Who else but the Queen would decide the law? Hanmura, taken aback, hesitantly suggests a parliament. Maybe? Queen scoffs at the idea. No such thing exists in the kingdom I rule. She then states, if you're going to be like that, we can't even have a conversation. Kari, panicking, pulls at Yugo. It's no use. Yugo, swap with me. I can't handle the intellectual stuff. Yugo stands firm, his gaze intense. He processes the Queen's claim of absolute authority. Her authority in her own country is absolute. In that case, I get it now. She's a total absolute autocrat as a premise. I am not a citizen of your country. The Queen looks at Yugo, a hint of curiosity in her expression. HM? She asks before he states, I belong to the nation of Japan. Yugo elaborates on his position. I am a citizen of a different country. There is no reason for me to be unilaterally forced to follow your rules. Queen's presence intensifies, her red eyes burning with authority as she stands before Yugo. Even so, this is my territory. Her voice drips with menace. In that case, wouldn't that make you an illegal immigrant? Yugo's hand grips a wooden surface, his expression hardening. No, he begins, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Actually, it's the opposite. Yugo's voice rises with conviction. To begin with, this is Nagoya. Alice and Akari react with surprise and excitement. Akari exclaims, so that's how you're playing it. It's a paradigm shift. Holographic map displays Japan with Nagoya highlighted. The queen, holding a dark umbrella, looks on as Yugo states, Nagoya is a city held by the nation of Japan. In other words, it is Japanese territory. Despite that, you've built a castle here without permission and are claiming sovereignty, without any historical basis. Yugo points directly at the queen, his gaze unwavering. Therefore, you are not a queen. At best, you are nothing more than a mere usurper. Claiming royal authority without legitimacy disturbs the peace and brings chaos to society. The queen's regal facade cracks as Yugo's accusation hangs in the air, and that can be called an unmistakable sin. A violent impact erupts, accompanied by the sound of shattering chains and a blinding flash of light. Amidst the chaos, figures are thrown through the air, dodging unseen attacks. A sharp exclamation escapes one. System notification declares, damage dealt to the foundation of royal authority. All sinners will be released. Below, characters react with alarm. Yugo's eyes narrow as he realizes the success of their plan. It worked! Meanwhile, system messages confirm, all enemies under the Queen's command are temporarily confused. This will interfere with their ability to continue combat. The Queen, enraged, unleashes her fury. Curse you, she screams, her voice echoing with malice. The system confirms the effect. The enemies are confused and their defenses are weakening. This will allow the other soldier forces to group up. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupts, sending debris flying. The force of the blast is immense. A red monster stumbles back from a powerful blow, its eyes wide in shock. Yugo stands ready in the background. Yugo delivers a decisive stomp, crushing a red monster. As the chaos unfolds, a voice remarks, suddenly all the soldiers have turned into wooden dolls. I don't know who did it, but they're doing a grand job. The Queen surveys the scene, a chilling question on her lips. Is it you, the one they call the Heartless Queen? A new threat emerges. A man in a sharp suit, wielding a massive hammer, strides forward, surrounded by fallen foes. You had a lot of nerve doing whatever you wanted on my turf. The man, revealed as Mr. Kunu, smirks. I knew it'd be Fushimi. You're doing well, taking the lead like that. As the battle rages, a voice explains, it helps me out since I was getting held up inside the castle. Reinforcements are on their way. We're just the advance party. A whole lot more of us will be rushing in soon. The scene shifts to a dramatic confrontation. So, it looks like we're at the climax. The Queen's voice, filled with dread, whispers, this fairy tale, too. A system notification flashes, updating the details of the task. Below it, the Queen's eyes glow with malevolent power. You insolent fools. The Queen transforms into a terrifying, monstrous form, radiating immense power. A new directive appears. In the END, comes down 2 military force. Defeat the designated enemy, Heartless Queen. Yugo and Hanmura stand back-to-back, chains rattling around them. The atmosphere is tense. Mr. Kunu, his expression grim and determined, charges forward, ready for battle. Yugo faces off against multiple armored figures, his stance ready to defend. Hanmura, her eyes wide with determination, stands beside Yugo. He channels a powerful red energy into his hand. As Yugo unleashes his power, Hanmura exclaims, a reign without virtue can't last. I knew it. The monstrous queen looms over the assembled heroes. It's time for the revolution, she declares, her voice resonating with dark power. This is a promotional banner for Madara scans. This is a promotional banner for Vera, the Fallen Throne. Yugo-kun, Hanmura calls out, a hint of urgency in her voice. What's the plan? Yugo, his eyes blazing with resolve, grips his sword. Intercept with full force. Match the line with the others. This is a promotional banner for dead-end demonics. Mr. Kunu charges forward, his hammer raised. First move, I'll take it. The battle escalates as Mr. Kunu clashes with an armored warrior. Kuno-san. A blur of motion as a powerful strike lands, the ground shaking from the impact. A powerful blow connects, the sheer force evident. As expected of an A rank, one observer notes. Yugo clashes with a formidable opponent, chains lashing out as their weapons meet in a shower of sparks. Burst of intense red energy erupts as Yugo narrowly avoids a devastating attack, shouting a warning, "Watch out!" Amidst a dazzling display of blue energy and chains, Gusi calmly reassures someone, "Don't panic, Fushimi." A group of allies, including Jupi, brace themselves, chains swirling around them. One of them states, "My crew is well trained too." Gusi, with a grim expression, assures his allies, "No need to worry here either." His knuckles white, Gusi grips his weapon, ready for the challenge. Against a tough opponent, Yugo unleashes a blindingly fast strike, a brilliant blue energy trail following his weapon as he engages the enemy. Yugo's eyes widen in surprise as he sees his opponent brandish a nail, a weapon that seems out of place. He pulled out a nail? Gusi swings a massive hammer, its head adorned with a nail, engaging Yugo in a fierce exchange. "With my dismantler," Gusi declares, "if I break it down like this." Yugo unleashes a devastating blow, shattering his opponent's defenses in a blinding explosion of light and energy. "That's all it takes." Hanmura, witnessing the intense battle, exclaims, "He went through the sword too." Yugo, beside her, adds, "So strong." Gusi grins, revealing the true nature of his dismantler ability, a debuff that treats the enemy's defense as nails. Gusi commands, "Stab him, Masa." A subordinate replies, "Yes, sir," as they prepare to attack. A blinding fist strike connects, radiating immense power and light. Yugo and another fighter engage in a brutal weapon clash, sparks flying as their attacks collide. Fighter, with a menacing grin, reveals a glowing hexagonal pattern on his arm. "That won't work," he sneers. Yugo holds his glowing red blade, looking determined. A system interface shows buffs being applied. Hanmura calls out, "Let's sync up, Akari-san," to which the other replies, "Got it." In a dramatic aerial maneuver, Yugo attacks an opponent with his blade, while another fighter is thrown through the air. The text reads, "The pain of being stabbed by a spear." Yugo's blade glows crimson as he prepares to transform, the energy crackling around him. Yugo grips his transformed blade, the crimson energy pulsing with power. Yugo engages an opponent wielding a scythe, their weapons clashing with explosive force. The text declares, "The pain of being cut by a scythe." Yugo and Hanmura coordinate their attacks, their movements perfectly in sync as they face a powerful foe. Yugo and Hanmura unleash a devastating combined attack, a blinding close-range power shot that engulfs the enemy. Gusi observes Yugo and Hanmura's synchronized assault. "You two are perfectly in sync," he remarks, before warning, "Guillotine incoming." Gusi, unfazed by the chaos, dodges incoming blasts. Hanmura fires her weapon, creating a brilliant explosion. Gusi taunts Hanmura, "Your guard is open, Silver Bear class." Hanmura retorts, "Cheeky little rabbit." Yugo faces a mysterious, liquid-like enemy, its form shifting and swirling with purple energy. Yugo analyzes the strange foe, a liquid-type enemy. He muses, realizing slashing or hitting won't work. Yugo prepares a new attack, his hand glowing with red energy. Blow it apart with an explosion, he considers, though it might just gather and regenerate. Use it for an attack, the pain of tripping while running. Yugo unleashes a devastating blow, sending an opponent flying amidst a burst of dark energy. From this angle, enemy from the rear. No allies nearby. Yugo prepares to transform his weapon, unique weapon, Vessel of Pain. Pain of being exposed to a blast. A regal figure, adorned as a queen, emerges from the chaos, a sinister grin on her face. Gusi confronts the queen, offering a polite yet ominous greeting. "Pardon me for stepping into your domain, your majesty." A powerful energy beam erupts from a device. A fierce clash of energies as Gusi engages the queen. Debuff worked. Yugo prepares a powerful move. Big move coming, but he's interrupted. "Not yet, Fushimi." Fushimi, a man of imposing presence, remarks on the difficulty of his task. "I learned from pulling one out. This thing is insanely tough." The queen, radiating malice, declares, "We need at least 5 more out." Her words are punctuated by a sickening sound. "You wretches." A notification appears. Execution ground change. Environment transforms into a fiery inferno. Hou Raku, bronze burning punishment. The terrain has changed. It's an oil-coated copper platform with flames burning beneath it. An ancient Chinese torture. Yugo, bound and engulfed in flames, feels the heat. The Horaku, said to be favored by Daji of In. The queen taunts from above. The closer to the queen, the worse the footing. Fushimi acknowledges the danger. "Yeah, the others are shaken too. If this drags on, we'll collapse." Yugo grits his teeth, determined. "We have to do this." Yugo unleashes a powerful strike against the queen, who retaliates with a devastating attack. The pain of a stake being driven in. The queen's eyes glow menacingly as she dismisses the attack. Something like that, not even as bad as a mosquito bite. The queen recoils from a powerful blow, letting out a pained grunt. The queen is caught off guard, her eyes widening in surprise. GHH, a voice confirms, Yugo-kun's pain debuff is working. Fushimi and Hanmura are distracting the queen. Now's the chance. The queen, furious, unleashes another attack. Second one. The queen's attack is deflected, sending debris flying. How annoying! Yugo charges forward, ready to strike, the pain of dirt getting in the eyes. The queen, blinded and enraged, lashes out. Take this! Yugo lands a direct hit, a blinding explosion erupting from the queen. The aftermath of the powerful strike. Yugo and Fushimi exchange a look. Yugo's gaze is fixed on the distant scene. A faint me escapes his lips, questioning if his intervention was even necessary. A man with sharp features and lavender eyes, identified as an Aimaru soldier, smiles confidently, a young girl with blonde hair and a blue dress standing beside him. The scene shifts to Yugo, standing opposite two figures, one in a suit and glasses, the other in a striking red and black queen-like outfit, holding a massive weapon. A silent exclamation point conveys surprise. The queen-like figure declares, stacked debuffs and golden lion class reinforcements. Good! With this, surely her voice trails off, full of anticipation. A terrifying, skeletal visage emerges from the darkness, its jaw wide open in a monstrous grin, sharp teeth bared. The sky above a city erupts with a blinding, radiant light, a celestial body pulsing with immense power. The celestial body intensifies, crackling with purple energy, its light distorting the very fabric of the sky. Inside a control room, a woman with glasses and a lanyard stares at a red screen with a shocked expression, uttering dash. A man works at a console, while the woman exclaims, emergency report, abnormal sunspots have decreased. Another voice asks, what? The woman's eyes widen in panic as red energy engulfs her. Notify the site. A dark, ominous message appears in a crimson, glowing frame. The demon is coming. The title card appears, Dead End Phoenix, the first returner. A menacing, masked creature looms over the text. Read this chapter at demonixkins.org. The world of Vera bleeds. Below, scenes of chaos unfold. Goblin hordes attacking a castle, winged demons swarming the skies, and a dragon breathing fire. In a grand hall, a woman with an ethereal glow pleads, in Arian, the last haven, hope is scarce. Wizards perform a ritual, tearing reality itself. A young man appears, and she exclaims, a hero from another. The woman implores, oh hero, the dream was true. Please save our world. The young man reacts with shock, his eyes wide, stammering, Achan. The young man, overwhelmed, finds himself in a new world. A message appears, welcome, summoned one. You have entered the world of Vera. He is then presented with class selection options, mage, warrior, cleric, and hunter. A tutorial screen introduces legendary pets, showcasing a fox, a lion, a winged golem, and an owl. The Stats plus Loot tutorial explains character attributes like ATK, def, and stamina, and shows a legendary sword. Tutorial on Dungeons plus Guilds describes normal and hard dungeons, and the requirements for joining a guild. The Event Raids plus Boss Encounter tutorial explains teaming up for raids and facing powerful boss mobs for loot. The final tutorial screen, your journey begins now. The young man steps through a portal into a vast field, greeted by the words welcome to Vyra. Stark red warning flashes across the screen. A man in a suit looks down, a red card hovering in the air. A message appears. In exchange for 8% of the black point gauge, a special interruption event will occur. A woman clutches a red device, her eyes wide with alarm, as the word resist flashes repeatedly. The word resist dominates the screen as Yugo stands ready, a red glow emanating from his hand. A voice calls out, Yugo-kun, this. Yugo's expression is one of intense focus, a red holographic screen held before him. The queen-like figure reappears, shouting, watch all directions. Everyone, get ready. The chapter title page displays Yugo with a determined gaze, holding a glowing red blade. As the scene darkens, three figures exchange worried glances. A chilling message echoes, they're coming. A chilling presence emerges, wreathed in an ominous red aura. Two figures watch from the periphery, their faces etched with concern. The monstrous entity bares its fangs, a terrifying maw opening wide. The word now hangs ominously in the air. Blinding red energy beam slices through the air, impacting with devastating force. The red monster unleashes its attack. Yugo stands his ground, the red blade a blur as he intercepts the monstrous assault. Blood splatters, indicating a brutal exchange. Yugo's eyes burn with fierce determination as he unleashes a powerful strike with his glowing red blade. The scene erupts in carnage. The red monster's power is overwhelming, leaving a trail of destruction and fallen bodies. Yugo lies on the ground, grievously wounded. He gasps in disbelief, the situation dire. Gusi stands over the fallen Yugo, a grim expression on his face. The surrounding area is a scene of devastation. Gusi cries out in alarm, his eyes wide with shock as he witnesses the unfolding disaster. The red monster unleashes a devastating blow, creating a massive shockwave. Gusi is caught in the chaotic aftermath. The red monster stands over a defeated figure, its tone chillingly casual. "My bad, I meant to just pat you lightly." A close-up reveals the red monster's terrifying visage, its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monster's chilling words echo, "lightly." Yugo, despite his injuries, stands ready, his red blade crackling with energy. He's determined to fight. Yugo's eyes narrow, filled with a mix of pain and resolve as he faces the overwhelming threat. The battlefield is a ruin. Yugo stands amidst the fallen, facing the monstrous red monster looming in the distance. The red monster's horrifying face fills the frame, its glowing eyes fixed on its next target. Yugo stands defiant, a lone figure against the monstrous entity and the devastation it has wrought. Yugo shouts in anguish, calling out a name in desperation. "Ricardo!" Yugo unleashes a rapid series of attacks with his red blade, the energy crackling around him. The exclamation, "Woohoo!" signifies a moment of intense action or surprise. The red monster meets Yugo's onslaught head-on, its glowing eyes fixed on the incoming attack. "Nice!" Yugo unleashes a devastating skill, the pain of being rammed by a shield. He slams into the red monster with explosive force. Yugo activates Shape Edition, his fists glowing with red energy as he prepares for a powerful combo. Yugo unleashes a barrage of punches, each strike infused with immense power. The pain of being hit by a large truck. The impact is colossal, sending shockwaves through the environment. Both Yugo and the red monster are caught in the destructive force. The red monster recoils from the onslaught, its monstrous form taking a beating. It lets out a surprised "Oh!" A massive explosion engulfs the area as Yugo delivers a final, devastating blow. Amidst the chaos, the red monster laughs maniacally. "Gahahaha! You're intense, owie!" Yugo, fueled by rage, lunges at the red monster, his eyes burning with a fierce light. A woman, her eyes wide with terror, questions the enemy. "What are you shouting about, you sinners?" The enemy, a regal figure in red, declares, "My execution is not over yet." Her eyes glow with malevolent red energy as she hisses, "It's not over yet." The regal figure's voice rings out, "Focus on the enemy in front of you." Yugo, gripping his weapon, muses, a demon interrupting at this timing. "It's been about a year, huh? This turned troublesome." Another figure comments, "Fushimi-kun's action was a fine play. If he hadn't done that, most of the soldiers around would have died. Even I can't fight that thing while protecting everyone." A man, his face etched with concern, asks, "But how long can he last? I can't go help him right away. It's impossible for the others, without me, to defeat the queen. First we'll get pushed back, we'll fail the task, and then take the penalty game. That's the worst case." The queen's monstrous form looms large, her words echoing. "In other words, we have to defeat the queen as fast as possible. Don't die until then." A voice calls out, "Fushimi-ku." Yugo engages the red monster in a flurry of blows, his blade a streak of red. Yugo's red blade clashes violently with the red monster, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The red monster, its face a terrifying skull, grins and exclaims, "Nice, it's been a while since we messed around like this." Yugo grits his teeth, thinking, "It was worth using black cards to come here, since you finally made a comeback. He's targeting me specifically?" A voice cheers Yugo on, "Keep it up, Yugo." Yugo's opponent declares, "As expected, my attacks aren't getting through. He's too tough, and he handles them easily." Yugo grits his teeth, frustrated, "Even considering my stats haven't fully returned." The fierce cry, Yugo prepares his next attack. "Then how about this? The pain of being stabbed by a spear." The red monster reacts with a surprised "Oh!" Yugo unleashes his full power, the pain of being exposed to an explosion blast. Explosion engulfs the area as Yugo stands his ground, ready for the next move. Yugo continues his assault, landing a blow. He declares, "I hit him in the head at point-blank range. At least a little." Yugo's determined expression hardens as he states, "Here's payback." Yugo's attack connects with immense force against the red monster. Yugo gasps, realizing the opponent's overwhelming power. He's on a completely different level. Speed, endurance, and power. He continues, acknowledging the dire situation. "If I fight him head-on, I have no chance. So, how is it? This stage Dorothy really put effort into it." The red monster's monstrous skull-like face stares menacingly. Yugo observes, "It's difficult, you know. In many ways, the soldiers are pretty clever too. They quickly find loopholes in the rules and use them." The red monster is ensnared by glowing red chains, roaring, the pain of being bound by chains. The red monster transforms into a colossal, monstrous form, crushing the ground beneath it. Yugo faces the overwhelming power, the text declaring, "The pain of being crushed by a weight. Eating is part of the fun of a game. I want to leave just enough openings so you guys can enjoy it." Yugo presses his bloody blade down, asking, "Who could enjoy something like this? Not to your liking." He swings his glowing blade, slicing through the air as he declares, "If you lose and die, that's not a game, it's just torture." Voice counters, "No, it's a game." The monstrous red monster, with its glowing eyes and sharp claws, reveals its terrifying form, states, "With 0 lives left, that's when it's most thrilling." The red monster's claws descend towards Yugo's face, its voice echoing, "Right." Yugo unleashes a powerful strike, meeting a blinding energy blast head-on. Sparks fly as the two forces collide. Red monster, seemingly unfazed, questions, "Oh, who's that?" A young woman, Hanmura, aims her weapon, stating, "That's a pretty good shot." A fearsome demonic mask appears with the text, "Read this chapter at demonixkins.org." A meme panel shows a Chad face with the text, "Because." Another meme panel displays a crying anime girl with the text, "Why do you keep working on manhwas even though it's hard?" Yugo engages the red monster in a fierce clash, energy blasts erupting around them. The red monster's terrifying visage looms, its eyes burning with malice. It asks, "Oh, who is it?" A man with glasses and a gold chain grins, stating, "You've got guts." Mura, weapon raised, declares, "You skull bastard, for my subordinates." The man with glasses and Hanmura are shown side by side. He states, "I'll take my revenge." The man in the suit brutally attacks an opponent on the ground, driving a weapon downwards. A sharp "A" is heard, followed by a sinister laugh, "Hi-ya-ha!" A figure wielding a hammer clashes with a monstrous entity, both surrounded by crackling blue energy. The man with glasses looks intently at a glowing object in his hand, a faint smile on his face. He states, "You're a monster though." A monstrous figure is surrounded by glowing blue nails, seemingly impaled. Questions, "How many swords do I have to pull out before my attacks go through? 60? 50? Still not enough." The man in the suit is seen approaching a shadowy figure, his weapon ready. He says, "When I was having a private moment with an old buddy, Kuno-san." A character with sharp features and a regal outfit stands ready, surrounded by armored figures. The command is given, "All-out barrage." Command, "Fire!" rings out as a barrage of energy blasts erupts, engulfing the battlefield. Amidst the explosions, a woman in a striking red dress, resembling a queen of hearts, emerges, her expression fierce. The woman's face contorts in a primal scream, revealing sharp fangs as she roars, "W!" The queen-like figure unleashes her power. A voice exclaims, "What insane firepower! Even with the debuff, they defeated that queen so easily." A young man with sharp eyes looks on, holding a whip-like weapon. He muses, "So this is the power of a golden lion rank. Not yet." Man with glasses observes a swirling vortex of purple energy, within which a figure in a striking red dress is taking shape. Chains erupt from the purple energy as the figure fully materializes, declaring, "Second form." Yugo draws his blade, its energy flaring red as he faces the monstrous red monster. Below, the figure in red unleashes a torrent of fire. The woman's eyes burn red with fury as she declares, "This insolence has gone too far," followed by a guttural, "You lowly fools." The man with glasses exclaims, "It didn't work?" Nearby, Yugo states, "It's way too tough. It's a gimmick-type boss." The queen-like figure, now fully revealed, advises, "You probably have To use that execution device cleverly, and that's likely the intended way To beat it." Yugo muses, "I could probably brute force It down though." Below, a young girl is held by him, with another voice stating, "But either way it'll take time." A hand grabs a young girl's arm as a voice announces, "Change of plan." Then, a command is given, "Kuno Keiyuen, go support Fushimi Keiyuen." Yugo stands beside the young girl, who is about to open a glowing door. He says, "I'll have Alice open a door to the location." A young woman, aiming a weapon, exclaims, "I'll go too." Below her, another voice adds, "Of course I'll join you." Yugo looks on as the young girl, Alice, states, "Do whatever you want." She then adds, "That thing has killed Golden Lion ranks." The young woman fires a powerful blast of energy from her weapon, the force of the impact creating a blinding flash. Yugo lunges forward, striking a monstrous figure with a blinding beam of energy. The red monster, its face contorted, remarks, "That's strange. This bullet. It's being fired from quite far away, right? So why does it feel this heavy? Even Aymar shouldn't have someone like that, some expert I don't know about, if that's the case." The red monster's eyes glow ominously as it states, "That ability must have some nasty conditions." Cool. Young woman Hanmura readies her weapon, a sniper rifle attachment now equipped. The display reads, "Hero's pistol, form change, and Fool's sniper rifle." Hanmura's expression shifts as she says, "Unique weapons are strange. It really became the power I wanted." She reflects, "After I couldn't shoot during the apple trial, I thought about it. What would I do if the same thing happened again? First I thought, I want a rifle with a scope. It wouldn't be guaranteed to hit. What if it became something like auto-tracking bullets? But when I thought that, I realized that's wrong." The figure is struck by yellow energy. Hanmura's voice continues, "Don't make a mistake, Akari Hanamura. Every bullet I fire always carries lives on the line." Hanmura grips her rifle, her eyes determined. She states, "That's the risk I carry. No matter what, I can't escape it." Through a sniper scope, the red monster is seen lunging at Yugo. Hanmura declares, "I can't look away. I must face it." The system displays, ability, sniper shot of resolve. The farther the target, the stronger the shot becomes. However, the system reveals the drawback. If the bullet misses, part of the shooting damage rebounds onto the shooter. Hanmura unleashes a powerful shot, the energy erupting from her rifle. The shot impacts the red monster with explosive force. Hanmura grins menacingly, her eyes glinting with excitement. "So scary." The man with glasses looks at the red monster, stating, "That's not power a white rabbit rank can normally produce." He then warns Hanmura, "You're risking your life, Hanamura." The man grins, revealing gold-plated teeth, and declares, "Looks like it's my turn to risk mine too." The man, identified as Fushimi, raises his unique weapon, the disassembler, crackling with blue energy. Fushimi's hand grips the weapon, preparing to unleash its power. With a fierce expression, Fushimi activates Limit Release. The disassembler glows intensely, a screw-like projectile forming at its tip. Yugo reacts with shock, his eyes wide as the disassembler's energy blast heads his way. He narrowly dodges, the projectile impacting behind him. Fushimi grins, declaring 300 seconds in exchange for the backlash afterward. He plunges downwards, engulfed in blue energy, his stats drastically increasing. A warning flashes. If it goes beyond that, the body will break. Yugo shouts, "That should be enough. Probably. A power buff with a time limit. Using it in this situation is reasonable." Amidst the chaos, Gusi and another figure are seen. Gusi states, "Until Harusan holds out against the queen, that's basically our only path to victory." Another voice adds, "The chances aren't low. With his power, a short, decisive battle should be possible, even if there's a second form or more." The monstrous red monster emerges, its skull-like face and glowing eyes fixed on its opponents. A voice remarks, "That's a good look. You've got your resolve set." The red monster's form shifts, engulfed in dark purple and green energy. A voice declares, "Then, I've got to pull mine out too." Yugo and Fushimi face each other, the intensity of their impending clash palpable. The red monster's transformation intensifies, its body contorting as a demonic armor begins to manifest around it. Demonic armor manifest. A stylized demonic mask appears, overlaid on the red monster's silhouette. Text encourages readers to visit demonicscans.org. Disclaimer regarding previews and a call to action to read on reset-scan.co and toon.net. The red monster's monstrous form fully emerges, wreathed in eerie green energy. A close-up on the red monster's terrifying maw. A voice exclaims, "He drew his demon armament." Yugo, armed with his glowing red blade, faces the monstrous entity. Gusi calls out a warning, "Be careful, Kunu." Fushimi looks grimly at Yugo, recalling, "Ever since that weapon appeared, back in the first nightmare, it killed over 3,000 people in under 10 minutes. The red monster, now in its full, terrifying form with a segmented tail, stands amidst the destruction. A voice confirms, "Yeah, by my estimate, we've got 5 minutes until Aimaru takes down the queen." The red monster's head lunges forward, its glowing eyes filled with malice. A voice remarks, "Hell of a job, Achu." As the red monster's massive, serpentine body coils, Yugo prepares to face it. Fushimi observes, "From what I've heard, that serpent." The colossal serpent-like entity moves with terrifying speed, its segmented body a blur of motion. Yugo braces himself as the monstrous serpent's head looms over him, its dark energy swirling, and moves however it wants. Yugo lunges with his blade, narrowly avoiding the serpent's deadly jaws. A bite from the head is instant kill level. We can't afford to take even one hit. Yugo's expression is strained as he narrowly dodges the serpent's attack. The serpent's body is a formidable weapon. The body's basically a chainsaw. Anything it brushes past gets shaved away. The serpent's head pivots, using its bite as a fulcrum for a devastating maneuver. And on top of that, wherever the head bites, it uses that as a pivot. The serpent's massive head lunges, its teeth bared. The red monster's clawed hand extends, a harbinger of its next attack. Yugo readies himself for the onslaught, his blade poised. The red monster unleashes a devastating attack, a grappling action that tears across the field in every direction. Yugo braces himself, his hands gripping a large, ornate shield etched with geometric patterns. A faint blue energy emanates from it. A blinding blue energy blast erupts from the shield, clashing violently with a monstrous, skeletal arm. Sparks fly as the force of the impact is immense. Yugo stands firm, his red blade held ready. His eyes are sharp, focused. Hit it hard enough, and you can snap it. The cut OFF segments slow down. A voice calls out, followed by a hesitant, but a wave of corrosive green energy washes over the scene, obscuring the details in a toxic haze. The title card appears, Dead End Demonics, the first returner, featuring a dramatic portrait of Yugo. In a modern city, a man in a suit and a young woman observe a large screen displaying news about a demon world transformation occurring in 3 locations. The narration states, "It is believed that soldiers are still desperately fighting and rescuing people inside." The narration continues. It is known as a sign that a demon will appear. 2 men are seen on a street, one holding a smartphone. The text on the phone reads, "This is bad. A lot of people are going to die this time." Below, a message from another user says, "A demon showed up for real?" Followed by, "It's already tough with 3 places at once." The narration explains, it's unclear which of the 3 locations the demon appeared in. A phone screen shows messages. "HEY, my favorite will be fine, right? The silver bear level. And thank you for your hard work." Another message states, "Heavy struggles are expected on site." A brutal scene unfolds as a figure, seemingly a monstrous entity, is impaled by Yugo's red blade, splattering blood everywhere. The monster's skull-like face grins menacingly. Yugo, covered in blood, shouts, "Kuno-san!" A man in a white suit is seen holding up a monstrous figure. The narration states, "As expected of a veteran, you avoided the heart, huh?" The monstrous entity's skull-like face fills the frame, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The narration says, "It just makes you suffer longer though." A close-up on a man's face, glasses askew, bloodied nose, and gold teeth. He looks shocked and in pain. Yugo lunges forward, his red energy blade glowing intensely as he clashes with the monstrous figure. The monster's terrifying face is shown up close. A voice says, "One of them's down." Another voice asks, "What will you do? Why Yu-Gi-Oh?" Yugo's face is contorted in a grimace of effort and anger. He seems to be struggling. A speech bubble simply says, "You." Yugo supports the injured man in the white suit. The man says, "What are you jumping to conclusions for?" Yugo replies, "I'm still full of energy." The injured man adds, "Not done yet." A voice muses, I see. You've turned off your brain limiter." The monster grins as a voice says, "That makes me happy." Below, a sinister message reads, "You'll pay with your life until you die." Yugo is seen urging someone back. Kuno-san. "Fall back for now." The injured man replies, "Don't talk nonsense." Yugo insists, "You can't hold on alone." The injured man asks, "About 2 more minutes, until Imaru-san arrives." He continues, his vision blurring from pain. "It hurts so much my vision is blurring." He then adds, "Of course your stomach's been torn through." A close-up on the injured man's face, his expression intense. He asks, "Masa, it hurt for you too, right? Or you didn't even have time to feel it?" Man in a dark shirt and apron wipes sweat from his brow. He seems thoughtful. The narration asks, "Being a soldier?" Another man, working on some sort of structure, replies, "Yeah, if I keep working as a dismantler, there's a limit to how much I can earn." He adds, "So I thought I'd make something of myself back home." The man in the apron looks directly at the camera, his expression serious. And I don't like this demon world transformation stuff. He continues, everyone's scared of this strange disaster that could happen anytime. Looking out at the city skyline, the man says, I don't like seeing the city so gloomy. He adds, real Nagoya is bright with human warmth. The man working on the structure smiles slightly. Well, I won't force you. He then states, if an O1 comes, I'll go alone. The other man responds, don't be like that. Kuno san. A man exclaims. Another man says, we'll follow you anywhere. The man in the apron adds, you're the one, after all, who picked us up when we were struggling and took care of us. A gloved hand clenches into a fist. A voice says, once you take care of someone, you see it through to the end. A man looks up, smiling. That's what a boss is like, right? He asks. Another man is seen lying down, seemingly exhausted, as a voice says, Kuno san. Hugo grins, his broken teeth visible. That's right. Two hands, clad in white gloves, meet in a firm fist bump. Hugo, with a flashy white suit and gold chains, smirks. A Yakuza style, huh? Having a character is important for a soldier. Below him, a small figure asks, won't people think you're a criminal? Hugo flashes a gold-capped tooth. As part of the character, he declares. The figure below, looking distressed, retorts, people will judge you even more harshly. The situation escalates as Hugo swings a massive hammer with a roar. This is the critical moment. Don't chicken out, he bellows. Behind him, Goosey carries Juppie, while another figure states, no one's scared, Kuno-san. Followed by, we're fighting side by side with you. In the darkness, a somber voice remarks, that was fun, Masa. Hugo clashes with a skeletal foe, a blinding blue energy erupting from their struggle. The impact is immense. The red monster, a terrifying skeletal entity, roars, nice. It taunts, you're holding on well for someone about to die. Hugo unleashes a flurry of fiery projectiles. Show me, he demands, followed by, your final shine. Meanwhile, a plea echoes, please, Imaru-san, end it quickly. Warning is issued, or Kuno-san will. Below, a figure aims a rifle, their expression grim. A single exclamation mark hangs in the air. A young girl with blonde hair and a blue dress looks up, asking, are you going? The woman in the foreground, determined, replies, I'm going, adding, they're already at their limit. The blonde girl grabs the fleeing woman's arm, warning, you'll die if you jump in there. The woman, pulling away, insists, my partner is risking his life there. A red armored figure rushes forward with a glowing device, while the blonde girl gasps, ah. The woman's eyes widen in alarm, her expression a mixture of shock and urgency. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the area in blinding light. The blonde girl recoils, shocked. In the aftermath, a voice calls out, are you okay? The woman, gun in hand, rushes towards a fallen figure, while the blonde girl watches, concerned. The woman extends a hand to the fallen person. You don't have to save me, you know, she says. The blonde girl asks, huh? The woman continues, the task was to bring Alice to the castle alive, right? Blonde girl, Alice, responds, that has been accomplished. She then states, in other words, my role in this story is already over. The woman looks at Alice, her expression unreadable. So why save me? She questions. Alice, holding the woman's hand, replies, right, you were an event character, huh? They walk together, the woman looking thoughtful. The woman pulls her hand away, stating, I can't just accept it like that. Alice looks at the woman with wide, earnest eyes. You appeared in human form from the start, and we've been talking and coming this far together. Alice continues, I can't just throw you away because you're no longer needed. Alice's eyes glow with a fierce intensity as she declares, especially if you'll disappear when it ends. Then be Alice until the very end. A strange, cat-like mask appears on Alice's face as she floats ominously. A whisper is heard, I see. Alice smiles, her expression now more determined than ever. Then, I will do that. Hugo engages the red monster in a fierce close-quarters battle, their weapons clashing with explosive energy. The background erupts in a wave of crimson energy, indicating immense power being unleashed. The red monster lunges, its monstrous form fully visible. It taunts Hugo, he's tough, that Hugo. His focus is increasing at the last moment. The red monster lunges, its monstrous form fully visible. It taunts Hugo, he's tough, that Hugo. His focus is increasing at the last moment. Hugo grits his teeth, barely able to endure the onslaught. Blinding flash of blue energy erupts as a powerful strike connects. The force of the impact is immense. The red monster's monstrous head recoils from a solid blow, its glowing eyes fixed on its attacker. That was a good hit, it growls, spitting out debris. A voice echoes, take that. Red monster unleashes a barrage of attacks, its monstrous appendages flailing. Hugo dodges and weaves, his movements precise. The red monster's shadowy tendrils lash out, narrowly missing Yugo. As a souvenir for the afterlife, it hisses, its eyes burning with malice. A blinding explosion of light erupts, engulfing everything. Amidst the chaos, a figure is seen being thrown back. "You mean 2 hits?" a voice exclaims. Battle rages on with a devastating close-range power shot. The sheer force of the blast sends shockwaves through the area. Suddenly, a new player enters the fray. A young woman, Akari, aims a pistol with fierce determination. "Akari-san?" Yugo calls out, surprised. "Alright," she shouts, "just made it in time." The red monster observes the unfolding events, a sinister grin on its face. Hey, what is Dorothy doing?" A young girl, dressed in a blue dress and red bow, stands firm, a golden barrier emanating from her hand. "She's going beyond her role," a voice comments. The girl's expression hardens, her eyes filled with resolve as she prepares to act. Yugo stumbles back, clutching his side as blood stains his shirt. The red monster looms over him, its power overwhelming. A man, identified as Masataka Seigo, kneels amidst the carnage, his body heavily wounded. "Limit release," a system prompt declares, followed by END. Red monster's terrifying visage fills the screen. "See, even if you bought just a few seconds," it taunts. Its monstrous form expands, a colossal centipede-like appendage unfurling. "It only adds more corpses," it declares, its power escalating. Yugo, seeing the dire situation, shouts Akari's name, "Akari-san." A disembodied voice muses, "Not really." At least this time, the voice continues, a hint of something profound in its tone. Kari, facing a monstrous creature, aims her gun resolutely. "Those few seconds," she states, her voice firm. A vortex of intense blue energy engulfs Akari and the monstrous entity. The power of the clash is palpable. The red monster emerges from the energy blast, seemingly unfazed. It stands tall, its monstrous form radiating power. The red monster's terrifying face fills the frame, its eyes glowing with an ominous light. "This is," it exclaims, a sense of dread creeping in. Looking down from an immense height, the red monster's true scale is revealed. Goosey stands defiantly below. "My regret," the monster begins to lament. Amidst the blinding light and swirling energy, a voice states, "It seems it reduced it by 1. Portrait of Masataka Seigo appears, identified as a gold lion-class soldier. The panel displays information about Masataka Seigo, a gold lion-class soldier. This is an advertisement for reading the chapter at demonicscans.org. Inside a room, a man holds a child, trying to comfort her. It's okay, he whispers. "If we stay hidden, it will end," the child cries, while another voice adds, "That person said so too." A lone figure plummets from the sky, the ruined castle looming ominously. "Seigo-san." Yugo exchanges a look with Goosey, who acknowledges, "You held on well, Yugo-kun. With so many enemies against a demon. Yet I'm sorry I arrived late because I'm a bad soldier." Goosey continues, "I can't help but prioritize, rather than fighting, rescuing the people who can't fight." Red monster's terrifying visage emerges from the shadows. "You sure showed up late, Seigo." Goosey turns to Yugo, remarking, "It's been about 2 years, Ricardo." Goosey makes a subtle hand gesture, explaining, "Honestly, I thought the front line would be fine with Imalkuin alone." Goosey's expression darkens as he looks at an injured figure on the ground. "Kuno-kun is badly injured. No, he's near death. That amount of bleeding is bad. We didn't move him carelessly. I didn't plan to step in." The red monster sneers, "If you hadn't barged in, so you've been playing rescue all this time. You're an idiot too." Yugo stands firm, facing Hanmura. "No matter how long you keep doing that." The red monster's eyes glow with malice. "Your dead daughter isn't coming back." Goosey's face contorts with grim determination. "Fewer parents will lose their children, right?" The red monster lunges forward, enveloped in a powerful blue aura. Goosey's weapon unleashes a barrage of shimmering bubbles. The red monster reacts with surprise. TCH. The red monster finds itself trapped within the swirling blue energy. Those bubbles are as troublesome as ever. They float, but they're heavy, and they're elastic so they don't break easily. Just spreading these makes fighting annoying. The red monster struggles against the energy-infused bubbles. The big ones even take time to swallow whole. Even if I deal with them, more appear right away. They're the worst match for flesh-eating snake bones. Goosey stands his ground, a determined glint in his eyes. "Then, I'll kill you directly." Goosey prepares to strike as the red monster lunges, weapon raised. "Is that okay?" Red monster, caught off guard by Goosey's relentless assault, finds itself surrounded by the blue energy. Moving so carelessly, Goosey unleashes his full power, the bubbles bursting with immense force. Bubbles that burst like sorrow. The red monster is overwhelmed by the explosive energy. GUH. The red monster is caught in another barrage of bouncing bubbles. Oh? Goosey continues his assault, the red monster caught in the chaotic dance of bubbles. You! The red monster is spun around violently within the energy field. Hanmura shouts in alarm. He went into the bubbles that rise like anger. Red monster, engulfed in the blue energy, roars in frustration. Damn it! Yugo is engulfed in a torrent of blue energy, twisting and turning mid-air as he unleashes his power. A close-up of a determined man's face. He asks, "Is that okay?" Followed by the thought, "Down there, to come down there." Yugo is suspended amidst a barrage of swirling blue energy orbs, his body contorting as if in pain or exertion. The monstrous visage of the red monster looms, its glowing eyes fixed and its fanged maw open in a guttural roar. Hey! Yugo cries out in distress, as he is buffeted by the chaotic blue energy surrounding him. The red monster, radiating intense red energy, speaks with a strained voice. This is insanely hard to fight. Yugo, caught in a vortex of blue energy, prepares another attack, shouting, "Take this!" The red monster's head is visible, its expression one of grim determination, as it states, "I'm not going to keep dealing with such a boring fight." Below, a thought bubble reads, "If it's over there." Yugo, suspended high above, declares there are no bubbles. The red monster, now more clearly defined with purple energy, reveals its intent. "If I can't play with Yugo, I'll change my target to Aimal." Shadowy figures seem to manipulate the battlefield. A voice declares, "First mess up the battlefield, then in the chaos I'll pull Seigo away." Goosey observes, "You avoided the bubbles and landed far away." He remains silent for a moment, then adds, Goosey states, "That's fine, just as planned." Yugo's expression hardens with resolve, his eyes sharp and focused. The red monster's tail lashes out as Yugo leaps into the air. The monster thinks, "Predict my landing point." Yugo reacts with disbelief, thinking, "No way, I was led here." The red monster's terrifying face fills the frame, its eyes burning with malevolent glee. It exclaims, "Seriously? I'm happy, Yugo." Yugo grits his teeth, his body radiating a fierce red aura. He shouts, "Squeeze it out." Right at this moment, Yugo unleashes a blinding burst of red energy, shouting, "One more hit." A distant voice calls out, "Ricardo?" Yugo's face is contorted with strain and effort, sweat beading on his forehead as he endures immense pressure. Voiceover speaks of a pain flashback and questions, "Why at a time like this?" Then, Yugo's thoughts reveal his dire situation. "The feeling in my body is fading. This is bad. My legs can't handle the recoil of that big move." Goosey steadies Yugo, a determined look on his face. He assures him, "I'll support you." A close-up on Yugo's face, his eyes wide with a mix of desperation and focus, a single drop of sweat tracing a path down his cheek. Goosey, his face bloody and a sinister grin spreading across it, calls out, "Kuno-san." The scene is bathed in an ominous red glow, hinting at immense power being unleashed. Yugo gathers a brilliant, searing ball of red energy in his hand, his mouth open in a shout of exertion. The red monster's terrifying, multi-eyed skull face stares directly ahead, radiating an intense, hellish aura. A brutal clash erupts as Yugo, wielding his red blade, intercepts a devastating attack from the red monster. The impact is described as pain like being struck by a pile driver. The chapter concludes with a promotion. Read this chapter at demonixkins.org. The chapter concludes with a promotion. Read this chapter at demonixkins.org. Yugo grits his teeth, his eyes burning with a cold intensity. Crimson energy crackles around his fist, a clear sign he's ready to unleash his power. A sharp intake of breath, a grimace of pain. Yugo endures the brutal impact, his resolve unwavering. "Kunu!" Yugo shouts, his gaze fixed on the downed figure. Meanwhile, Goosey, battered and bleeding, apologizes, "I'm sorry for pushing you both this hard." Goosey, his expression weary, states, "Ricardo hates fighting me. Our styles don't mesh at all." A massive, serpentine creature lunges through the purple haze. Actually fighting him and keeping him busy isn't hard. The problem is when he gets bored and wanders off. Even I can't keep up with that mobility. Just that alone would completely collapse the front. Goosey looks towards Yugo. "That's why I needed you to fight him. Yugo, as long as you do, he won't leave. A demon's fixation on you should still be the same as back then." "You remembered." A hand signal from 8 years ago. Yugo smirks, a hint of confidence in his expression. "Follow up on the landing point. We pulled that one off together a lot." Goosey nods, observing Yugo. "My prediction hit the mark perfectly. You've sharpened up way beyond the Yugo I used to know." Goosey continues, a thoughtful expression on his face. Whether they like it or not, the enemy has to think. It forces a battle of wits, and Seigo himself is better at that game than anyone. When it comes to complicated drawn-out fights, he's probably the top gold lion. The scene shifts to a barrage of white streaks, indicating rapid movement or an intense attack. A shadowy, monstrous form begins to coalesce, accompanied by a chilling statement, "Not bad at all." The monstrous form takes shape, its features menacing and powerful. Yugo leaps into action, a serpentine appendage emerging from the shadow, ready to strike. A colossal, shadowy foot descends, dwarfing Yugo as he stands his ground, blade in hand. A terrifying entity, with glowing eyes and sharp claws, addresses Yugo. Yugo. Goosey warns Yugo, "Don't rush it, Yugo. It is getting to him." Yugo responds, "Yeah, he's not trying to go anywhere else. Maybe because I landed a solid hit on him." The shadowy figure moves, seemingly unaffected, as Yugo's words hang in the air. A blinding explosion erupts from the castle tower, showering the area with debris. Yugo and Hanmura react with shock. An explosion from the top of the castle. Amar dash. A powerful red energy surges downwards, accompanied by the chilling realization, this is no. The ground crumbles under an immense force, structures collapsing. A regal, terrifying figure emerges, radiating immense power. You little dash. The environment shifts. Field change. Execution ground shift. Sharp, crimson spikes erupt from the ground, impaling everything in their path. Impalement. Yugo dodges the deadly spikes, narrowly avoiding them. Watch the ground. Don't stay in one spot. Yugo looks up towards the tower, where a dragon-like creature flies, as a shadowy mist envelopes the area. A monstrous entity, a dragon-like creature, looms over Yugo as he's caught. "Amaru," he cries out before a voice replies, "You got me." The dragon-like creature speaks, "Sorry." She's expanded the battlefield. At this point, we have no choice but to regroup. A skeletal demon with glowing eyes and a menacing grin appears, radiating dark energy. It mutters, "Lousy timing." A young man with black hair, clearly distressed, shouts, "But if it's him, Kunu's in critical condition. Any healing-type enemies among the ones you've tamed?" Yugo closes his eyes, a slight smile on his face, contemplating. A dragon-like creature soars through the sky. A woman, Hanmura, points frantically, exclaiming, "Yeah, that's a definitely yes kind of thing." Yugo, with a weary expression, concedes, "They're one use only, and really valuable, but fine." A hand extends, emanating a bright golden light that coalesces into a glowing, liquid form. The system announces, "Healing slime." The healing slime envelopes a gravely wounded man, its light intensely bright. The system explains, "It closes wounds and makes up for blood loss. Disappears when treatment's done." Yugo faces the skeletal demon, a determined glint in his eyes. "Now then, demon." Yugo smirks, a hint of purple in his eyes. "You'll at least let me take my frustrations out on you, right?" The skeletal demon's eyes glow intensely as it grins, accepting the challenge. "Fine by me." The demon unleashes its power, surrounded by a violent red aura and dark energy. "I'll rip you all apart right here and now." The demon's monstrous form is fully revealed, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The system declares, "Intruder event over." Yugo looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. As a system notification appears, special rewards will be granted 2 key contributors. A golden interface displays Reward 1, all stats up. Below it, another reward is listed and an item is revealed. Item, coordinate, the forgotten place. Yugo holds a fragment of a map, its markings showing continents and a specific marked region. He wonders, a piece of a map? Another reward notification appears. Reward 3, for the longest survival. Yugo stands holding a magnificent golden spear, its head resembling a clock face. The system identifies it as the Awakening Clock Spear. A man's voice explains the system. Intruder events run on a hidden timer based on how many black spots get dispersed. They don't show you how much time is left, but dealing damage to the demon also shaves that time down. Man with a stern expression listens intently. Another voice states, "So Yugo's hit must have been the decider. Used it all up, huh?" The skeletal demon, eyes glowing, remarks, "You always lose track of time when you're having fun. That's your bad habit." The demon transforms into a more monstrous form, wielding a massive weapon amidst a blinding purple and pink energy field. It exclaims, "Son of a..." The demon, now in its ultimate form, continues, "Didn't even rack up that many kills? Fumbled around too much in the first half? Nah, it's Yugo in the end. He hung in there longer than we expected." Yugo stands firm, holding his spear, a determined look on his face. The demon acknowledges, "I won't forget that hit. Till the next time we meet, keep that good pain ready." Yugo stares intently, his expression a mixture of shock and determination. He calls out, "Ricardo?" The demon is engulfed by a swirling vortex of dark energy as it prepares to depart. The boss will be pleased. Yugo's face is etched with grim determination, his eyes wide and focused. Goosey approaches Yugo, stating, "Don't zone out, Yugo. The queen's still alive." Yugo looks towards the tower, where a dragon-like creature flies as a shadowy mist envelopes the area. He asks, "What about the other soldiers?" "If luck's on their side, they might still be alive." "Got it, we'll back you up." You take down the queen. Yugo, that spear is probably a special effect weapon. The Demon Falls motif is Alice. Add Awakening on top of that, and it's basically guaranteed. You can handle it? I don't know exactly what it does, but I can feel it. This thing has the power to end it all. This panel contains UI elements and recruitment messages from reset scans. It does not advance the main narrative. This panel is a chapter title card for Dead End Demonics, the first returner. It does not advance the main narrative. This panel is an advertisement for the game Vera. It does not advance the main narrative. Colossal dragon-like creature roars, its form wreathed in crimson energy. So scary. Being on top of a dragon is scary. If you fall, I won't save you. Bubbles that cling like obsession. With this, you won't fall easily. Yugo-kun, do you need one too? I'm fine. Flying-type enemies are helpful. I don't have to worry about the spikes growing out. I want to get close all at once like this. Of course. A cannon? That wasn't there before. Counterattack is coming. It doesn't look like just a normal cannon. The cannon fires, erupting with intense energy. Whoa? A soldier was fired over here? Come to think of it, there were executions done with cannons, but it's definitely not like this, right? It'd be fine if it just flew over. A winged soldier, imbued with red energy, soars through the sky. It's coming back, that thing. Ha! Counterattack, Kari-san. The soldier charges forward, wielding a glowing red spear. That's basically a missile. This is bad. Pain like being struck by a hammer. Yugo, mid-air, swings his weapon towards the colossal beast. A woman calls out in alarm, "Yugo-kun," as a man readies a device. Yugo manipulates shimmering blue bubbles, declaring, "Bubbles linked like karma." The man from before activates his device, suction return. Yugo unleashes a powerful punch, surrounded by a cascade of blue energy. Yugo leaps into action, while Goosey readies his device amidst the chaos. A flurry of red energy engulfs the battlefield as Yugo and Goosey engage the enemy. Yugo recoils from a brutal strike, the words echoing, "Pain like being cut by a sword." A smug figure observes the fight, remarking, "That's your quick teamwork? How disappointing. This is why the survivors of the first wave are like this." Amidst the battle, a voice states, "Flying types are valuable, but at this rate we can't get close. As expected, I'd rather not increase the targets and get shot down." Goosey, with a determined look, prepares for the next move, responding, "All right." Blue energy coalesces, forming bubbles that shimmer with an ethereal glow, bubbles that burst like sorrow. A figure resembling a queen, adorned in red and black, commands, "Fly up to the roof," with a surprised "Wah." Goosey reacts with shock. It broke and disappeared. A blinding flash of light erupts, signifying a powerful impact. Amidst the chaos, voices declare, "This is the best I can do. Sorry for being weak." "And which part is that weak?" "The cannons stopped. We're going in." Queen figure, enraged, screams, "Damn you!" A figure, clinging to a massive creature, is addressed, "TCH, you really hold on at the last moment." A character cries out, "SAGOSN, one more big one." Yugo faces the colossal dragon once more, a determined glint in his eyes. Figure smirks, uttering, "Oh." Yugo leaps forward, undeterred, as a voice declares, "You're going there." The queen figure, radiating dark energy, declares, "Fool, this is my kingdom. I will not give anything. I will not give it to anyone." A massive, glowing purple will materializes, emanating immense power. The queen unleashes her skill, Wheel of Punishment. Yugo charges through the onslaught, his blade glowing red, as the text proclaims, "Pain like being split by an AXE." Yugo's eyes burn with defiance as he retorts, "No, it's not your kingdom." Bathed in blinding golden light, Yugo leaps with his weapon, ready to strike. The queen figure winces in pain, a guttural sound escaping her lips. Her eyes flash red with fury, a predatory glint appearing. Yugo clashes with the queen, the impact creating a burst of light. A voice whispers, "This is a girl's dream." Yugo unleashes a torrent of golden energy, his fist crackling with power as he lunges forward. A monstrous roar erupts as the red monster's glowing red eyes and sharp fangs are revealed amidst a blast of fiery energy. Yugo clashes with the queen, the impact creating a burst of light. A voice whispers, "This is a girl's dream." The queen retorts, "You must be joking." Gusi and Hanmura observe the scene. A pensive look on Gusi's face as he states, "A heart that feels pain." The queen's shadowy form looms as Yugo stands his ground, the queen's voice echoing, "You don't have one." Figure with a stern gaze stands before the colossal red monster, a silent tension filling the air. Amidst the chaos of a collapsing structure, Hanmura calls out to Yugo, "Yugo-kun, get inside the bubble." Yugo is encased in a protective bubble, floating amidst the destruction. A voice states, "Yes, Alice in Wonderland ends when Alice wakes up." Yugo's face is shown in close-up, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he seems to process something. From within the bubble, Yugo observes the surreal scene below, where several figures resembling Alice from Wonderland have appeared. Alice-like figures, dressed in blue dresses and white aprons, stand on the desolate ground. One of them speaks, "It was a good dream." Hanmura, looking concerned, addresses someone, "Alice-chan, goodbye everyone, goodbye Akari-san." The Alice figures stand amidst the rubble, their expressions eerie. One states, "But someday." A close-up on one of the Alice figures, her blue eyes intense as she continues, "In another dream, again." A system notification appears, "Demon World transformation ends." A man in a white suit, glasses perched on his nose, looks down at his hand, a ring on his finger. He murmurs, "Sorry about that, Masa." The man in the white suit sits amidst the ruins of a city, the sky above filled with debris. A system box reads, "During the Demon World transformation, the demon Ricardo barged in, killed 3 soldiers. Silver Bear class Jin Saburo Kuno survived." He mutters, "Revenge will have to wait." Close up on a boot stepping onto a red, scorched surface, emanating a dangerous aura. A system box states, "At the same time, Sephoro Demon World transformation." An old man with a white mustache and ponytail grunts, his hand gripping a device. The old man, Gusi, grips a rifle, his gaze fixed and determined as he prepares to fire. The title card appears, "Dead End Demonics, the Returner of the Beginning." A demonic symbol glows ominously against a dark background with the text, "Read this chapter at demonixkins.org." A group of individuals, including Yugo, Gusi, and Hanmura, stand together as a man in a suit speaks. The situation is still unpredictable, but heroes like them appear. Another voice adds, "Through the soldiers' efforts, humanity will surely overcome the demon world transformation." Person, likely speaking at an event, holds a microphone and pleads, "To support their efforts. Please, everyone." In a grand hall, a man holding a champagne flute remarks, "We were used to boost morale," pretty openly. Gusi sips his drink, his eyes closed in thought. They raise heroes and declare certain victory. That's not good. It's typical of a losing army. Yugo holds a drink, his expression somber as he listens. Gusi continues, "Even if you look closely, without even, right? The current situation, if you look only at the abnormal black spots." Hanmura, holding a drink, looks thoughtful as she responds, "They appeared at the same time as the first transformation. Abnormal black spots on the sun. Yeah. They decrease when a transformation is completed." A celestial body, fractured and glowing with purple energy, displays current, 48%. A voice explains, "They increase when it fails. They're also consumed when demons appear." Gusi, Hanmura, and Yugo are gathered as Gusi states, "For now, they say if we erase them all, we win. You have to think that way to keep going." A voice interjects, I smell defeatism?" A man with sharp features and a confident smirk holds a glass of wine. He addresses someone off-panel, calling them an Imal soldier. He then turns his attention to another, saying, "Hey, Fushimi-kun, Hanamura-kun, you helped a lot at the scene." The other person replies, "Same here." 2 figures, their faces partially obscured, discuss the man with the wine. One asks, "Who is that?" The other identifies him as a golden lion class we fought with in the last transformation. The man with the wine then interrupts, "Sorry for interrupting, but I wanted to give one warning." An elderly man, identified as a Muroto soldier, is addressed directly. "You should avoid speaking like earlier," he's told, "especially in places like this." He retorts, "Me?" The man with the wine takes a drink, continuing his thought. "Soldiers keep dying," he muses, "they're desperate to gather people. The association too." He smiles, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "If there's something positive, it's natural to jump on it," he states. He adds, "If you pour cold water on it, people will dislike you. It will affect your evaluation, you know?" The elderly man's expression hardens. "If the association thinks you're troublesome," he begins. He's cut off by a defiant, "I don't care. I don't want to rise in rank now anyway." A dark, ominous cloud-shaped bubble appears above the man with the wine. So that's your type, it states. He hums thoughtfully, then says, maybe I was preaching to the Buddha. A woman's voice replies, you already understand. A striking woman with long dark hair and piercing eyes addresses the man with the wine. Good day, I'm all soldier, she says, holding a glass. Thank you for taking care of my younger brother. Man with the wine turns to the woman. Hey, Rindo-san, he greets. She replies, it was hard to coordinate with the first group again. A younger man with dark hair, standing nearby, asks, can you tell Sego-san to show some interest in things besides rescue? The man with the wine responds, you should know that's the kind of soldier he is. Two women in the background react with alarm. One says, bringing up principles right away is dumb. You need to adapt to the situation, right? The other adds, finishing the objective quickly reduces casualties the most. The woman with dark hair, Rindo, narrows her eyes. Sego wants that too, she states, her voice laced with doubt. If other soldiers could be relied on. Man with the wine smiles. Well, compared to killing enemies, rescue has poor reward efficiency, he agrees. It's true that few soldiers willingly do it. The elderly man and the younger man with dark hair are seen together. The elderly man comments, you two don't get along. The younger man replies, I get wanting to use cookies and mid-levelers for rescue, but that's basically turning it into military, which doesn't suit soldiers. The man with the wine turns to the younger man. Well, he begins, then states, no point arguing here. Woman, Rindo, says goodbye to the younger man. See you, Fushimi-kun, again soon. She adds, with a slight glare, if possible, put a muzzle on your sister. The man with the wine throws his hands up in mock surrender. I give up, he says with a smile, as the younger man, Fushimi, walks away in the background. A close-up on a man's face with intense purple eyes. He's clearly frustrated. His inner thoughts reveal, she keeps interfering. The man with the wine sips his drink, a smug expression on his face. I want to win him over early, he muses. He then glances at some unseen individuals, commenting, he's Rindo's favorite, apparently. Those guys. Two men are seen in conversation. One remarks, the first group is acting big again. The conversation continues. Go to the front and fight, and all that, the first man says with a hint of disdain. The second man replies, who do they think they are? We just want to earn easily. One man observes the other, you seem dissatisfied. The second man simply states, you guys. The man with the wine reappears, smiling broadly as he addresses a group. Want to talk about it? A young man with striking purple eyes and a sinister grin holds up a glass filled with a glowing liquid. Big brother will help, he says, his tone promising trouble. This panel contains only a promotional banner for demonic scans. Under the night sky, with a crescent moon visible, a young man and woman walk together. The woman mentions, he never came to the party venue in the end. Soldier Kuno. The man replies, he's in mourning, it can't be helped. The young man with dark hair looks ahead, a somber expression on his face. Behind him, three figures are visible, one in a hoodie, another in a jacket, and a third in the background. His thoughts reveal, if I were stronger, those three too. The elderly man speaks to the young man. The dead are holding you back, he states. Don't drag out your regrets. They become weights on your mind, slowing your actions and becoming fatal. The scene shifts to a cityscape at night. The young man and the elderly man are seen in the distance, walking. The elderly man's voice continues, especially at a time like this. Hanmura gasps, her eyes wide with alarm as she registers a sudden threat. Yugo's eyes narrow as he unleashes a powerful burst of red energy from his hand. He shouts a warning to Hanmura. Masked assailant observes, noting the blurriness of their weapons and deducing the presence of a disguise skill. They also realize all three attackers are masked. Gucci, armed with a rifle, stands on a rooftop overlooking a city at night. Below, he observes Jupi and Hanmura, noting that an ambush while hiding identities isn't exactly a smart tactic. From a shadowed vantage point, a figure watches two men in suits square off in the distance, murmuring in confusion about a fight between soldiers. A man with dark hair, dressed in a stylish gray coat and white turtleneck, sips from a carton, a sly smile on his face. He seems amused. The masked assailant admits that their targets were easy to manipulate. They joined the conversation casually and the targets became overly excited on their own. A man with sharp features and glowing purple eyes, surrounded by a dark, ethereal aura, holds a wine glass. Chains of energy snake around him as he reveals his unique weapon ability, Constant Seduction. System text explains that the constant seduction ability makes others favor the user and guides their thinking, with the effect varying based on compatibility and ego strength. Meanwhile, Yugo is seen in a dynamic pose, unleashing an attack as he shouts in frustration. Yugo glares, clearly angered by his opponents, his hair whipping around him as he's enveloped in a powerful blue energy. A masked figure taunts, calling their opponents rookies and suggesting anyone could win with a golden-class babysitter. Hanmura, brandishing a pistol, shouts in disbelief at Gucci's words, while Gucci grimly states the difficulty of attacking humans. The man in the gray coat confirms Gucci's sentiment, adding that it makes things difficult even against opponents who aren't enemies, as you have to hold back. His eyes, glowing with a faint purple hue, fix on something unseen. He contemplates the situation. There are two ways this can go from here: either hold back and struggle, or kill them if needed to drive them off. He continues, outlining his strategy. If it's the first, I'll step in at the right moment by calming things down. They'll owe me. He dismisses the situation as self-made drama. He then considers the alternative. If it's the second, I'll handle the cleanup. He notes that people are harsh toward violent incidents caused by soldiers or outside transformations, even if it's self-defense. He concludes that either way they will owe him. If that leads to winning them over, even better. He then prepares to act, stating, "Now then." Hanmura unleashes a powerful, blinding yellow energy blast from her weapon, the impact shattering the surroundings. A masked figure acknowledges Hanmura's cleverness, noting how she managed to get close to the first wave survivors and gain favor with Golden Lion-class soldiers. A close-up on a stern eye reveals a man's determined gaze. He questions how many times his opponent had to sleep their way to get where they are. Hanmura reacts with shock and indignation, sputtering a question about whether the same applies to old men, and then declares she wants a turn. Yugo lands a devastating punch, his fist crackling with red energy, sending his opponent flying. Two masked figures are caught off guard as they are struck and thrown back, shouting in surprise. Gucci swings his weapon with immense force, aiming to strike an unseen opponent. A powerful green energy beam clashes with a dark, explosive force as Yugo engages an opponent, sending shockwaves through the area. Intense explosion erupts, obscuring the scene in a chaotic blast of energy and debris. Gucci and Yugo are visible amidst the destruction. Gucci glares intensely, his voice firm as he tells Yugo to take that back. Yugo, with a fierce expression, echoes the demand. A masked figure, now on the ground, looks up as someone approaches. They state, "She is a warrior." A masked figure, now on the ground, looks up as someone approaches. They state, "She is a warrior." Gucci, however, declares, "I won't allow insults." Blinding white light erupts, obscuring everything in a violent explosion of energy. A figure lets out a pained cry, H, as they are overwhelmed by the blast. Yugo scrambles back, narrowly avoiding a powerful attack. He's clearly on the defensive. Yugo, gritting his teeth, declares, "You can insult me. If you intend to stain her honor too," Yugo continues, his gaze fixed on the fallen Hanmura. Yugo's expression hardens as he states, "I won't show mercy." His eyes blaze with a furious red light as he challenges his foes. "Come at me ready to die." The masked figures, caught in the intense red aura, react with shock and fear. One of the masked figures cries out in panic, "K," as they are violently thrown back. Yugo stands his ground, a determined look on his face, while the remaining attackers scatter. Gucci observes the aftermath, impressed. "Amazing, he drove them off barehanded." Nearby, someone remarks, "Aren't those the people from the news?" While another adds, "The rookies who did really well." Gucci then comments, "That strong old guy is awesome." A bystander, engrossed in their phone, exclaims, "OPS," as they witness the events unfold. Observing the scene, a mysterious figure comments, "They lost from sheer pressure, even though they started it themselves." He continues, "No cleanup needed for this, right? They barely even used their weapons." His expression shifts to frustration as he mutters, "That ruins my plan." The mysterious figure, clearly annoyed, shields his eyes. He looks away, a hint of unease creeping into his demeanor. A strange smile plays on his lips as he questions himself, "Why am I smiling, me?" Meanwhile, a figure is seen being lifted into the air by a bat-like creature, prompting the question, "The mummy hunter became the mummy?" The shocking transformation elicits a response of disbelief. "No way." The scene shifts. A few days later, Soldier Association Shinjuku branch. A woman enters, and a man at a desk greets her. "You came." Yugo holds up a glowing fragment and asks, "Did you figure it out about the forgotten place?" The woman replies, "It even had coordinates included. Apparently, it's some remote place in Spain. What it means is still a mystery." "Are there any precedents for this kind of item?" Yugo inquires, to which he receives a simple no. He's told, just being able to bring it back outside the demon world's formation is extremely unusual. The woman muses, "Maybe it's where the next transformation will happen?" Gucci considers, "The possibility isn't zero." She adds, "But compared to the Shinjuku Center theory, it's strange." Gucci asks, "What's that?" Demon world transformations occur within a certain range of the location of the beginning nightmare. Goosey confirms that was the hypothesis. The woman states, that's right, all past transformations fit that pattern. It also explains why the surface rate is overwhelmingly high. The woman, with a confident smirk, declares, anyway, we'll have to see the place ourselves. Now then, everyone, what are your plans starting today? One of the others hesitantly admits, I don't have a passport though. Goosey adds, mine expired long ago too. The woman beams, holding out several passports. Don't worry, I already got them for everyone. The other person exclaims, you can do that? She explains, the Golden Lion class title is useful. Most unreasonable things go through. By the way, the flight is in 2 hours. We'll fly from Narita for a 3-day, 2-night trip. Yugo asks, how much time do we have to prepare? Like clothes? The woman smirks confidently, rejoice, you have a whole 10 minutes. The sky above is a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy clouds and the bright glare of the sun. A commercial airplane soars through the sky, flanked by smaller, stylized wing-like shapes. Below, 2 speech bubbles offer contrasting thoughts. This is basically kidnapping already, and so this is the type of person he is. The scene shifts to a dramatic, rocky landscape under a twilight sky. Jagged mountains dominate the view, casting long shadows. Text overlays identify the location: Spain, Andalusia, and Granada. Ruins of a grand stone structure, possibly an ancient colosseum or temple, lie in disarray. Large chunks of masonry have fallen, revealing the sky beyond. The architecture suggests a once majestic past, now shattered. Inside the same ruined structure, a grand statue or effigy stands on a raised platform. It is adorned with a crown-like headdress and what appear to be feathered wings. The figure is cloaked and its hands are clasped, giving it an imposing, almost regal presence amidst the debris. A close-up on the masked face of the statue. The mask is white, with a stylized, unsettling eye design featuring a red iris and black lines radiating outwards. The figure's hands are clasped in prayer or supplication. A title card appears, featuring a stylized demonic dragon logo above Japanese text that reads, Dead End Demonics, the First Returner. The demonic dragon logo from the previous title card is prominent against a dark, shadowy background. Bold white text overlays the image, urging the viewer to read this chapter at demonixkins.org. Dramatic illustration for Vera the Fallen Throne depicts a skeletal king in ornate armor, seated on a throne, wielding a large sword. Below this, a series of smaller panels show a meme-like image of a man with a beard and the caption, because, and a crying woman with the text, why do you keep working on manhwas even though it's hard? Inside what appears to be a vehicle cockpit, a young woman with dark hair and a stern expression looks ahead. A speech bubble above her head states, I couldn't believe my ears. Below, another bubble reads, a Japanese soldier and a Golden Lion class at that requesting a guide. The conversation continues within the vehicle. A man with a wide grin, presumably the driver, says, Granada is a nice place though. It has atmosphere and the food is good. The young woman replies, I really wanted to give you a normal tour. The young woman, now looking more relaxed, smiles as she says, we'll enjoy it after we finish our business. Beside her, Yugo, holding a small yellow object, looks on with a neutral expression. A single ellipsis indicates a pause or unspoken thought. Yugo holds up the small yellow object, a clue he obtained. He muses internally, this clue came from the reward for defeating the demon. If we search, there'll definitely be something. Speech bubble appears, stating, It seems something truly horrible happened here. The surrounding visual is obscured, focusing on the dialogue. The young woman from the vehicle is shown again, her gaze distant and thoughtful. She states, beyond this point. 2 figures are seen inside the vehicle, a woman with her hair tied back, looking concerned, and an older man with white hair and a stern expression. The woman says, It was a cult going out of control. The man adds, there was something similar in Japan too, right? Before. The perspective shifts to the ground, focusing on the tire of a vehicle. Above it, 2 speech bubbles deliver a grim account. They gathered children and those people. Yugo stands beside the vehicle, looking out at the rugged terrain. He leans against the car, a thoughtful expression on his face. A speech bubble above him says, and yet, followed by another that reads, who would have thought? Yugo walks towards a large, imposing building that resembles a castle or a grand church, its architecture intricate and ancient. A speech bubble floats above the building, stating, they were making those children kill each other. Another title card appears, identical to the one in Image 6, displaying the title Dead End Demonics, the First Returner in Japanese script. Close-up shot focuses on Yugo's feet, clad in black boots, as he walks on a cobblestone-like surface. The surrounding area is dark and appears to be part of the ancient structure. Yugo and the young woman walk side by side down a corridor with a brick wall. Yugo asks, about how many people lived here? The woman replies, and no one knows the exact number, but it said there were at least 100. A young man with short hair reads from a document while Yugo stands nearby. The young man states, at first nobody was suspicious. A second bubble adds, the people running it were gentle and polite and the children seemed healthy at first glance. In a scene illuminated by rain, a hand reaches out from the darkness. Below, 3 figures, 2 children, and a young man huddle together. A speech bubble above them reads, children escaped from the facility and ran into nearby houses. A close-up on the face of the young man from the previous panel, his eyes wide with terror and tears streaming down his face. He screams, help US. Below him, a bubble explains, that's what they apparently said. Police officer stands in a doorway, holding a flashlight, surveying a scene of carnage. The floor is littered with corpses. Speech bubbles reveal the grim aftermath. When the police arrived after receiving the report, the facility was already empty. Only countless corpses and the horrifying traces of what had happened remained. A woman with her hair pulled back looks somberly at the wall. A speech bubble above her states, what later investigations revealed was. Below, another bubble adds, most of the children said Tio have been here had no documents proving their identities. Goosey, with his distinctive white hair and beard, looks directly at the viewer. He states, it's certain they existed. A second bubble follows, but nobody knows who they were. Yugo looks off to the side, his expression thoughtful as he stands in a dimly lit, ancient-looking corridor. A speech bubble above him asks, or where they were brought from and for what purpose. The woman from earlier asks, what about the children who escaped? A young man holding a document replies, there were 3. Another bubble adds, but as for where they are now. Yugo surveyed the grim surroundings, a grim realization dawning on him. They were taken to facilities in other regions, and that was the end of it. His gaze fell upon a single spent shell casing glinting on the tiled floor. A moment of silence hung in the air. The implication was clear, and Yugo voiced his deduction. Empty shell casings? A wave of despair washed over Yugo as the horrifying truth began to set in. He gasped, clutching his chest. The scene shifted to a man with a chilling smile, pressing a revolver to his own temple. The atmosphere grew heavy with dread. A violent red energy pulsed, obscuring the details but conveying immense destructive power. The sound of gunfire echoed. In the foreground, a figure held a gun to their head, while a smaller figure watched from the shadows. The third shot is empty too, a voice stated. It's obvious. Cloaked figure calmly reloaded a revolver, empty casings scattering around them. Don't be so scared, the voice purred. You'll lose out if you don't enjoy it, you know? The cloaked figure's menacing presence loomed. Because this is a game, they declared. This is... Jupi, with a panicked expression, was forced to confront the terrifying reality. The cloaked figure's words hung in the air, a chilling promise of what was to come. A voice from the shadows continued, your turn, come on. The shadowed figure's words echoed, let's knock on heaven's door. Yugo's eyes widened in terror, sweat beading on his forehead as the horrifying implications of the situation crashed down upon him. Goosey approached Yugo, concern etched on his face. Ricardo, he said, before asking, what's wrong, Yugo? Yugo, still shaken, held up a spent casing. I saw it, he murmured, his voice trembling. Only fragments, though, of what happened here. A woman with long dark hair and a stern gaze spoke, her words cutting through the tension. That guy, Ricardo, was... A monstrous figure emerged from the swirling red energy, its form barely human. A survivor from this place, a voice declared. The woman with dark hair looked on, while a blonde woman reacted with shock. Ha! She exclaimed. You mean he used to be human? He... Yugo, his gaze fixed on the ground, continued his somber reflection. Probably was, and they killed each other here under a certain set of rules. The woman with dark hair mused, a death game, huh? It resembles the demon world transformation. The blonde woman looked confused, asking, why would they do something like that? Goosey, his expression unreadable, offered a grim possibility. Kataku, he stated, perhaps. The blonde woman's eyes widened in understanding. Isn't that the thing where you put lots of bugs in a jar and make them kill each other? A dark, ominous pot filled with monstrous serpents was shown. Yes, a voice confirmed. Then the one that survives is used for sorcery. That's how it's said to work. The woman with dark hair elaborated, it's occult stuff, but it's possible the same method was used for selection. Yugo looked intrigued. Selection. A lone figure sat at a large round table, the emptiness of the room amplifying the sense of isolation. It's simple, a voice explained. In a game, one person survives. The woman with dark hair walked towards a massive, ancient door. "Gather children with no families," she stated. "Make them compete with their lives on the line." She continued, her hand reaching for the door's handle. "And pick out the one best at killing." Her gloved hand gripped the heavy metal ring of the door. "And what did they use that for?" she asked. Massive doors creaked open, revealing a dark, cavernous hall dominated by a large, imposing statue of a winged figure. The statue, shrouded in shadow, had a mask-like face with glowing eyes and hands clasped in prayer, exuding an aura of ancient power and mystery. The statue, shrouded in shadow, had a mask-like face with glowing eyes and hands clasped in prayer, exuding an aura of ancient power and mystery. Gusi confirms, "Seems so, though we don't know what they worshipped." The camera pans to show the imposing statue from a distance, with Gusi standing in the foreground, looking towards it. He continues, "The adults who were here." Dramatic shift in perspective reveals a grand hall with winged statues flanking an altar. The central statue, bathed in an ominous red glow, is revealed to be the openers. A chilling close-up of the statue's mask-like face, its red markings resembling a cruel, gaping mouth and eyes, fills the screen. Yugo's eyes widen in shock, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief as he witnesses something terrifying. A single, colossal eye stares from the darkness, its iris a piercing, multi-layered red, radiating an intense, malevolent power. Yugo stands small beneath the immense, monstrous eye, surrounded by swirling, dark energy and distorted symbols. He lets out a silent scream of pure terror. Hanmura's eyes dart towards Yugo, her expression filled with concern and a hint of fear. She calls out, "Yugo-kun?" A shadowy figure speaks, the others can't see it. "Maybe?" Meanwhile, a system notification appears. "You obtained hawk bone protection." Yugo's face is illuminated by a purple light, his eyes wide and filled with an unreadable emotion, sweat beading on his forehead. Distorted voice utters, "This too." Yugo stands amidst swirling purple energy and skeletal hands reaching out, a dark aura surrounding him. A system prompt reads, "The use of skills is up to you." A monstrous visage, wreathed in dark energy, looms over a text overlay. Read this chapter at demonixkins.org. Hands are seen preparing a salad, with one hand holding a knife over a piece of meat. A voice muses, a statue with closed eyelids, and "The openers, huh?" The group at the table reacts with unease. One of them exclaims, "This is starting to feel really bad." Another adds, "Seriously," before a third voice questions, "A cult religion is connected to the demon world transformation?" Woman with dark hair, forking food, asks, "Do you think that sounds unrealistic?" Gusi replies, "It's too late for that now." The woman then states, "The demon world transformation itself is absurd." A hand rests near a fork and a plate of salad, a thoughtful expression implied. A voice remarks, "But this changes how things look quite a bit." A voice states, "Ricardo used to be human, and we learned he was a child survivor of a death game." A demonic figure stands amidst swirling red energy. A voice asks, "And you noticed it too, right?" Yugo looks up, a faint smile on his face as he acknowledges someone. He replies, "Yes." Yugo's expression turns more serious as he states, "Our situations are similar." Hanmura looks on with a worried expression, while the other woman, with dark hair, appears thoughtful. A voice says, "Let's assume the other demons are the same." A distorted image flickers, showing a crest and then a monstrous figure. Voices explain, "Things clearly changed more after Yugo returned. 3 simultaneous world transformations, and demons interfering. One of those alone would be one thing, but happening together is unusual." Woman with dark hair looks towards Yugo, her expression unreadable. She asks to the demons, "Yugo is special? Or maybe?" Yugo looks down, his expression thoughtful. A voice states, "He's the protagonist." Gusi, holding a drink, asks the woman with dark hair, "Aren't you in the same position as the survivor of the first wave?" The woman with dark hair looks down, a calculating expression on her face. She says, "Yeah, but Yugo was the youngest. You could say his position is more dramatic." A hand reaches for a glass of water. A voice muses, "Maybe they sympathize with him, toward Yugo, in their own way." Let's change the subject. About the skill you got this time. Demonic bone protection, was it? Can you still see it? That skeleton thing? No, not anymore. Do you know the details of the skill? Usually, you understand them when you obtain them. But I don't at all. If I want to use it, I can. That's all I know. Something enough to hesitate just trying it. It gives me a terrible chill. It's fine, for sure. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Probably comes with a brutal downside. That was a hectic trip. The travel took longer. Next time, I want to actually sightsee. What will you do now, Yugo-kun? I was told to stay in the capital area for now. What about you, Gohei-san? Why ask me? I've already shaken off the rust. You're the leader of this team, right? Yugo. Yugo looks thoughtful, a slight smile on his face as he considers the question. Let's synchronize our movements. We've all grown since the last battle. We need adjustments based on those changes. Alright, I'll make a reservation at the nearest guild. A sign indicates in use above a door marked O1. A powerful explosion erupts, radiating intense light and energy. The explosion intensifies, showering the area with debris as the force ripples outwards. Yusi readies his weapon, a gun spear, single-point heavy strike, he declares. This is the basic skill of the hunter's gun spear. The rule is very simple. A 2-centimeter circle is drawn around the impact point. The more repeatedly you hit within the same circle, the stronger it becomes. The effect is weaker when I use it, but the same rule applies to allies within a certain range, within a 50-meter radius. Huh? Isn't that amazing? That's really good. After observing other soldiers, I realized something. The power of unique weapons is determined by the difficulty of the conditions and the risk taken. Difficulty of the conditions means the hurdle needed to use the skill. In my case, it's continuing to hit the same spot. Those restrictions increase the power. As for the risk taken, Kari-chan is also an easy example here. Close-range power boost makes it easier to hit because she gets close to enemies. Determined sniping injures herself if she misses. Both are powers tied closely to risk. In Yugo's case, it's learning by being attacked. The condition itself is also the risk. And on top of that, the pain reproduction from using the skill too. Exactly right. I'm impressed. Huh? Gohei-chan has no risk, even though it's super powerful. That's the surprising part. If I miss the same target 3 times in a row, I die. That's the risk I bear. The mindset from my hunting days. Even against a bear, missing 3 shots means death. So that resolve increased the power and range. Only I bear this risk. Your attacks don't count toward it, so don't worry about that. Single-point heavy strike also has a time restriction. The effect ends 1 minute after impact. You have to start over. If that happens, the effect continues even if someone besides me hits it. That's the important part. Yugo and Hanmura exchange a look, a silent question hanging in the air. Everyone targets the same spot. The difficulty goes up, but the team's attack power rises dramatically. If we keep stacking it, surely even against Ricardo, we can reach him. Yugo clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. The scene shifts to a private gym in Tokyo. A tablet displays a notice for a Golden Lion class meeting. Powerful individual strains against a heavy dumbbell. Nearby, a woman with glasses asks, "It's decided?" As expected. Another voice chimes in, "Yes, everyone is being summoned." The weight crashes down. It's been a while since all the Golden Lion class gathered. Wonderful. Lately, it's been nothing but remote meetings. Those have no atmosphere and are boring. The woman with glasses, looking sharp and fit, checks her phone. The chairman doesn't like gathering everyone. That happened too. Huh. The tablet shows a picture of a damaged building. Yes, the man holding it confirms, because of your little clash with Rindo-san. Putting that aside, the woman says, "I hope the room is sturdier this time." The weightlifter adds, "Seems we have one guest." Profile appears on the tablet. Yugo Fushimi summoned as a Black Eagle class reference witness. The question is posed, "Yugo Fushimi, what do you think of him?" The woman comments, "He looks thin. Not my type." The weightlifter laughs, "You haven't changed at all. But I value him highly. He has good eyes that know despair. We can't just let the first group take him. We should take good care of him. With love." A formidable soldier, identified as a Golden Lion class soldier and record holder for enemy kills, named Gaku Kigamine, is revealed, radiating power. A menacing, masked entity appears, with the text, "Read this chapter at demonixkins.org. Disclaimer appears, all comics on this website are just previews. For the original version, please buy the comic. Read on reset-scanned.net for faster update. The camera pans up to reveal the imposing structure of the Shinjuku Guild, also known as the Soldier Association headquarters. Yugo stands before a set of doors, the woman from the gym beside him. "You've been waiting, right?" "Yes." Yugo replies, "Thank you for your patience." In the background, 2 other individuals are visible. Yugo and the woman enter an elevator. The air feels tense. "Does the air feel kind of tense to you?" she asks. "Feels normal to me. If it were just the Gold Lions coming, it'd be fine, but..." In the hallway, an official asks, "Are they really calling all of them today? Some of them are downright bad news." Yugo uses a key card to access a restricted area. "For now, I'll just..." He steps through the doorway. "Pray this goes smoothly." Yugo stands before a meeting table where several serious individuals are already seated. Two men, one with an eye patch, observe the proceedings with guarded expressions. A woman in luxurious attire looks on, her hand near a weapon, while a soldier in tactical gear stands guard. A young man with dark hair stands in a dimly lit hallway, a look of deep thought on his face. The silence hangs heavy, broken only by the faint sound of his own breathing. Across a large, futuristic table, two figures face each other. One, a woman with dark hair and a stern expression, her arms crossed. The other, a man with white hair and a predatory grin, his hands clasped. A close-up on the woman's face reveals an intense, piercing gaze, her eyes glowing with an unsettling light. The man's face is contorted into a wide, unsettling smile, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, predatory light. The young man's expression shifts, a dark, unsettling smile spreading across his face. The air around him seems to thicken with an unspoken threat. You should be more aware. The white-haired man's grin widens as he speaks, his voice booming with arrogant confidence. Wipe that sullen look off your face for such an important meeting. Still prickly as ever, Ryuten. The dark-haired woman retorts, her voice dripping with disdain. And you haven't changed either. Just looking at you makes me sick. An older man, his face scarred and one eye covered by an eye patch, scoffs. Hard to believe this is supposed to be the association's backbone. What a joke. Young man with blonde hair and a languid expression interjects, his voice laced with suspicion. Huh? Didn't catch that. Is that the stench of something rotten? Or just your personality? Amain Tsubasa continues, his gaze sharp. Another man with dark hair and a sharp, modern style laughs, says the guy who looks like a relic from Meiji or Taisho. Anyway, did your new volume sell, Izumi-sensei? A man with olive-toned skin and a weary expression sighs, running a hand through his hair. I really hate getting dragged into their mess. Anyone here actually want to talk business? A woman with striking dark hair, adorned in luxurious attire and jewelry, holds a golden card. Still not over? Next shoots on this side. A woman with fiery red hair pulled back in a ponytail grins enthusiastically. Anyway, guys. A young man with spiky dark hair stares intently at a device in his hands, his expression unreadable. An older man with short gray hair and a stern expression looks down, his face etched with weariness. The dark-haired woman from before looks towards something off-panel, a look of surprise on her face. Exclamation point. The young man with dark hair reappears, his expression serious as he's addressed. You made it, Yugo. The red-haired woman exclaims in surprise, Yugo? While the blonde man gasps, Fushimi? The red-haired woman, beaming, playfully pats Yugo's head. Whoa, you got so big. Didn't recognize you for a second. I did say I'd back you up from the shadows. Yugo looks surprised as a familiar voice speaks to him. Been a while, Yugo. Commander Baek-do-won, wearing a lab coat over his attire, smiles warmly, extending a hand. This VIP guest is the real deal. Yugo returns the handshake, a slight smile on his face. You're looking well yourself. I'm really happy we could meet again, Tenko-sensei. The white-haired man, Ryuten Shizuka, watches the reunion with a condescending smirk. Touching reunion, huh? Very nice. Ryuten Shizuka clears his throat, gesturing towards a chair. Okay, let's sit, ahem. His eyes glow intensely as he addresses someone. Fushimi, you're one of the Black Eagles now. Yugo stands, his expression a mixture of unease and determination. It's not what I'd hoped for, but what pressure. So, this is Kajihio's soldier's aura. The seating arrangement is designed for observation. The seating makes it easy to read the room. On your left are the survivors of Ground Zero, the first nightmare. On your right are everyone who joined after that. Because their stance on soldier work is so different, those two sides are always at odds. May I ask why I was called here? Yugo questions. The one-eyed soldier, Kotetsu Mutsumi, glares at Yugo. Playing dumb, are we? The woman beside him, Commander Sarera, adds dismissively, you stupid or what? You can figure that much out without being told. They're split over what to do with you. Hiko-san. Start with your position. Very well, I'll be blunt. As for his return, I want to take him under my wing. Simple reason. He's only the second person in Demonfall history whose presence so clearly shifts the balance. Even his magic power as a returner stands out. Those who come back have very distinct traits. If we actively put him on the front lines, he'll be the key to turning the tide. Monster, there's one thing that bothers me. Yet, at times, that same mindset can bring maximum efficiency and lead to clears as well. Seigo is a perfect example of that. Therefore, the question is whether we reclaim this asset or let him go. The benefits to civilization are clear. Well, your logic has merit, but I also have concerns. Other factors can also turn into attacks or sabotage, which is why I don't think we can just leave him with you, Kiko. Even that demon king is afraid of me. Is that what you're implying someone here could say? They fight and act as if that justifies everything and anyone who gets in the way. Are you telling me that a divinity suits me just because you successfully completed the raid? It comes as a bit of a surprise. Right now, I want to measure how things stand as a benchmark. I believe there are various ways to handle the measurement, but I would like to decide that here. Just like with abilities, if we have them, measure it with this. Amazing! No wonder the crowd is making a fuss. Let's not forget something easily calculated. 2 ways? That's incredible, isn't it? That said, we do need him. Personally, I don't mind monsters. I kind of prefer them. If I may speak from personal desire, he's done things I absolutely agree with. And at the same time, things I find quite troubling. He's my sword. That place. Let the strong survive and erase the weak. So what does that give you? The survivors will be an exceptional elite, no doubt, just like you first-wave survivors are now. Do you remember how many died in that first one? 30,000 were too many, and yet everyone not died, like they linger on. On top of that, we've overpopulation and extreme aging. Humanity's clinging to existence in a form that's all wrong. You can't deny the system is broken, but no one has the will to act on it. There's no motivation strong enough. Well, Demon Falls don't care about that. They're the perfect opportunity. How can we not make use of them? But at its core, that logic is deeply flawed. Do you remember how many died in that first one? They're the perfect opportunity. How can we not make use of them? It's an offer from the hunting world. Everyone. In other words, playing around with toys is over. Hugo's eyes widen in disbelief. It far exceeds the maximum limit. Could it be a mistake? A close-up on an intense, glowing yellow eye. The iris pulses with a 4-pointed star. It means my blood is pumping. A voice declares, filled with a newfound primal energy. A sinister grin spreads across a monstrous face, sharp teeth bared. This is, so to speak, a chance to awaken something burning hot inside you and grasp it. The creature's voice booms. Did such an incredible level of ability really come out of this measurement? Hugo looks on, confused and concerned. Behind him, others echo his bewilderment. What is the meaning of this? Goosey, the white-haired man, interrupts. He turns to Hugo, his expression stern. That's enough out of... A hand is raised, palm outward, in a clear gesture of stopping. Hugo maintains his calm demeanor, his hand still raised. I have an objection, he states firmly.